just relentless here in the U.S. economy, just continuing.
Yeah, I'm at a loss for words, Brendo, because clearly we don't have that kind of momentum on this side. But yeah, good look. We'll keep an eye on the markets right now. The NQ trying to defend about 24,600. We'll have to see if the bleeding continues. There's a whole lot to talk about today, Brendo. Intel, possible deal with Apple for the foundry business very early on. No confirmation from either company yet. Open Door also up nicely here as a new institutional investor taking a stake in Circle. Interesting look, Brendo. We know the blockchain is sort of known for its finality. They're actually trying to institute a possible reversal of, in cases where there's fraud or there's theft or something like that. So interesting look from Circle.
Yeah, we haven't really looked at that or talked about it since it came to market. But yeah, I mean, market extending to the downside here a little bit on those numbers here. I think it's a little bit confused as to what to do at this point, but potentially anyways, extending a 3-day slide here for stocks right across the board. A couple other things worth noting. People buying more Birkin stocks, apparently, raising their forecasts.
Yep.
A number of analysts liking BIRK today. We'll touch on that coming up. Not a lot of volume behind it. This Intel thing is really interesting. I was reading something this morning that caught my attention. I didn't even realize this, but it was as recently as 2023.
Yeah.
Apple was still using Intel chips in some of their products. So it hasn't been that long since their prior relationship even ended.
Yeah, Brendo. Well, there was a couple of things. Obviously, we know the M1, their in-house silicon. They kind of dropped Intel for that. But they also bought their modem business, Brendo, back in 2019. They kind of just usurped it into Apple. So we'll have to see. But specifically, the article that I was reading today has to do with their foundry business. It really, we know NVIDIA invested about $5 billion, none of which is going to go to the foundry business. They're just going to use Intel's chips for their AI servers. But this specifically is what Lip Boutin was talking about. He said, look, there's not going to be investments in the foundry business unless we find a customer who's willing to buy. I wonder if that's going to be Apple. No confirmation as of yet.
Yeah, Apple currently still using Taiwan Semi for all of their. I'm just reading a couple of the data points here on this GDP print as well. U.S. Q2 personal spending revised to the upside to 2.5% from 1.6%. That's a quarter-over-quarter number. Wholesale inventories came through there as well, a little bit of a negative print, but overall, yeah, the market kind of confused, it seems, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I don't know, good news is bad. Like the U.S. economy grows at a higher rate than normal, claims are lower than expected, and we don't even get a half bounce off the lows there. Like nothing. It's like yawn. It was a complete yawn there. Oklo's smoked. They're down like 16%, and it started. I guess it started the curl yesterday, and now continuing today. Just on this Circle thing, what in the actual heck are they talking about? What you talking about, bruh? Like I want that Russell Westbrook meme for this. Some reversible transactions, literally going against every single, like the basic principle of blockchain technology. That is an absolute Pandora's box, and I can't believe they're even discussing that. But it's easy. It's always easy to see the reasons why. But yeah, there's fraud potentially. And if both parties agree, then you can roll it back. Once you put in the ability to roll back transactions or reverse them on the blockchain, you are literally opening up a can of worms. And it's not just going to get used where everybody agrees. Anyways, I think that's nonsensical.
Can of worms?
Yeah, lots of cans of worms. Oh, the other thing too is selling Girl Guide cookies. I've already, the 2 I brought today are spoken for, and I'm only bringing 2 a day in my bag. But if you're interested, they're $6 a pop. But I have beef with Girl Guides.
Yeah, because isn't $6 like a big?
It is an increase, but that's inflation. It's the fact that they're seasonal now with which cookies they do. So you can only it's the mint. The mint now, and then it's only in like the spring when you get like the chocolate and the vanilla, which I love the most.
4 boxes.
4?
I'm not here tomorrow then.
Okay, well I'll bring them next week.
Yeah, bring them next
I'll
week. You have unlimited amounts of cookies.
And have to get another cake.
Look, I don't know why. I mean, hopefully this short doesn't surprise anybody. We've been short this market now for 2 straight days. We had the TQs 2 days ago. We had the TQs yesterday. And this is what it looks like. So, I mean, if you're following along, we were short 2 days ago, we were short yesterday, and here is today. So we've been nailing these ideas to short. And we talked about crypto being in trouble. That continues to happen here. The short is right. I mean, if you look at, I mean, again, we could just go back over, we had in just the last couple of days, and we're going to be doing it again here today. You know, here's a TQ short yesterday, you know. You go 2 days ago, we had the exact same thing. There's NVIDIA short 2 days ago. Marvell was nice long. Hey, what's up, my gorgeous daughter? Here's TQ's 2 days ago short. You know, these are all shorts. All these purples are shorts, right? And we had written it down for a while. So we're not surprised by this. I don't think anybody else should be. It is a move down. The market is super frothy. I heard Jim Cramer yesterday talking about Oklo as well, yesterday at 6 o'clock, saying that it was way too frothy and that, you know, a lot of money probably needs to come out of this name, and he nailed that one as well. From 125 down to 104 here today for Oklo. NVIDIA back to where we bought it, so 175 just a couple days ago. This looks like this is going to break. Micron comes out with great earnings. Who cares? Competition is here in China. Down goes Micron right now here today. I mean, this was a good report, right? You know, so right back into here. Brian and I talked about this on Tuesday, saying that this had a 150 peg to it. So we'll wait to see if that comes in. Everything's just coming in a little bit here. And no surprise, in my opinion, the market did get a little ahead of its skis, I feel like there. And yeah, you'll see Apple still holding out pretty strong as we get that news with Intel. And we'll see if Intel can also hold up here this morning as well. It looks like it's going to. It's only down. Not down, but down.
I mean, down in
the last 10 minutes, but still holding up nicely there on this deal as President Trump just continues to influence all these companies to invest in them for no reason. Apple doesn't even have any use for Intel chips, so we'll see what that deal is. And yeah, the market is a funny thing here today. The pullback, I think it's fine. You know, Marvell went to $81 yesterday. Obviously, that was a huge move as well. So there's going to be lots of, you know, just pulling back on some of the moves that we've already had. I don't think it's, you know, worth going crazy for or anything like that right now. But I'll be looking to buy some dips, just not yet. I think this could extend 4 to 5% more in the Nasdaq.
Especially, well, crypto. Well, the crypto's a different story. That's not going to 4 to 5% would be nothing if we pull back a little bit more than that. But it's not the first SPAC, but like. There's been a lot of talk, too, about the SPAC market opening back up along with the IPOs, and you have Kodiak, which is the first one that I actually knew the company of that's recent SPAC, and it's like, not instant fail, it was actually down over 20%, but now down 12%, so first day today. I don't remember the name of the like pre-SPAC, I just know it's KDK today, Kodiak. They're like the robotics, so robo-trucks. And if you remember that name from a while back, there was kind of some hype when it was announced that this would be what they would be doing. But yeah, down 11%. Sometimes when you get like a waft of IPOs and now the SPAC's coming back in, you get a little frothy. I don't know how good volume is going to be today, but I'm looking for a fade if this thing tries to go. I have to pay for some locates. So yeah, 0 for 1 on the first SPACs. Maybe it does a little bit of a pop and you can get a fade off that old $10 level. But yeah, not looking very good. And speaking of crypto, ETH with a flat bottom break. Not just a flat bottom break, but that 50 period on the daily got lost. So this is, I'm looking at ETHA here, so I'll call it's 31. But you know, if you're looking at Ethereum, obviously you've lost the 4,000 level, and specifically what 31 works out to, it's somewhere over 4,000 easily. But this 31 level, as long as you're underneath it, you want to be shorting pops in ETH today. Just a little bit of a breakdown on the technicals of that chart. And it's not like it's the only thing breaking down, but this just lost a big level at 31 on ETHA. To the desk, maybe? I think we're supposed to have Luis today.
I hope we can have Luis.
Get him coming through.
Some small cap, runners and fallers here.
It'll be interesting because we have both Open and LAC, which I know Open is going to fall into the bucket, but that LAC, I've got to imagine, would be right up Luis's.
We talked about that yesterday, that there was
alley.
way more room to run on this thing, because if you go by what MP Metals was doing,
MP
Materials, it went ham. Even after day 2, day 3, it was still up quite a bit. There goes LAC again, and up another 17, 18%. So those of you that believed in that pop from the government purchase, get it again here now. I'm just focused on going short. I'm just, this is already looking short. So we're just waiting for all of that to come through. Put on some trades here once the market opens up. And like I said, I think 4 or 5% lower here in the NASDAQ is what's going to potentially happen. Q's back to 580. I think here on a daily chart makes a little bit of sense, back into the 50-period moving average right there. What's up, Andre? Who is that over there? That's Andre. Is that Andre?
Yeah.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah, thanks, Andre. 575 or so right into here. Feels comfortable if it comes in, right? I mean, popped up, made its way back. Monster pop-up, making its way back. So I would say that, you don't necessarily want to pull back, but it's okay. You'll shake out some weak hands and give us some opportunities to go in there and buy some of the better names. My shopping list right now includes Amazon. So we're going to wait to see how low this thing can go. I think Amazon gets 250, like 210, I think is a buy. We might get that, I don't want to say today, but what day is today? Thursday. We could get 210 tomorrow on Amazon. I think I want to buy if and when that does happen. I think it could happen today, but I'm not 100% sure. That would be that play. And then tonight we get Costco. We've got Costco on our mind here to see what they're going to report later on today. So if they dip down too, that'll be a decent buying opportunity after the third or fourth day of earnings. So we're just waiting for all of that. And then KVUE, Kenvue, was on a little bit of a run, but still hovering around that $17 mark. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Kenvue as well. But okay, I think we can, if we're ready, Andre, we can go back to the desk.
Oracle. There's a note this morning, downside right now. I just had an alert go off here. Day lows right now for Oracle. We're supposed to get this EO sign today from President Trump on TikTok to finalize this agreement, I guess. Hasn't been many details, if any, released on what exactly is included in this agreement. So maybe we'll get more of that when he actually signs the EO. But Oracle's had a tough couple of days here to the downside.
Yeah, big gap to fill there, Brendo, after the earnings report gap up. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out on that. I'm still looking for more details, especially hopefully today in the signing of the EO, about how the algorithm will be managed, which company specifically is going to be managing and monitoring. We know it's going to be Oracle that houses most of the data, as well as all the U.S. accounts for TikTok. So I want more information as well, Brendo. I don't know if he's going to give the technical side of things about the new app, et cetera, if there's going to be any changes or any blackout periods while we transition. So more information. Yeah,
one of the latest things I saw as recently as 2 days ago was they're going to let Oracle look, or let the U.S. officials look at the algorithm.
Interesting.
But not necessarily use said algorithm, but I don't know how that's going to work. So yeah, like you said, hopefully we'll get more details on that. Luis Barbado is with us from Barcelona, Spain, the real trading office over in Barcelona. Talk a little bit about some high flyers once again. Luis, welcome back. Good to see you as always. It's been
nice to meet you.
It's been a pretty exciting week or so, 2 or 3 even. A number of these moving around here once again in the pre-market. What have you been looking at recently? I just have my eyes on this PEPG right now.
Yeah, that's one of the ticker we're looking into. I have to say the cycle, the crazy running cycle, parabolic movements for last 3 weeks ago, something like that, it has been finished. It might be finished probably, and we are seeing more stocks going on the downside, on the backside. So we are popping in the pre-market, and once the market opens, we are coming back to the normality, to the average movements, where 70% of the small caps gapping up are bleeding, are going down during the market session. So it's more normal market as it was not 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, why don't we jump over to your screen here and we'll have a look at what you have on your screener and on watch here this morning. Walk us through this.
Yeah, 3 main watch for us today. One is PEPG, as you said. This is an American company, 28 million float. It is bleeding on the downside right now. We are shorting this from the backside once it failed highs. And we will keep shorting if we see any pops to 650, 660, 670 area. That's our safe area to short. We believe it's going to open and it's going to end up on the red territory after open.
As far as some of the little ones are concerned, and I mean little ones as far as float, We've seen that. We've gotten to the point in this cycle, I think, where the really, really teeny tiny ones are starting to go again. Give us a couple more names here you're looking at.
Second ticker that we will avoid is SPRC. We will avoid unless it goes parabolic. This is an Israeli company. It's a nano float. It's 500,000 shares float only. So we will avoid it, but we'll monitor just in case it goes parabolic, as it did some months ago. So we will monitor this one, and we will trade also EVAX. This is a Danish from Denmark, a Danish company. It has to rotate already 8 times, 9 times the whole float. So it's a lot of rotation float here, but it seems we are on the backside as well. So we will wait for some pops to load shorts over there. And in the last choice, we have LAC, we have it here. This is a Canadian company, actually, and it's the second day running up. So we will wait until the market opens so we can fix some risk levels, probably highs around 70, I think it was 750, something like that is our short saved area. 730, 750 is to short, and 8 is probably the high that we might see today. If it goes over that, we might see another second running day, positive day for this company.
We've spoken many times in the past about the reversal aspect of these, and that one, LAC, is actually a really good example of this. 2-3 days worth of a move here, maybe coming to an end. We'll see how it plays out. But just run through again your criteria. What does it take to really say, okay, this is done for the day?
Well, first of all, looking for the backside. When we see new lower highs, that's the first very basic technical thing we're looking into. Second is a shift of volume. We see the volume going to other stocks. So the traders, the algorithms, and everything is paying attention to other stocks. So this stock is getting lower volume, lower attention. It's more likely to go down. And third, we look into the VWAP a lot. I mean, if it's trading above VWAP and above opening price, most of the traders, most of the algorithms are looking for longs. If we are trading below VWAP, below open, a lot of systematic traders are looking for a short. So these are the 3 main points that we look for the reversal trades.
We've seen some of these crypto treasury type plays come and go. That whole fad seems to be fading at this point fairly quickly. I haven't seen any today that have caught my attention in that aspect. But if you start to get to the end of a cycle where something specific to a topic seems to be running out of steam on a day when the overall market seems to be a little bit heavy again here in the pre-market, are you more eager to go towards something like that looks weak right out of the gate?
Yeah, absolutely. You're not looking for short something that looks strong, right? You're waiting for, as I said, shifting volume to other stocks or other topics. As you say, we had like 2, 3, 4 weeks where any news related to a company putting some of the treasury into any blockchain matter, it will go parabolic high. So it seems that this has been over for the last days. So let's see what the next topic would be. This is the good point with the small cap, that we have always some sector, some news related moving volume from one side to the other.
When it comes to a day like this, I mean, we threw out a couple of names there. Let's get a little more specific here. Not necessarily, the good part about this idea is you don't necessarily have to have a long list of names and let the trade actually come to you. What are you looking at going towards the open here?
Absolutely. It's better to narrow the names in the opening and have a good scanner for after the open. We have this scanner, which is a pre-market gapping up with volume, news related and everything. But after the market opens, we look for other scanners like this one that tell us anything that moves over 10, 15% with high relative volume. Then we go to the ticker itself and we see if it has some good data to bleed or to keep going higher and become a parabolic stock. So it's important to narrow the names and the levels that you will trade before the open. and just wait the trade comes to you. As you say, this is very important. Don't feel the FOMO. Don't try to jump because you see something is going down, because it's better to be in a worse price, but in a better timing sometimes. And after the market opens, change your screener, your scanners, and look for new opportunities, probably with another parameter different.
The overall trend still well intact here, although we are seeing, as we were saying, almost 3 days in a row here to the downside for stocks in general. Seems to be a little bit more of a negative feeling the past couple of days. Luis Barbado over in Barcelona, Spain. Good to see you as always.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Yeah, Luis living the high life over there. I'm sure it's a little nicer, a little wet here weather here in Canada, but I'm sure it's nice. Just moving on 3 o'clock. What is in the afternoon over there? Whatever. Either way, it's not bright and early in the morning. But there's a really good point he made there. You'd rather be with the trend on these small cappers than trying to snag like the absolute bottom. Well, allow it to make the move and trend up. Like LAC's got to be on watch day. Lithium Americas. When really, they're headquartered in Vancouver, Canada. But the prior high, sure. Do I like prior highs? Absolutely. Yesterday, though, so the easier trade, off the open, there was a break because someone was barcoding at this level. That's not happening today, so that kind of an early breakout, I'm not sure is going to be in play. But once it started trending and holding VWAP, you didn't need to have the first VWAP dip. You could have the second VWAP dip or the third VWAP dip. Obviously, the early ones ended up being better, but allowing it to set itself up on strength, I'll look for that again today. If I miss a dip buy or there is no dip buy, and then later on I can see it holding VWAP, then I'll jump into that trend line. And that's the thing. If a small capper is going to be good all day long, then oftentimes being patient and joining the trend is going to be a little bit easier than trying to pick tops and bottoms. I think we got some upgrades and downgrades to get to. Let's see, make some guesses. Maybe Micron will be on the list again, because when you have earnings, usually you have some action.
No, Neil. Unfortunately, Micron is not on the list today, but Lithium America is, so we'll take that one. All right, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on this morning. On the upgrade side, we have Webull getting that price target raised to $19 by Rosenblatt. It's a pretty good look. And then Chewy as well, too, getting that target raised to $48 by MoffettNathanson. And then GFL, Canadian company, William Blair, no specific target on that one, going from a neutral to buy. Now, Google also getting the nod from MoffettNathanson. $295 is that price target. Need him once again downgrading Lululemon. This thing just keeps getting battered here, guys. Wendy's also getting an additional downgrade as well, too. Price target lowered to $7. And then LAC, Lithium Americas, surprisingly up 20% on the session, but getting a downgrade by TD Cowen, price target $5 on that one. And then Freeport McMoran also getting the downgrade to $45 there. And as for some options activity, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on. Robinhood touched that's incorrect. So the strike price should be 130, not 30 there. And that's going to be this week's expiration cycle. Open interest, 12,400 contracts, and then volume, 16,500 contracts. And that's substantially larger than what you're seeing on that specific expiration cycle. And that can be act as a call wall with those 12,400 contracts. Now, as for MU, Neil, here it is. Open interest, 14,100 on this week expiration cycle, and then the volume also coming in relatively heavy as well, with 38,200 contracts traded on that specific strike price. And then Rigetti, continuous breakout. The stock has been on an absolute monster move, and then you can see the volume in the OI on this specific name at that $28 strike price. Some big time moves there, guys. Now, as for the puts, Apple, you're seeing at that $250 strike price. The volume, there's always going to be a little bit more volume on the call side, but when you look over onto the puts, there can be two ways that can work out. You have the writers who had all those out of the money contracts, and then they're allowed to collect the premium there. So you have 57,800 contracts at that specific level, and the open interest is still sitting around 15,600. Now, as for the queues, quite a bit of volume on the put side, but once again, you'll always see more on the call side. But the open interest is interesting at that 595 strike price, expiring this week with the volume around 31,500 contracts being traded. And then Reddit going into the close started to sell off aggressively, so we wanted to take a look at that. At that 230 strike price, you have volume of 1,000, not substantial, and open interest of 1,000 as well too, but it's substantially larger than what you're seeing across the board on some of those puts, guys.
Yeah, and I think that Reddit would have been not Reddit, Micron should have been 170, I would assume, the strike, because I think it said 70 there. I don't think it's going to either one of those. So that 170 not going to be much use tomorrow at all. But we do have Coreweave on the news right now, as you guys are seeing there. Coreweave winning a new OpenAI deal worth up to $6.5 billion. Little bounce. And remember, everything was down, right? So it's going to be down 4%, but it just caught a bid. $5 to the upside, pulling back already a little bit here. So total value of agreements worth up to $22 billion. Let's see if the good news actually holds this one up here, because like everything else in AI land, it is pulling back today. So down 3 points, but that's a good deal there for Coreweave. You're starting to see those monsters. At least the interesting thing is when you hear the deals with Coreweave, they're all massive. It's not like when we get a quantum, there's a deal in the quantum space, and it's smaller than the contract of like a right tackle in the NFL, maybe a left tackle in the NFL. Like, this is substantive there for Coreweave. Still down 3.5% because realistically the market is down. And the question is any good news really going to be able to lift it into the green? I'm a little skeptical unless this market can turn around. I've mostly faced it. Unless it's a small cap, I'm looking fade today. I think that's what it was the last couple of days. Like yesterday, 2 days ago, BBAI was the long. Yesterday, you had LAC. We'll see if Open or LAC can do that again today. But there weren't many longs outside of small cap runners.
Yeah, this market fits like a glove, man. I mean, we've been selling. We've been selling our BBAI at the right levels. We've been talking all the right stocks, and it's just going to continue to happen. Hopefully here today, we'll take some shots when we see shots going through. I just want to see just real quickly who's here right now, because we're getting a lot of love in the chat right now. So I want to say a big shout out to everybody's here. What's up to Dan Gale? Thank you so much. You're welcome for all the work. I mean, I'm just glad that you guys come back all the time. So thank you so much. Andrew Sandoval, happy printing today, champ. Happy printing to you too. What's up, Salvador? Eduardo is here today. Thomas Condo's here. We talked about condos yesterday. That was fun. Yo, Sebastian, what's going on? Where's my guy Ozan right there? Dinkelberg, Andy's here. Douglas, Gworev is here. Checking out is here. Well, please check in a little bit more. Hi, as you wave to us. Hey, T-Money. Here for you, T-Money. You are the boomerang. There he is. What's up? Ozan is here as well. Gary, everybody. Ichiro is here. Yo, we need Ichiro on our team. Vladimir Guerrero is in year 0 of his monster deal that we signed him. When the Blue Jays need him the most, right now, he is batting .184 in the last 10 games with an on-base percentage of .240. Vladimir, do something, my guy.
I ain't worried about that.
Do something.
I ain't worried about that at all. Sample size nonsense, in my opinion.
Fail.
The real fail is having a 40-year-old pitcher with a 5 ERA in the rotation.
Step up, Vladimir.
When you take Barrios out. Well, you got to make decisions based on the better player.
Yeah.
We have a better pitcher that we put in the bullpen for a guy who's not performing as well. Why? Because that guy's a Hall of Famer. But he's not pitching as good as Barrios.
So what you're saying
I don't know. Look, I don't know who makes that decision. That could be the GM. That could be the coach. Right. So you never really know who's.
So what's happening to the Blue Jays right now is we have management fail, GM fail, and our best player failing. Vladimir Guerrero.
I got your back, Vladdy.
Do something.
Size. You're hitting the ball hard, brother. It's all good.
Do something.
You're hitting the ball hard, brother.
He's hitting the ball at a 184 clip.
Batting average.
Last 10 games. When pressure happens, you got to step up. It's like trading.
It's a trash stat.
Be a player. Be a trader. Let's go.
I will forever. I'm going to take the other side. I will forever defend.
I'm just taking stats. I'm only talking the last 10 games.
Exactly, and that's a small sample size.
He needs to step up. We're bleeding. We're bleeding. Step up. Leaders, step up.
You have good ABs.
Oh, man.
And you're hitting the ball hard. That comes with it. That's the way I take it, man.
Struck out yesterday. Got kicked out of the game. Come on, Vladimir. Let's go. It's called passion. Back to the desk. That deal's going to blow up in there.
Brendo.
Completely agree, by the way, to all of that. But go ahead.
That was an intense argument there, but I do like it.
completely agree. It's ridiculous.
66.92, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We're obviously well below that right now, 66.58. So we're already weaseling in to that 50-point area. In fact, that is the overnight low, 66.53. So look, we'll use that as the first area of support. It looks like we're going to lose it, but we'll say 66.50 as our first area of support. If we bounced off 66.50 and start trending back up, we'll use the overnight or yesterday's close as resistance, which is 66.92. If we keep selling off, though, then we're going to definitely be looking at that 66.25 point area, Brendo, as that second support level.
Wasn't much of a reaction, but we'll do a quick recap here, and then we'll get into the watch list market continuing to slide to the downside. If you missed it, at 8:30, 3.8% higher than the expected 3.3% on the quarterly final Q2 GDP print. So much better than expected there. We also got initial jobless claims that came in a little bit lighter than expected, 218,000 versus 240,000 week over week. Continuing claims 1.926 versus 1.925, basically in line with what was expected. Again, we're at basically session lows here for the overall market. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Absolutely free. Every single day comes right to your inbox with everything that is moving around in the pre-market on it and why. Let's talk a little Intel and Apple. I mean, this was late in the day yesterday. We get the pop into the close, continues after the close yesterday. We're coming off in a hurry here for INTC currently. I mean, they're talking. Are they not? Are they? Is there going to be a deal? Isn't there? As you and I were saying earlier, I mean, you got to go back to just 2023 to revisit their last arrangement or relationship as far as chips are concerned. Nothing on the actual chips front. I can't see Apple going back to using Intel chips.
To be honest with you, Brendo, I don't think strategically they want to do it, but if in terms of maybe investing in America and pleasing the administration, I can see a little bit of a path there. Let's talk about the story, though. Apparently, Intel is the one that's approached Apple, obviously, for potential investment as part of efforts to stabilize and revive its struggling chip business. So that's what I meant when we were talking about the foundry business earlier on. Discussions also include the possibility of a closer collaboration between the companies, though talks are reportedly still very on these foundries unless we find a new buyer. So as with respect to the relationship between Apple and Intel, Apple used Intel's chips for its Macs for years, but transitioned, Brendo, to its own custom silicon back in 2020. Apple also bought most of Intel's modem business back in 2019, but has largely moved away from dependency. And the case is really, while Apple's unlikely to return to Intel chips fully, Brendo, a financial deal could align with the broader push, as we mentioned, to showcase, that U.S. domestic production. Yeah. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case.
Yeah, 100%. That's the aim, to bring everything back to America. As we've been talking about, just reading here an interesting note on XYZ. Didn't do anything on this, but Square. Katz. Have you ever been to Katz Deli in New York?
I haven't, but I've heard about it.
I don't know why this is a headline, but Katz is now using Square payment products.
Interesting.
Caterpillar?
No.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, not Cats. But look, this didn't make a ton of sense. Like, is this like a new thing now where you're asking other companies, please invest in us like everybody else is? Like, you got NVIDIA, you got SoftBank, you got the U.S. government. So Apple, why not? So I don't necessarily get it. There's some discussion in the chat about the possibility of Apple going back to using Intel chips. Intel not using. I mean, yeah, using, but when you're doing your own chips, getting fabrication, you're not getting fab clients. I said this before, but it bears saying again. You're not getting fab clients on high-end chips until your own high-end chips are being fabricated by you. right? Like when you have confidence in yourself to fabricate your own high-end chips, that's when you're probably going to be pulling these clients. So I think that's the headline that's going to matter. I think in the afternoon yesterday, I was kind of like, well, look at, if we hold on to this, it's not really 30 even, like this dip in the prior support, like it's like 30 and a quarter. If you hold on to that, then this rounded bottom's kind of okay. It's already selling off with the market into this news. So even if this was going to be positive, the first look is always the whole red to green play, like the prior day high. You're already at the prior day high. So you're going to know pretty much at the open whether it wants to hold red to green. And if it goes red, I mean, maybe the first bounce spot would be 30 and a quarter. I don't necessarily see an obvious short here because the prior highs are way up there in the 33 range and you're now trading at 31. So this one's not a pop and fade for me because I feel like the levels at which I would have done it are gone.
Yeah, this is the one moment that I think we can maybe look for a long at some point here in Intel. I mean, it's getting faded all the way back down in here. So I don't want to look here. I wrote down on the note today, you can go find it at Trader TV, Sean on X. I wrote down 29, like honestly, just to see if this can come back in. I mean, it would only mean it's coming back into where we were yesterday, sort of yesterday morning. We got some great news. Obviously, yesterday was front run ahead of that Apple news, and someone knew something about it because all yesterday we were like, why is Intel continuously going up? Their new CEO over there is a deal maker. I can't recall the name. It's Lip-Bu-Tan is there, but they've, that's the deal maker attitude, and he's getting money from all over the place. So we got to support that. And if there is something here with Apple and Intel, I think any kind of tie-up that might happen, including foundry business that may help package up the products for Apple with Intel is probably a decent idea. So I'm already thinking this market bleeds a little bit here today. It's already down slightly, 0.6 or 0.7, sorry, right now in the market. So that's not a great start. So if something falls down, I think you want to go long a name that has juice. And we know that Intel does have juice right now. So for me, I know 29 is a big call from here, but Intel's just going red now. So 29 loses $2 on 30. It is a big move, but it's 7-8% down. I think we can get that in Intel today. We get it when there's good news. Today the market falls. Let's just wait to see how dramatic this gets. But just like yesterday where we nailed the Alibaba bottom, we waited around for it. Alibaba yesterday was up 9%. It fell back in. We waited for it to bottom and we caught a $4 winner back to the upside. So I think Intel is of the same ilk here today where wait for a move to make a down move, and then we'll be able to see if we can at some point grab some sort of a bottom. So that would be the one play for me here on Intel today. I sold some the other day right around here, a little lower than where we are right now, and I'm done selling in the TFSA or the longer term swing account, whatever account you guys are in. I'm waiting for that 36, 37 mark. And I think that's going to be a good spot. So, all right, the market does need to go both ways. Goolsby's saying inflation a little worrisome right now, stagflationary environment, still optimistic on the golden path here. So maybe the path for the right side to go down.
Stagflation after 3.8%.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that's going to be happening. Google, apparently some sort of news happening right now, but it doesn't look like it's some sort of reforms to the App Store here. They're asking some court something, but doesn't look like it's moving right now. So I just heard that in my ear. But Google down again. This is another name where it's not on our list, and we have lots of time here today. We have 4 more big stories, but this is also, gave up that top, right? I mean, NVIDIA hit 185, 185, 185, 185. This one hit 255, 255. 255, and then fall back in here again. So I think Google does have a home back in this 215 to 220 area. I am not ready to buy dips yet, pretty much in any name. We did that in NVIDIA the other day, and that's it for me. So I'm going to wait for this NASDAQ to come back in. Look, I hope I'm hope I'm right to some extent so that we can pick up some good value, but at the same time, I don't want this thing to fall down completely on its face. The dollar is also going back up to the upside right now, with crypto just cracked again, man. Bitcoin's at 11, just broke 111 right down here, went down to 110 change. So down goes IBIT, down goes Ethereum, and this is what happens, right? You're probably going to find out that Tom Lee sold everything 2 weeks ago, but there it is, nice downside play there, now down 2.5%. I hope that's not the case, because I do think Ethereum has opportunities to get back up because it's at a key level. Hopefully, crypto is not on the board, but maybe it will be talked about.
The VIX is a triple top right now.
The VIX, okay, the VIX is
triple top the last 3 days. Well, I'm looking at UVXY because that's what we chart here on our platform, but literally right at that top. Like if we don't pull back from here, this is a breakout, kind of been coming for a little bit of a while. Hopefully you'll find some small cappers that don't care if the market goes down all day long. Can Opendoor be one of them?
Just reading more details here on this Coreweave deal with OpenAI, expanding the agreement to $22.4 billion total. It's the third time they've expanded this agreement between the two, so $6.5 billion more. As we were saying, Coreweave has also added OpenPipe and weights and biases and pledged 1.5 billion pounds to the UK AI innovation push as well. So a few more details coming through for Coreweave. Here's OpenAI. This popped after the close yesterday, all the way up to $9 on this. 13G filing showing Jane Street accumulating quite the position here in Open.
Yeah, we were talking about one institutional investor offloading millions of shares, Brendo, over 2 days. Now we've got some people adding. Jane Street, as Brendo mentioned, disclosed a 5.9% stake in Opendoor, showing, that institutional confidence. That stake equates to about 44 million shares. Open's already gained about 414% year to date. The rally also was, lately was helped as well by the August new home sales, which hit about 800,000. That's up 20.5% year over year, as well as the median price climbing, Brendo, to about $413,000, boosting the margins for iBuyers, people buying homes off e-commerce sites. So we'll have to see how this all works out. This, I believe, makes Jane Street the third largest shareholder after the new CEO, as well as Vanguard, number one for them.
If you go back 2 days ago, 7 was the actual low, so we're still well off that, the recent pivot. Anyways, guys, anything here for Open today?
Well, the volume's going to be there, no doubt, and there's going to be a level 2 for me dedicated to it at least. Like yesterday, there was resistance at like 8 to like these highs. I drew this line, and it did not save. If you kind of go back, go all the way into the 22nd there, and that was the bottom, and then the next day was immediate resistance, and we had resistance right at about 820 as well. And it's been this little range in here, 8 to 820. When it's resistance, it shows you lower highs as well, but when it flipped into support. So this is the range, and we're going to know right away at the open. Like you dip into the 8 to 820 range. If it comes out on the north side at the open, I take the long, and if it breaks out, I jump out. If it never holds on, if it just goes right into that range and just slams through, then man, you could see $7 on this thing today. But the first look, as I said, I think that you're going to look for small cappers maybe to give you some kind of a bid on a day where the market is weak. So this is the one. Oh, LAC, this and LAC are the ones. We'll talk about LAC in just a little bit here. But yeah, that 8 to 820 range, looking for it to go into the range, come out on the north side, needs to hold this, or I'm not interested in the long. So at the open, I think we'll know pretty quick whether it's holding that $8.
Yeah, I still think this bottom of 7 is what you want to wait out for here again today. I mean, we've seen Opendoor move multiple dollars pretty much every single day. So like all of these candles are not small. They're quite aggressive moves, right? I mean, yesterday we went 7 to 9. The day before that, we went the other way. We went 8 to 7. So today, although it's not negative news, it's actually good news. And the fact that it's up with a negative market lets me believe that maybe this move is already happening and it's time to get back to $9. So I just thought that 9 right here in the morning, down to 8 with a positive look so far today, I think that that's exactly right. That level of $8 needs to hold, and if it doesn't, then I think it's 7. I'm not going to look at it early, but I do think that break of 8 is something that's interesting. But you're looking at a 5-minute chart, it's not that interesting because a break of 8 just goes down to 760 there. So I think you're trying to play like the sort of the extremes, which I don't know if we get back to 9, and if we do, I think that's worth a short, into about 920, 925 or so up here, just to see if it wants to get going again. So yeah, again, I like the stock. The other one was Better Home, BETR. So just to give a better idea there, I want to go short if it's at 9, and I don't want the long until about 7, 7.25. On Open Door. So we'll just wait. This was a name that got busted up there on Eric Jackson. Again, another call on the home business. And I like what you were saying, the iBuyers. Like, I do believe that there is going to be a resurgence in the housing market, right? Especially if we do get these rates down. There's only like a 7-month inventory or something on homes, so it's not completely huge at all. Fannie Mae yesterday, we talked about sort of the huge increase that this stock has had. It does make that bump back down in. I was telling the guys back there, I think I want to buy this name in between 11 and 12 somewhere. So if we do get another move down for Fannie into this 1150 or so, I think that's a buy spot there. So that's what we're going to want to do there. If this is a little more interesting to me, for a longer term hold than an Open Door. So I think Fannie Mae is something down here between 11 and 12 bucks. So that's what we're gonna wait to see if that can get down there as well. Did CLSK, I think CleanSpark today did something with, what? CLSK. Clean
that's
Spark.
right.
Yeah, why didn't it? Oh, okay. I must have, did I hit the Canadian one?
It's Blue Ocean's the first on the drop down, always.
Always drops down. Okay. I thought I heard something about Bitcoin with these guys earlier today, but maybe not. So down 4% there. Oh yeah, there it is, Blue Ocean down there. Clean Spark. Okay, that's a nothing burger. Yeah, crypto is sucking, but it is making a little bit of a bounce back right now. Someone in the chat just mentioned right there, nice little recovery right there for BTC. So market still going down, Bitcoin trying to recover a little bit. Is the same true with Ethereum? We don't have, like I said, we don't have crypto on there, but we will get to it. Ethereum kind of hovering around a key level as well. All right, it's Oklo time. I heard about this on Kramer last night, yeah, boy, it's getting hit here in this AM.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to hold 110.50, I guess, right now, but down big time here for the, I guess, formerly chaired by Sam Altman nuclear company here for OKLO. Still a decent amount of room if you zoom out here to the downside to go here.
Yeah, Brendo, this is interesting. They completed a good test yesterday, and Goldman also chiming in on Oklo, so we'll start with the test that they completed. They completed something called a full-scale flow test of a prototype fuel assembly made specifically for the U.S. Department of Energy's Argonne National Laboratory. The test measured the parameters such as the pressure drop, the coolant flow distribution, and essentially what it does is it proves real-world benchmarks against their simulations. The testing marks a step, obviously, towards commercialization of the small modular reactors, SMRs, validating the designs and the durability. Separately, Goldman initiated coverage with a neutral rating, Brendo, but $117 price target. The analyst there cites Oklo's Aurora Powerhouse, which is a sodium-cooled fast fission SMR small modular reactor, as kind of key to the project, with commercialization for such expected in late 27, early 28. They also have an own and operate model, Brendo. That's kind of their move, which offers, according to the analyst here, greater control and recurring revenue potential.
Yeah, this is what I was pointing toward, the initial breakout here on the daily chart back at 85. So, I mean, we're at 110, but down significantly, guys.
And unfortunately, I don't think this one's going to be about the fundamentals for a while. You know, the time comes where I think people start paying a little more attention to that when it comes to stock price. But yeah, we got a question about this in the afternoon, and I suppose there won't be a flat bottom break on Oklo because it gapped through everything, more or less. I want to point out there was some large chunk size selling at like $116 in the pre-market, so like that might be a thing, but that flat bottom break is all the way at like 120 to 121, like in this range here for the breakdown. So yeah, I mean, that, as far as I'm concerned, that move happened. So as far down as we are now, like I wouldn't mind even looking for just like a reversal bump if you see close to that 100 level. It's a psychological. It'll be SSR because it's down over 10%, but yeah, I mean, the flat bottom, sometimes it just gaps on through it. So, and I don't know, maybe it could bounce like $10. If it bounces $10, then it would be interesting for me to look at. Otherwise, I think I'm passing on Oklo today.
Yeah, I mean, 100, I think, for Oklo is where you want to look at, and could get that today down another 10%. I hope not. But, small modular reactors are the thing right now, and that's what they're talking about with Oklo. And why not NuScale, which symbol is actually SMR, and they've been getting killed as well as of late to the downside there. So here's SMR. It looks like it wants to get into this area as well, between $32 to $34. So that's going to be a good little dip buy area, but I don't think so. I'm going to wait for this little gap fill to happen, right back down into $30. It's like on days when the market's down and all these stocks are red, that's the way you're supposed to be looking. In my opinion, you're not supposed to be looking long right now. This is just what I'm doing. So I'm not going to be looking anywhere long until we get dramatic moves. So what you can do is just mark them down. It might not happen today, but if you get more dramatic pull downs, right, in stocks that you like, then this one, again, if you're not in the energy space and you do believe in some of these nuclear plays for powering all these data centers and everything like that, remember, none of them are making money yet. You're going to have to take shots if you like it, and I don't think a shot is required yet. And I think that you got it between this $28 and $30 mark right here. So I think this is a good spot for SMR. And even looking today, I still think the trend is your friend on the way down. We're always going to look at the 200 period moving average. So that's 38.50. That's close. That could happen as well. So if that comes into play, let's see if we can hang around, and then we'll smack it back down to the downside and see if that's what it wants to do. But right now the futures are going up, and we've got a better than expected GDP print. So the market could be okay here, just really right now feeling a little bit of ways. It's all NASDAQ, right? I mean, the ES is down half, NASDAQ's down 0.7, well, was down 0.75% to 0.5%. So it's a little more aggressive in some of these names, and it's the big guys that are getting sold off, right? The richest company in the world here, NVIDIA, by market cap, is leading the way, and that's going to push down, the NASDAQ more heavily than its weighting is in the S&P 500, right? And so there's some big boys pulling this thing down. A lot of sectors are still okay. We had a nice move up there in energy, and then even yesterday, or even today, right now, gold, when I was looking before, was actually up. So there are some strength. Come on, charts. All right, 0.32 once it finally loads. So gold still hovering near highs as well. So if we do think that there's going to be some, dollar problems, the VIX ripping out, dollars going higher. So maybe you might want to look to see a play in gold today if that starts going, and plays like Barrick Gold or Newmont Mining or things like that could be in for that. And FCX yesterday, by the way, copper is at highs, and FCX had an accident in one of their mines yesterday. So they went whoop there to the downside. This was another play that we did not have a chance to look at yesterday. But if you are looking to diversify, I don't know if we'll have Raheem next week, I guess, but this play for copper is something as well. So talk about new homes, talk about, global economy. If you believe in it, copper is something that could definitely work, and we've seen a huge move since that bottom. And it's not a tech name, this is to diversify, because you're not going to get like the 10% moves a day or anything like that unless you have some sort of an accident, which unfortunately they had yesterday. So yeah, Sebastian, I don't know. I don't want to invest in FCX. I was just bringing it up because there's a lot of people that are looking to get some metal exposure, and that one just had a huge move down yesterday based on something that's not fundamentally about their business. It's just something that they're going to have to get back with that. So, okay, LAC, the Clippers are probably in trouble again.
Yeah, another gap to the upside here. Daily chart still just absolutely crazy after the move we saw yesterday on the government note. Here we are now pushing $7. Better part of 20% at the highs this morning. We're off from that, though.
Yeah, we're trading this on the midday show yesterday as a small cap gapper, Brendo, even though, technically
definitely
doesn't fit the category. So here's the deal. If you missed a headline yesterday, the Trump administration is in talks to take another stake in LAC Lithium Americas, which seeks about a $2.25 billion government loan for its Nevada lithium mining project. The Department of Energy is reviewing the conditions to protect taxpayers, potentially requiring stricter terms. Officials have voiced concerns over the viability of the project, right? And the potential risk that taxpayer money may go into a very volatile lithium market, really dominated by the Chinese. So it's basically about the Thacker Pass project, which would become the largest known lithium deposit in the U.S., obviously reducing reliance on foreign suppliers. This was initially championed by the Biden administration, who supported the project, with GM, for their part, committing $945 million to help bring it online. But here's GM's role. GM is actually under some pressure here to maintain its commitments as the exclusive lithium offtake partner. So the potential conditions include a take or pay agreement, which would obligate GM to actually buy the lithium from Lithium America, even if they don't need it, which would obviously ensure good revenue for Lithium America, but may hurt GM. Without finalizing the loan, Brendo, the Trump administration seeks possibly or more rigorous terms. If there's no deal that's in place, that would have to halt construction at the Thacker Pass project and have to furlough about 800 people, which is not a good look.
We were talking lower lows earlier this morning with Luis over in Spain. That's looking a little like one here, guys, for LAC right now.
Yeah, for now, look, it's a bullish story, no question about it. You now have a 1.1 million buy-in balance on LAC as well, 900,000 buy-in balance on Intel, 750 sell on BBAI, 600,000 sell on QS, 470,000 sell on Oklo, Oracle in there for 300,000 to the sell side. So just because it has a buy-in balance doesn't mean it's going to go up. But overall, if we don't get a shot, like this gave VWAP like 3 separate times, and 2 of them were about like 10% bounce plays on LAC yesterday. So obviously, well, I mean, to me, like if it does the play of regaining the volume weighted average price and breaking out 740, then buying dips. If it breaks this level, then buying dips into 7 is going to be a thing. Until that happens, the prior day high range in this $6, it closes literally 601. So like your prior day high is about 620, and then the 601 level, that's the spot that I'd look for a bit of a curl. I'd much prefer this break it out, like in the open yesterday, where you take the break and then you're just buying the dip off VWAP. But if that doesn't happen, got to wait for that 6 to 620 level.
All right, so I think that, lithium is going to obviously be a key part of the story here as we move forward. We just heard, 4 spies from GM, and it's been hit so badly, this LAC, right? So I think there is a lot of room to go to the upside, especially if you do get, the government, the contracts, let's get that lithium out of the ground. And honestly, like, it's going to work. I feel like the market wants this name. We saw MP Metals go to the upside, continue going up after the recent announcement of the U.S. buying a piece into MP Metals. And oh no, is my chart going to crash? Load. So there we go. There's the extension there, and then there's the forward pull, even higher than where we've got. So, since that deal has really respected the 50-period moving average. So LAC's 50-period moving average on the daily is going to be way off now, obviously, because of what we're doing. So let's let this thing settle down just a little bit. But yeah, I think it has enough juice to get back to $7 today, and then take out VWAP. And when you clear VWAP, then it's a long back up to the high side. So I think we just got to get above the 705 area and then go long on LAC. So that's a play that I'll be looking at here today. The short float doesn't really matter on it because I think this name works. 630 bottom, I think that's fine as well. Right into there, yesterday's close, $6. So yeah, I like the long. Let's take the long break above that 720 area that's in right here. So I think that's going to be a good little look there for the long, back up to $8 today. So I think LAC somewhere to look, especially if this market continues to bleed. There has to be some longs. LAC right now still strong, up 10%.
Exactly.
All right, Micron, we'll wrap things up here with MU 2 days in a row, actually, if you zoom out a little bit. I mean, the aftermarket, 3 days in a row potentially here. We're back to lows currently here for Micron. I mean, there's a few analyst notes that are kind of cautionary this morning, pointing back to what we learned yesterday, but a lot of selling yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of selling, Breno. There was a decent earnings report, but we did end up closing the day red. There's a possible competitor coming out of China. Let's talk about this. YMTC, which is China's top flash memory chip maker, is actually planning to expand into DRAM manufacturing. It's a strategic shift for Beijing. Obviously, they want to accelerate their efforts to achieve semiconductor sufficiency, but this all really started when Washington, back in December, put export controls on high bandwidth memory to China, which is a key component, obviously, for AI chipsets, with the Chinese tech giants like Huawei and ByteDance vying for their own DRAM. The shortages of HBM, high bandwidth memory, have become urgent for Beijing. So they're actually trying to develop their own here. They're going to compete with Micron, SK Hynix, and Samsung, Brendo, who dominate the high bandwidth memory business.
Just seeing a repost, I guess, or it's being regurgitated here for anyone looking at this. A CIFR, Cipher was that Google tie-up this morning. Just made a day low here, but the story itself being circulated again, this was out much earlier.
We got the Thursday countdown for the opening bell. Looking for some pop and fades on Palantir and Tesla as well. But Beta Pro bringing you the opening bell, get 3x leverage through them. Check them out. I want to thank them for the sponsorship. But Palantir, and like everything else, kind of pop into the upside right away. Like first look. Almost immediately is just absolutely jamming here. So this is coming right into 178. Big move up there for PLTR. Tesla, I wanted to get to Tesla very quickly as well. I'm offering 440. I mean, 440 has been a thing on the stock. 430 to 440 every single day, right? So today, well, it's already at 431 and breaking down. I'm not going to cancel. It's the open. Like you could run the bottom and still get up to the top. So I'm not going to cancel the order to look for the short. And Lithium America is something we're looking at right off the bell, as it is trying to hold right away at that low. See if we can get back through 7 and hold that VWAP. I mean, small caps could be the jam for the long today with the market looking weak.
All right, so we didn't get to go over Micron too much, but I like the short between 160 to 161 with a break rate here of 155. Andre, if you got to go to my screen here, right there, 155. So 160 to 155 break. We're going to see if that comes in. So I'm waiting for Micron to get to that low, which it looks like it wants to do. We should have shorted 158, obviously, in hindsight there. The other play, of course, we wanted was the short of the NASDAQ. I mean, there it goes. We had written down 100, but that's when it was at 100. Now it's way down, so we're going to have to try to fade something there if that does come into play. So Micron there. And then Ethereum was the next play to go short. They're getting close to those levels as well, but the 200 period, we still need to get up to there right now. So not into anything yet. And then we also wanted to play Intel if it did dip, and it's not. I mean, it had that dip early. At least we were like, okay, if there's going to be a strong name, it was going to be Intel was the one that we were going to try to pick on. But right now, we just got to wait, man. Open door. Let's look at something that might be moving around a little bit here. Yeah, open door back into $8. Yeah, not really doing too much.
LAC's trying to go.
Is LAC trying to go?
I mean, it's up back through 7 here, okay, trying to hold on to VWAP. So this one, it might be the first. We'll see. I mean, it's actually starting to struggle at that $7 level. Just as I was saying was catching a bid over 7 and the volume weighted average price, there it goes. It starts selling into VWAP, unfortunately, there for LAC. Wow, Tesla. Okay, well, now I'm canceling the offer on Tesla. Yeah, you can forget about the pop when it just dropped through 430. So yeah. Tesla is tanking. I wanted to double check on Apple. Apple's holding up pretty well. So Apple's actually still green. This is the only the only Mag 7A. It's the only Mag 7A I looked at this morning. It's green. If there's another one that's green, don't at me. But Apple was the one I was paying attention to. Holding on to yesterday's lows. If you're holding on to yesterday's lows, that's a very good sign if you're a big cap tech company. So Apple, for now, deserves to be in the good bucket. Come on, LEC, do something.
I'm still waiting for Micron. I mean, we should have just shorted it right away, but it just got into 155 and didn't do much there. So I don't know. I'm trying to follow. Like VWAP right now is 157. If we can get a climb up into 157, maybe we can start the trade there. But I'll take a small piece. And it'll be a small one if it does pop up into that area there, 157. I do have many higher offers than that, up near 160, but we didn't get anything near there. So I was trying to use the 200 period moving average and then some of those closes from yesterday to fade out on Micron as there's more competition coming in the space, right? There's some Japanese outfit yesterday that's moving into the DRAM space. So not a great look early there for Micron, in my opinion, anyways, right now. But yeah, just looking at these futures, maybe there is a way that we can get involved. I still do want to get short the Qs. It's just a matter of where and when, right? So we got to wait for some kind of a pop back into this area right now. Nasdaq's only down 0.7. The market's down half. What was pretty... I don't know who's hitting that. That must have been a mistake.
What was that?
Right there, we have 10,000 watching, so thank you for all of that. Hopefully one of us will get in position at some point. 314 and change right now. JP Morgan holding some highs right now in the day. But it's just really, the only thing that I'm seeing is Tesla is making a continued move down here. This is down now $10 off the open, so that's not good. Now down 3.5% as here we go, downside for Tesla. So this is the one here that really seems to be motoring. And damn you, Qs, man. We called this short, but bold move early to go short, I feel like, when it's already down 0.7. But yeah, it's going right now, man. Maybe 99.40, 99.50 if we get back up there. But no love right now for the TQs as the market continues to go down.
Yeah, the market just continues to flush. You said it with that Tesla there. Open door maybe, because LAC doesn't seem to want to hold that 7 level, but we now just had a close. So $8 held. That was the range I was looking for. 8 to 8.25 was the range. As long as we can close holding this $8 level, I'll take the first shot there. I thought it was going to be LAC because it's still battling that $7 level. If it can catch a little bit more buying, there it goes. So I know I'm kind of on open door, but I just saw the corner of my eye LAC go, and I had to get over to that one to try to pick it up, and I might have just missed it as I was looking at open door. So I'm going to try to get this one off at $8. Going to throw a stop in here. Just needed to close above 8 here on a 3-minute, as it's been nothing but downside even for this small cap name, unfortunately. Yeah, just not the strength, not the strength enough to short any of the pops that I was looking for, which is part of the game. You know, if you're looking to short pops, you don't always get what you want. But LAC, I just got some 6s as that one's trying to hold. So it made the break, it broke that 720, buy it VWAP, prior bar low was gonna be the out, kind of like always. And let's see if a small capper can actually do something here off of the open. Because really it's just the market tanking at this point. Like Tesla hasn't even caught a bid yet. 427 on Tesla. Crazy.
Man, we nailed the call on the short, but we're not in it, right? So right now I'm going to go into something Ethereum. Right now I'm going to take that short. It's one of the names that I've really thought about, the short. So it's here, so we're going to take it. It's my first position right now. Short ETHA. Just following our rules now, right? I mean, this was a name that we wanted to get short, so now we're in it. Let's see how far we can go. That bottom right here has been 29.95. So if we can get 10% out or so for that, I think that would be worth doing. So we'll put about 10% down there and then see if it wants to continue to fade. We're just short at $30.13. So so far so good. A quick little dime right now. Hopefully that can move around just a little bit. Let's check it out. I just keep looking up to see if there's anything moving around, right? So Intel back up to 32. Great move there. Don't really understand that kind of a play, so we'll hold off to see what Intel wants to do for now. Micron, 156, not doing what I was hoping. I thought it would move around a little bit more than this. We still are waiting for that short. Also a 155 break. I don't mind there on Micron if that can come into play. The reason why the 155 is, if you just sort of zoom back out right into here, this bottom right there is 155. So we'll see if we can break through there right now. This is also not a bad level, 157, which is where we're sitting now in case we get a pop. So that's okay. Intel was the only one so far, unless Palantir. I saw Palantir.
No, Palantir went up. It almost got to 178. Well, yeah, it almost got to 178 up there. That's a little frustrating. That did not get into some of that supply from yesterday. But yeah, maybe Palantir gets up there for a fade. I only said Intel went up with a question mark on it because I thought if that got to 33, that would be a little bit much off the open. But this is the only thing that's getting bought up right now. LAC, I mean, I'm long at 6. It's at 6. 706. It is just barcoding the $7 level right now. So I'm kind of looking at some other things that might be at the levels that we might like, and it could just be Palantir short, I think, potentially. Well, Palantir's really losing VWAP now, so I don't think we'll get another shot at 77 to 78. Might have to look at either volume weighted average price. If we lose that, try to get another fade here on PLTR. At some point. And let us know in the chat if you're putting symbols in, because I've seen a few out there. Reminder, everyone out there, we have record viewers, almost seems like on a daily basis, weekly. Put the $sign in. So if you're doing it, go $, let's say IBM. I saw someone put IBM, so we're just going to put IBM. $IBM, $, spot, $, whatever it might be, and then we'll have an idea of what it is that everyone's interested in that might be moving, or maybe you just have, maybe you got a position, who knows. But $, and then we can see, right now Oracle looks like it's leading the board. And Oklo, of course.
We took some out here at $30 here on Ethereum, $30.01. Just took out 5%. So hopefully this can fade back here, and we got the short that we want here for ETHA. I mean, this is broken below the levels that we had sort of mentioned here, even on the daily chart. So this is why we wrote it down. We had broken through. We're looking for a short here. We've been calling this short for a couple weeks now, so it's nice to finally print. Here we go. We are at 96s. We just need a bid. There it is. Yes, sir. We're starting it again, man. Those of you that have been watching for a couple weeks now know what we're trying to do here. So Neil's got the long LAC right now, and you can just check at the bottom. I've got the short on Ethereum. So just two positions right now, one long, one short. Let's see if it wants to work out. I am still waiting for Micron to do something. This might not be the trade that I was hoping for because it's just not moving off this 156. I'd sort of hope for a little bit more excitement into this play. I'm going to try to go a little bit short at 156.50, then up to 157. The ultimate break, though, for me would be like, I guess, this 158 area. If we break above there, then we can get out. But for right now, man, there it is. It's Ethereum with the banger for 20 cents. We'll see if it can get even a little lower than that, obviously. But so far, so good over here. Just two positions as we roll through. I see the chat. Are you in position? Half right now. So Neil and I both yes, and hopefully you guys can find your way into something, or if not, sit on your hands, kind of like I'm doing. Just wait for the best trades. I think we got it with Ethereum right now.
Yeah, I think it's the right one. I mean, the market is absolutely crushing to the downside. We just went past that 1% mark. I saw someone mention BBI taking a little bit of it. So I'm now into Palantir. That was the short that was the first short I wanted, but this is not even the price that I wanted, unfortunately, because we wanted up at 177, and it was just busting through 175. So sometimes you got to take it as it's breaking and losing the volume weighted average price. LAC finally decided to move. We're going to go to there in a quick little second. LAC finally started to move. We took the breakout at VWAP, but prior bar low is going to be the out. It tried to go. I was only looking for a small cap to the long side, and this one just doesn't want to be it. Yesterday it was fantastic 3 times. So far we'll go 0 for 1 on it. So Palantir short, and let's go to Adara at the desk.
I just want to let you guys know we do have commentary coming from Fed's Schmidt. He's mostly talking about the balance sheet, but just be aware he is speaking. He also did say that the closer the Fed comes to hitting its mandates, the more surgical policy will become. So once again, like Jerome Powell did on Tuesday, we're seeing a little bit of concern from Fed members with regards to the policy path going forward. Again, Fed Schmidt speaking mostly about, I guess, the balance sheet. And I do want to remind you guys, no economic data at 9:45. At 10 a.m., though, we will be getting existing home sales and more Fed speak, this time from Fed's Bowman. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
All right, taking some more out here on Ethereum. As you know, we'll go 1 for 1 over here. As yeah, I know Neil just was in that LAC. I said that I was going to wait for 6 and change. So hopefully we can get back into $6, and we'll see if that can work. But yeah, nasty move down over there. We can check out what's going on Open Door quickly as well. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe. Keep that going. There goes Open Door right now back into $8 again. So we'll have to watch out to see that's bouncing right now off the 200 period moving average on your 5-minute chart. So that could be a bouncing area. But like I had said, I don't really worry too much about this. I think 7 or 9, and I know that's crazy, but in the middle here of $8, for me, it's not really enough juice there to get involved, you know. So we're going to pass on that. And then I'm still waiting for Micron to do something. Honestly, it might be, if anything, trying to build up to make a move higher right now, Micron, because it's not going lower. So that's a little bit of a pause for concern. I'm hoping that it can pop and we can get a fade into that one right there. But yeah, this is what we're doing. And you know, we had written it down when the Nasdaq was only down 0.6. You know, our number one trade was shorting the market. The market has now doubled what it was when we were talking about it. So it continues to be red, and this is not a one-day thing. I've been short here, the market now for 3 straight days. So, you know, now it's finally starting to pay off a little bit here. If you had held any of those things overnight, of course, we're sitting here on props, so not possible for us to do that. But it is possible for us to put on some winners. And right there, Ethereum, big time right now into the ring of fire right now as Ethereum heading to the downside. It's a 30-cent winner right there. So that's 1% now. In the money here on a $30 name. So we'll start to take a little bit more out. Now Micron's finally starting to dip down a little bit. I still like that punch through 155. So let's see if that winds up happening. But all good, man. We're going to go 1 for 1 pretty big right now. So far, so good. Yeah, let's go back over and see if Palantir's doing anything.
It is. It just went 75 to 74 half. And we're going to play this under VWAP as long as it holds. Intel already back at the lows. And that didn't want any part of $33 on Intel. Sometimes it's just how it is. So look, this is Palantir. It's down 2.5%. if the NASDAQ remains down, typically Palantir is going to do more of whatever the NASDAQ does. So I would anticipate if we stay trend down, if that has a little bit more. But Intel, bit of a missed opportunity. As I know, like I said 33, so it didn't get to $33. You're now under the volume weighted average price. I'm not saying the deal didn't make any sense to me, this whole Apple story. So I kind of felt there'd be some profit taking on it. And with the market doing this, eventually it's going to go down. So I'm going to look for the VWAP trade as well here on INTC. See if we can grab this one back at 31.5. LAC just seems like it's done. If it's not holding, like I said, if it's not holding that volume weighted average price tightly, then I'm waiting all the way down into $6. Right, so we're waiting for 6. It's at 6.5. Lots of time for that to get there.
So we're just getting some more out of Ethereum again right now as we got some good drips down, right? We got 86, 87. We'll take a 94 right now as we start to empty out a little bit. We already got the move that we wanted to, so let's not be greedy pigs getting slaughtered right there. So we're not going to do that, obviously. Let me get out a little bit more here. There we go. We'll get out some more at 97. Just easing out of this trade now in half of it again as well. All right, what else here? We do have obviously this live board going for you guys, so hit the $, get in there. It's 9:45 right now. What numbers do we have out today? Let's just double check here. We already had those numbers come at 8:30. So at 10 o'clock, we have existing home sales, and then Fed's Bowman, and then Fed's Bar. So we don't have too much going on here the rest of the day. Existing home sales will be what they are. The market shouldn't really react too much to that, I wouldn't think. It's Coreweave's day today, up 0.39. Oklo down 12. Amazon, let's pause this for a second. Right now, Oklo down 13. LAC, tough trade early, but down to 650. We'll see if that can catch a bid there as well. Open Door, Amazon, Lumen Technologies, that PEPG is right there. Big Bear AI, we've talked about getting out of that one, so that was a good trade, it looks like. Intel going upside as well.
Nope.
So it's down. Is it flat now?
It's up on the day,
Right.
but it's only going down.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, as goes the market, right? So the market's trying to battle back a little bit right now. We didn't want Intel until 29. Okay, nice move again here for Ethereum. Let me take something else out at 92 if we can get it. It just was trying to get down there. But here we go, man. Micron, our first trade for Micron is now in. I like the short there. We waited for this. Let's see what work it has to do now. I mean, this 58.50, I think, is where we want to leave that to, which is the 200 period moving average. So we'll ease in and out of this trade, but it looks like, hey, again, Neil, there it is again, another winner to go on with our 2-for-2 start to the day here. Let's see how far Micron can go. Hopefully a lot lower than where it is right now.
Absolutely, and just a big shout out to Beta Pro. We had them at the open, want to shout them out because when the market is moving, everybody, you want to be paying attention to where you can get leverage. And if you're a Canadian trader, then you've got 6 triple leveraged ETFs, 3 times bull, 3x bear exposure TSX 60 and S&P 60. Semiconductors, you got US Treasuries, and even better, everybody, they got a special fee rebate. So management fees are dropping to just 65 basis points until the end of this year, December 31st. And on top of that, you got currency hedging, so you neutralize USD exposure. These times that actually matters a lot, providing performance that's going to more accurately reflect the underlying equity indices. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. It's another way to be able to do that, everybody. So shout out to Beta Pro there. We got so we're short underneath VWAP on Palantir, but now we actually reloaded it up top here at that 77 level. It might run the top. This is the level we liked before. This one's trying to go. There it just ran it. So early short was good, but we just shorted it back in that 77 level, and we'll take the L on PLTR. Unfortunately, I still want LAC, but it doesn't want to get down to 6. We risked the first trade, we risked 10 to 15 penny range on, and I'm looking for a similar thing down here at the $6 level. It happens to be holding the prior low, the prior high very well. So I'm open to the idea that you're holding the prior high and this pre-market low, and I can do a little bit of a trade here if I can risk 10 to 15 pennies off the low of the day as well. This and Open Door, couple of relatively, I mean, there's small cap name. Well, okay, fine. Open Door is not a small capper. It's over 2 billion market cap, so I guess I can't call it a small cap. But you know what I mean when I say it. So it's showing a lot of strength and coming back in. This one's back above the volume weighted average price. So I think all systems go to take a VWAP shot here on Open Door. Those are the only two things I was looking long. So if it's over VWAP, I'm going to take the shot on Open Door on that long and risk it back into 80.
All right, we're building a position in Micron, so hopefully that will work out for us. I don't know. We waited for it to pop up. We're short here at 80s. So, thank you, Mr. Bucking.
Thanks, Randy.
That is,
appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Very, very nice. Any update on Studio 8 that you'd like to give to us?
Raining out. Well,
So no update on Studio 8.
Rain is good.
Rain is good. We are painting.
We need the rain, I think.
Ooh,
Dry fall paint.
drywall painting.
Dry fall painting.
Where? Over
There.
over there. Okay.
So we spray it up, you hit stuff, and then as it
Not
falls,
that
it
black
dries.
stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the good
yeah,
stuff.
that stuff was lovely.
It's makes a mess, but it's gonna be
hopefully we
done.
can
So
control over that. Okay,
Yeah.
good. So all right, so nothing that anybody will be able to see, but work is being done, and we look forward to Studio 8 coming through. So
Big change.
I'm not doing anything until 158.50, man. I mean, I'm just going to try to layer into this trade. If it blows up, it blows up. The market is now coming back up to the upside. We've emptied our clip now more and more on Ethereum. We got some more outs. We actually got a great dip buy there just moments ago into 89.90s right there 5 minutes ago. I don't know what that was about, but we got it. And then we get another 96 right now as we start to fade just a little bit now on these plays. So yeah, all in all, it's all good, but we just got to wait. I'm trying to build into Micron. Micron got good news, right? I mean, it was a good earnings report. There's no doubt about that. It got faded out just a little bit right there. So we'll just average into it. We have about 1.5 units right now. I'll get like the 4 units, but it's got to get up here. It's got to get back to the 200 period moving average where we can fade a little bit. Maybe something here at 158. We can try again into that area, but 158.50 is my blowout stop. So if we can get upside, we'll take that shot right now with Micron. There it goes. Let's go, Micron. Nice little move back down to the downside. Hey, Sharif, this is what happens when we back in the building, baby. There it goes. Nice move down to the downside right now for Micron. So we're going to go 2 for 2 right here on this side. But I think this is maybe a call for Adara, or if not, we can go over and see what Neil's up to.
Well, you guys know we actually got an early existing home sales print, and it was stronger than expected. 4 million here for existing home sales. That is stronger than the forecast of 3.95 million, though it is slightly below the previous print of 4.01 million. Again, early existing home sales print today, guys, but get ready. We still will have Fed's Bowman beginning to speak at 10 a.m. No other 10 a.m. numbers. Again, that print did come in early. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Lots of Fed speak today, but not all of them are voting members. So make sure we pay attention to Bowman a heck of a lot over there. Open Door just absolutely flew. Just checking out Palantir because I'm trying to get back into Palantir. Open Door just blasted through VWAP and won another 25 to the 850 level. Don't forget 850 was actually the high yesterday. It was the move in the aftermarket when they got the Jane Street disclosing an investment in Open Door. Jane Street had already invested. I'm looking for the pullback here, not taking the break of the high, not in this market. We're going to play this next dip into VWAP. Only 2 places I wanted long are that and LAC. And LAC is starting to come back as well. So we'll see if we can get one of these two on the next available dip. Palantir has to get back into that 77.5, 70, 78 area for me here. And there is a halt, although my halt scanner for you guys saying SPRC halted. It's not showing up on my halt scanner, but I can tell you it's halted to the downside. Tap of 612 for anyone that's asking. SPRC halted, another one of these small cap runners. This is where I think the juice is going to have to be to the upside. For me, it's Open Door or LAC, and Open's the one that's going right now.
All right. Keep grinding over there. You'll find it. We're also waiting. We're just waiting now. We've only taken out, honestly, a quarter, 20% or so of this Micron. Hopefully, it continues to drop. I mean, it didn't even drop that much there. Like with this market kind of making that move. If anything, we should have shorted the futures there at the 50-period moving average. So that would have been something to do, but we didn't. So that would have been a play there to get involved with. But, we're still short Micron. I still like this play. Let's go over and see if there's anything else going on. We did have Oklo today. Was OKLO was also a big story early, and it's really not done a whole heck of a lot this morning. I mean, for sure, here in the pre-market, we dipped down into that 108 area and sort of held, and then we just now on open came into 110. I don't mean it hasn't done anything. It has a $6 range. It's quite a nice move, but it's just kind of like floating around the pre-market levels there as well, and waiting for those bottoms of 109. The other stuff that we wrote down here was TQ short, Micron short, Ethereum short, Intel long. So right now we have the bangers. I mean, I don't know. It's two trades. It's two positions, 2 wins so far here. And we just wait to see what happens with Micron. So I'm kind of just doing this. What's up, Mercas? What's the question you want to ask? Same question to me. Ask it again if you want. I didn't see it. Look, man, I'm trading with a little bit bigger size. I'm trying to hold on to this Micron. So this, for me, is going to be the one trade here. And, we'll trade completely, different names. Let us know if there's something you guys want to do in the chat. I've traded Open Door. I've traded LAC, all these names, Big Bear AI. Doesn't matter the price of this stock. I'm looking for opportunity. So if there is opportunity, let me know, and we'll head right over there as well. So there it is, Miracos. Do I think Open Door could spike if it squeezes? Well, yeah, that would be what causes the spike. And $8, nice move higher right there for Open Door. I don't know if Neil's been in it. I know you had
LAC, but not Open Door.
And PLTR.
Open Door bounced off at 8, but it was a heavy bounce off the $8. If I'm taking a reversion trade, I never really chase the first candle when it breaks the trend. Like if it goes, it essentially shot 40 cents up on the first candle, which to me, then I have to risk to the prior bar, and I'm not risking 40 pennies on that trade because that's just unrealistic. There was one name in my note that has not come anywhere close to the level I want. That's going to be Circle. I was trying to give it some time, see if it could get back to a 130 level. That obviously hasn't happened. It is holding underneath the volume weighted average price, so this is the other symbol that I am watching right now in addition to Palantir, Open Door, and LAC. Here's Open. It's holding that 850 level. Still, it's battling the 850 level. I want VWAP, ideally, the VWAP dip early. We've seen this happen before where you get that test of VWAP right around 10 o'clock. I know LAC did this when it uptrended pretty much the entire day, so that's what I want to see happen here on Open. But if this market continues to try to put in a green candle, the other side of the coin is, okay, well, I like Circle for a short trade. And it has nothing, by the way, looking for a Circle short has nothing to do with this story about Circle, which I think is a terrible, terrible idea, looking at revocable and reversible blockchain transactions. We can talk about that later. I think that's a ridiculously stupid idea, but it has nothing to do with that. It's just a trend trade continuation here on Circle. Still a bad idea. I don't think it sells off on that. I just think it sells off in general with crypto.
Yeah, welcome to a little bit of money here today. Just 2 for 2, right? I mean, we'll go 2 for 2 every day if we can, because that's pretty much exactly what we're trying to do is find some winners. And again, my notes haven't hit exactly either, but we're just going to try to fade plays and make plays that we like. So there's Ethereum now making that move back in. We see Bitcoin trying to go downside here. Let's just take a quick look to see what other names are going in the crypto space. I know it has not been a very good ride right now. So here it goes. Let's have a quick look now. All right, so I'm just going to refresh just to make sure that we're all on the same page right here. So there goes Bitcoin 111.9 down there. There's Ethereum down 5%. Get ready for that to go down a lot more, I feel like. Ripple's at 280, so that's a very, very key price there for XRP. Solana's right back to where we bought it at $2 again right now. Cardano 78 cents. Dogecoin 23. So it is a big bleed right now, as you see 18% down in a week. 14% down in a week in Ethereum. But yeah, so that's why we continue to fade weak markets, right? And right now, crypto is a weak market. So we have that play on, one of the plays that we had listed out there for us again. This is not, I'm not sure I love this anymore, man. So 157.50 I'm going to wait for. If we do break through the 158.50 might even be too early. Maybe we even get out if it breaks 158. But we're just going to wait for Micron. Hopefully it doesn't give us those feels of, just complete ripping right now. I'm surprised at what we're doing here. Let me check out what's going on NVIDIA real quickly. We are at 10 o'clock. Fed's Bowman is speaking, so we could get some push and pull in the market there a little bit. NVIDIA also trying to dance backside now as well. So maybe there is a little bit of a play. And then the one name that I'd like to buy on dips that's coming in right now is Amazon. So Amazon, I said 210 by tomorrow. You're getting closer, man. It's 218 right now. I think that's a level that I'm going to put some dip buys in. So let's see if that can come into play. I hope it does so I can buy some, but at the same time, I don't want this market to tank. I'm just reading the tea leaves here a little bit. My wife just told me, what's a good rainy day dinner? So let me know in the chat if you guys have any ideas what I could tell her. Stupid sandwiches isn't bad. We have hockey and chess tonight, so you might be onto that. She made this amazing corn chowder the other day.
This type of weather, I'm all about a good soup. And it doesn't even matter as long as it's...
Chili is a good one.
Chili's a
and it's Thursday. Boom, that's going to work.
Oh, chili Thursday because it was football.
Chili will work. Yeah, she's always looking to make football
Arizona,
related.
Seattle.
Before
we go to Adara, just quickly, Coreweave just went red on the day. So this was the strong one. What was the story in Coreweave? They're trading higher. Company announced an expanded OpenAI agreement valued up to $6.5 billion. Apparently that's not enough to keep it in the green, at least for now. So pulling back into VWAP is Coreweave.
Yes,
let's go to Adara. I did jump into that circle. Let's see if you can get down into the lows. It's only about, it went to like 30, 40 pennies in the money, but I'm looking to add underneath the volume weighted average price. But let's go to the desk for Adara. It's 10 o'clock.
We're supposed to have numbers, but as I mentioned earlier, those actually came out early. So in case you guys missed it, at 10 a.m. or actually closer to about 9:50 a.m., we did get the release of existing home sales coming in higher than expected. 4 million versus 3.95 million estimate. We had a very eventful morning at 8:30 a.m. when it comes to economic data. Initial jobless claims a little bit lower than expected. GDP well above expectations as well. So economic data really in focus. Then tomorrow we will get not one, but two really notable prints. For one, the PCE, that is often referred to as the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. That'll become at 8:30 a.m. Then at 10 a.m., we'll be getting the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. Neil just mentioned this story. Either way, guys, keep an eye here in CRWV. Coreweave announcing an expanded agreement with OpenAI that could be valued at up to $6.5 billion. Then we have INTC. Intel, actually relatively strong on the day. They had a really great move into the close and yesterday's post-market on reports that the company is seeking an investment from Apple as part of its attempt to make a comeback. Seaport Global actually upgrading the name to neutral this morning. Last but not least, OPEN on watch. This name was mentioned earlier. Jane Street Group disclosing via a 13G filing they have an almost 6% stake in the company. Before we send you back to the guys, let's take a moment to thank our friends at OGen or Eugenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Like, subscribe. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. So, keep an eye on that Coreweave for sure. That's a big, it's the only relatively decent-sized company that had this morning good news, I want to say. Intel, of course, had good news last night, but see what they're doing with that. Oh, come on, LEC. It's trying. We haven't had a close above the volume-weighted average price yet, but it's certainly trying to go. I have an order to break out the local high, but I was kind of hoping it was going to hold VWAP there. It looks like it's not going to. A watch pot never boils, so I'm gonna stop staring at it, hoping that it breaks out. I got it up on a level 2. Gonna play inside this range here a little bit for Circle before we look at the low of the day. But I know you've been looking at ETH.
Yep.
So and obviously crypto adjacent is Circle, but Bitcoin trying to go. It found Circle and BTC have a similar chart. Like this is trying to bust that volume weighted average price. I think if we hold underneath, we're going to be good. But if I get out of Circle and I see this fail here at VWAP, I'll jump right back in underneath the volume weighted average price. I do want to have crypto up. And as I mentioned, Intel, it is on a collision course with that $33. Now up 4%. You don't have to make sense of it. It doesn't really matter if you think the Apple thing is happening. Now, they already got a government stake, and a lot of people think the bottom might be in for this, and $33 coming in very quickly. I want a trend break at that price, not standing in front of the moving freight train, but more along the lines of draw a trend line, watch it break anywhere close to that 33, and then jump into a potential short position. So this is not one where I'm just going to put an order and get in at 32.99 or something like that. I need a trend break up top here on Intel, as it is absolutely, squeezing is not the right word, but it is screaming to the upside. And it never broke the lows, unlike the market.
All right. Yeah, same kind of thing here for me, just thinking that this market might have just bottomed a little bit. We're not shorting the futures because we're still stuck in this Micron. We're out of Micron 40 cents right now. It's not going to be anything to too much worry about, but we did get some more out there at 30 on Ethereum, and now we only have 20% left. I am going to reload this at the 200 period moving average, but I have to wait for that to come through. So far, if we do get it, make sure you watch out for that play. And here comes Micron. Like I said, this is starting to go. So, the short, we're able to get something out on that first move down right here in the futures. But as the futures now, the NASDAQ gets going back to the upside, we have to watch out for that play. Like, I'm still going to use 58.50 because that was an area that I was concerned with in the morning. It's not the greatest. We said this already. NVIDIA's trying to battle back. A lot of these stocks now coming back in, right? I mean, Amazon was down to 218, now back to the upside. And there goes Micron as well. I'm just looking for a little bit of a, longer take right there. That's 58.50 that's really 58.90. I don't think we want to hold it for that bottom, but 58.50, some of these bottom wicks right there. I just want to give it kind of an even level there. And I just don't want to stop out right at 58, right where the 200 period moving average is. So that's what we're working with right now, reloading Ethereum a little bit higher. I know it was a tough look there on Palantir, but there's the move back higher. And this is the thing, man, we get stopped out because it hits levels and then it just blasts again. So, hey, man, I'm happy as on Palantir. This is a big position, but it's a nice move higher right there for PLTR. I still think 180 is an interesting fade spot. So if you get up another $1 and change, then so be it. Okay, here we go, man. 157.38. So this could be a reverse dollar loss right now, because if we take out 158.50, then we'll put a red mark on the day here with Micron. So that's something that I'm not looking to do, but it might be coming into play anyways right now, and that is a big break here on Micron. So let's see if it does continue to go a little bit higher. The trade right now, 157.40 is where we're short. We should take something out if it comes back to 157, but at this point, that looks like it's going to need the market to help us out right there. So far so good, but not great here on MU.
Thank you for the super chat, Kelvin GTS. You just held MP Materials from under 60 to 77 to under 60 to back up to 74, 75. Again, I think I am going crazy. I am slowly going crazy. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 switch. I love that song. I hate that song. It's my daughter got into it last year. So Intel's at that 33, which I'm staring down. But yeah, it's not going to break the trend line any second now. MP Materials, you have to sort of ignore the valuation here and recognize there's accumulation at the 50-period moving average. This was a stock that I bungled because it was this day. I'm like, oh, I want to buy this off the 50-period moving average. And I put a bid down, and then the next day they got a deal. And the deal was like a DOJ deal, and it went absolutely ham. And I'm like, well, I should have just bought it when it was close enough. So I'm 10% of a position in when it bounced the 50 period because I couldn't stomach getting all in twice the value that I was looking at getting the stock months ago. So I babied in. But the 50 period's been holding, so respect it. And if you're sweating it, then take the 10% bounce for something. And then buy the dip again if you like. It's just been holding so well and trending up, and I think it's in the right space. Let's go to Adair.
Just keep an eye here on AMZN, the company announcing that the United Launch Alliance deployed another batch of their Kuiper satellites into orbit this morning around 8:09 a.m. That's per Amazon's blog. Now, also, we do have comments coming from Fed's Bowman. We know one of the biggest things that's been really said by the Fed with regards to justifying the 25 basis point rate cut are concerns about the labor market. Now, Fed's Bowman is echoing these concerns, saying that the labor market right now is more fragile. Again, Fed's Bowman speaking. Be aware if there's anything else of note coming from Fed's Bowman, I'll let you guys know. She does tend to be, though, as of late, one of the more dovish Feds, her and Fed's Waller, and then, of course, Fed's Myron. So they're kind of all more on the dovish side. She is speaking right now. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah Darius. So I moved to a 1-minute chart on Intel because when it's going ham, sometimes I move to a lower time frame chart to see if the trend will break. The 3 minutes gone absolutely parabolic at this point. So it's hugging it pretty closely. It's going to, if it happens, and that's an if the trend breaks, it'll probably happen relatively quickly in there as it's trying to go. I can tell you the other things. Open's still not closing above VWAP, and that's the same thing with LAC. I'd love to get back into the long in either one of them, but neither one wants to hold the volume weighted average price. I have a stop breakout for LAC 720. I'm ready to go if it can hold and close above the volume weighted average price, but it just does not. Neither one of those seem to want to go today. But when the market bounces, the money goes into buying like those quality names that are going upside. So maybe it'll take a little bit of a curl, and then those two can get going. Intel now 7% to the upside. Wow, Intel.
Let's go.
Yeah, maybe that 38 level could come a little sooner than I thought.
Yeah, let's go. As soon as that comes, we will be emptying the clip, getting that powder, and then buying better companies with that powder. Okay, so Micron's trying to come back in just a little bit here, but again, we did have a decent reload. I mean, we could have been a little bit more patient. These are the levels that we finally, actually not even. I was saying wait for 155 to break. That never happened, and that might have been the sign there that maybe the long is right down in and around that area. I mean, we kind of, when it was at 157, we called 155. It gets down to 155.50, but the short is finally starting to move just a little bit in for us. I'm going to take like 10% out here at 50. Actually, yeah, let's do 10%. Let's do a little bit less than 10% here. It already came down into 50. Okay, so I'm now bidding 57s there to get a little bit more out. All right, our first position here on the TQs just came in. I have to reassess this one because it is back here at the 200 period as well. So I don't want to be double the short here in the market, but 99.75 or so.
180 in green.
What was that?
Palantir's $180.
Palantir is, oh man, thanks for telling me that one. That's a good one. Okay, here comes Micron right now. We're back into the money on this one. Ye of little faith I was by getting out of that 10%, but let's see now if we can fall back in just a little bit there for Micron. And then the future short, 99.75 is really an area that I want to look at here again, right there. 99.50 is where we just came into. Let's give this one to 99.70, let's go 99.81. If it breaks higher than that, we'll get out. But Micron needs to get to the downside again right now. So we just taken a little bit of a bid there. We're now flat on this trade. Let's let Micron work out just a bit more for us here and see if it will fall back. So right now, futures and Micron short. Ethereum, we're small. We're looking to get a little bit more up here.
Well, Open just got to VWAP, so I'm finally in it. But Intel is making its first run at this trend line since it broke $33.50. Palantir hit $180 and went green. Check that, and is green on the day. So Thank God we got out of that $3 ago, as that's absolutely flying. I just heard in my ear that NIO's going to the upside. Haven't looked at any of the Chinese names, and we'll get there in a quick little second. All right, there is the first break of trend on Intel. What did I just offer? Oh, I used Gateway. I used Arca there. Okay, I was wondering why I wasn't getting. Oh, I know. I was just wondering why I didn't get. I thought I used BYX. That's all. I thought I'd get
I'm using NASDAQ.
Doesn't really matter. If it breaks this high currently, which is 33.61, then I am out the current bar, and we'll look for reversion first to 33. Like the stock has gone absolutely parabolic today. So again, a little reversion trade there in Intel. Yeah, Open Door finally back above VWAP. This is the first trade for Open Door for me here. I got to zoom back out so you can see this a bit better. And so it's holding the volume weighted average price, looking for it to get to that 865 local high that it put in a little bit earlier. Not much happening with LAC as well. And I see a lot of small cappers you guys are talking about, like this IREN also moving. That was from yesterday. IREN was a biggie. Well, I think it was a biggie. Anyways, we didn't trade it. In the middle of the day, I'm pretty sure Sharif was on IREN Go, which is back at these highs. It's about to go green on the day as well. Kelvin, I think you had a second one. How do you guys balance getting out and not holding it back down? I went up and down 4.5 on the same stock, 4.5K on the same stock. If I had more self-control, I'd made profits instead of being flat. I don't know. I have profit targets in mind, but I'll tell you, someone was yesterday like, oh, Neil, you have a lot of discipline. Well, the thing is, everybody has something which is a strength to them, which comes easy as a trader. So if you're more naturally disciplined, you probably find it a little bit harder to hold on for bigger winners, right? And if you're the other way around, maybe you move your stops, but you're the person that can hold on to bigger winners. So just lean into your strength, try to limit the weaknesses, but I do believe in having some notion of what I'm trying to get out of the trade, whether it's a reversion into VWAP. Like this, Intel's ridiculous. Like there's no way I'm thinking reversion into VWAP. It's $1.50, and the stock is the strongest stock in the market right now. So I'm thinking back into 33. And I will be out of minimum 80% of it when it gets to 33, because I'm treating this like it was a volume weighted average price, and then I'll look at, I gotta zoom out even more, and then I'll look at these pre-market highs at about 32.5. So I always have that in mind with reference to like where my out is. Like I'm short at 41, my stop is 20 cents. So my first bid is at 20 cents. And then I'm gonna get more out there in front of the 33 level as well. So if you have an idea of where you might take profit, I think that does help in a general sense. In Bearded Warrior trades, I'm not aware of any news on IBM, but we can certainly look into it. I know IBM was actually up today when the market was down, but I didn't see a news story in particular.
There's news with IBM.
There is news?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Quantum
well, I haven't
computing
checked.
partnership. What is it called when you have discipline and big winners? I was just wondering, because that to me is the magic right there. You got to have a little bit of both, especially in this market. But I do appreciate that obviously there's different trading styles, and we might have a losing trade right here, because there goes the TQQs. Yeah, it was IBM got a partnership there today. I read that earlier, and it was actually a good moving one there with Quantum. So
I love
again,
IBM.
Good space. We love IBM. Again, this is, oh man, this is probably one of the first stocks I actually really bought. I think it was IBM and Enbridge, I think, was there. All right, man, everything's starting to go right now back up to the upside. So yeah, we tried to short against VWAP, not working out right now. And here comes that discipline factor that we're talking about right now. You know, once you have the losing trades on, you got to have the stop orders. If this goes back up to 40s, we're going to get out right here. So again, 15 cents of a hit on Ethereum. Perfect. We'll do that 10 times out of 10, hopefully. Hopefully not 10 times out of 10. We don't want to take hits, but we'll do that if it comes out. And then here comes Micron. This is the one that we're taking shots on today. So this is, you know, our sort of, I don't want to say it's like a hope and pray stock, because I don't ever want to do that, because as we just said, you got to have, you know, the ability to make calls, and we're going to do that on Micron right now. If it goes against us, it goes against us. We've been having, like I said, quite the month, and we're putting a little bit to risk here today, and we'll lose a little bit if this does wind up happening. TQs, again, we just got that short. We're going to get out if it breaks 80s again to the upside. That's where we put that stop. So I'm just not going to be in this thing to let this continue to rip up. We've broke VWAP. We're just into some of these pre-market levels right now. So here it comes, man. Nice move down to these. Yeah, Christopher, I think you're right. It probably is called skills right there. And you're right, Adam DeLuce. This is what separates all of us as traders, but one of the most important factors that distinguishes, oh, thanks, Adam, and I know you watch the show, so you can definitely know what's good. You do have to set your risks appropriately, and sometimes you get hit, and sometimes you have those monsters, right? And today, right now, there it goes, TQQ. Like, what I'm down on this right now is about a fifth of what we made yesterday. So if you want to talk about having discipline in that, like look at this. There's the move down, there's the stop out. This is what my TQQ trades look like the last couple days, right? And so there's a quick 30-cent hit right there on the TQs. This is a $3 or $4 winner, plus that, plus these shorts there again. So, you know, some days it's not going to work. You know, like Vladimir Guerrero, you're going to hit the ball 1 out of every 10 times, and sometimes you're going to make those mistakes. But there, okay, there's the TQs. So this is the problem. Sometimes I get stopped out of a trade near the top and I get back in, but I'm not going to do that right now, because the futures tend to be a little off of what I thought. I was not expecting this kind of a move back up. So we'll sit in this, give it a second, and wait. But we just got out at 80s, and now it's back in the 50s. So I feel like our level might have been okay there. But again, to go back to talk about what Neil was saying, there's that discipline. Getting out when it goes up and against you and hits your levels. Don't be stubborn. I think that's such a key thing, not just in life, but also in trading, right? You can always get back in and find another trade, right? And so that's what's important about trading, right? There's always another trade, and we'll wait for that. But, oh, man, that hurts because now it's down 30 cents from where we just got out there on the TQQs. So thanks for all the nice talk there in the chat, and that's what we're here for, right? Hit the like button. We're hopefully here to educate, give our experiences, answer your questions, and hopefully make some money today. So we'll see if that can happen. Right now, it's not looking like it unless Micron goes down. But Ethereum and Micron, two trades that we talked about and we liked. Too bad that TQQs came out. I'm okay. Not going to short the futures again until we get a little higher levels.
Whoa, what the heck
where
is
we are
that dude
right
doing?
now. So good little look
someone
on Intel.
No, that's not what I'm. No, that's. Shoot. No, there was size on. Shit, I'm not on the level 2 if you guys can see it. Someone just flashed big. They're not there anymore. Someone flashed and chased down at the high open door. It was like a quarter mil. So it got to the. Of course they did. Of course they did. So the high was. I'm just going to explain to you what happened there because it's actually not Intel that I was talking about there. Yeah, that was such a fake out. Probably somebody that was long flashed they intended to sell and then pulled it. So it was at 867. It got to the high at 867, and then someone immediately, as it got there, offered down like a quarter mil, and then it ticked down, and then they ticked it down. I'm like, oh shoot, they're gonna chase this down off the high, and then the second anybody gets out, it blasts right through. So, and I didn't see a fill either. That's, if it gets filled, like whatever, no harm, no foul. Like the person actually put a big, massive sell order, and it got through them. If they just cancel the order, well, then you know what they did. They just spoofed the high of the day. Or the high of the morning. The pre-market is the high of the day. So that's what I was getting on about. But that's par for the course, right? Like if a regular trader does that, it's called spoofing, and if the whales do it, it's called trading. And that's just how it's been for a while. Yep. Unless you're the guy who got blamed for the flash crash, because he wasn't a whale, and then they blamed the flash crash on him because he was spoofing on the futures. With size, it's like not even that big. That's what killed me about that. It's like that guy wasn't even. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. So Intel for the trend trade, it just went into 33. So as I said, I'd have 80% out if it got to 33, and then wait for this pre-market high at 32. I call it 32.60. What I will also do, because I didn't do this for you guys earlier, 81. Is remember, if a stock has big news in the evening or overnight, sometimes it can be useful to have an idea of where the big levels might have been and blue ocean, the overnight market, but it's not that instructive. Like 32.20 doesn't really matter to me, but I would look at some of the consolidation levels sometimes overnight as good levels. If that had been a little bit higher on Intel, I might be considering them, but because I want to get out at 32.6 anyways, and now we're going to trend out as well, I think we've already sort of hit most of our targets on this. I'm not letting it get back to the high of the day. If it breaks this new trend line, which it's doing right now, I'll just jump out of the trade. And let's go to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, let's start with Poet Technologies. It's the only one in the group that does not have a catalyst that I could find, but this is a multiple runner, repeat offender, as we sometimes call them, has about $500 million market cap, so just under $500 million market cap, and about 7% of its float is sold short, so that's POET. Then we have QURE, Uniquire. Big move on this one yesterday, announcing that they entered into this $175 million non-dilutive senior secured term loan. That came yesterday. Then right after the close, they announced a public offering, as we sometimes see with these small caps. Either way, this one is on watch here, QURE. And last but not least, DVLT. This is a penny stock. It's coming into that 90-cent level right now. This is called DataVault AI. No new catalyst in this one today, but this is from earlier this week. And as you can see, this is another crypto-related name. This one doing XRP. So crypto-related small cap pushing to the upside. Before we send you back to the guys, take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And You actually get enough capital to make it worth your time so you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. So here's how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, keep 70% of your profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code for now for 10% off. Like, subscribe, back to you.
Yeah, 70% of no profits today sounds pretty good. So that's what we're doing right now. I can't get paid on negative day. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Micron. It's at a tipping point, right? I've always said that 158.50 is the out for me on Micron. Look, we've gotten some good plays back in, and hopefully this can do it. I mean, we're short right now at 157.60. I don't want to, cry too much about this trade because it's fine. We can get out right now if we wanted to. It just bounced off of 158. I do think that, I mean, this market is doing things that I was not expecting, man. I mean, back to above where we opened right now on the NASDAQ. So that's a little bit surprising to me. I mean, obviously leading the way here, stocks like my guy Palantir, which is just an absolute monster right now, up to 181.50. Like Neil said, man, good thing to get out of that short a hell of a long time ago, because that is now blasting all the way to the upside. Goes back to that discipline talk, have it, and you don't have a smack like that. So that's a good play. Obviously wish we were long down near those bottoms. Then we also had NVIDIA monstering right back up again. This is $4 same way. So me sitting, okay, here goes Micron. So like sitting here in Micron is just not, when we see all these other like growth names really start to bump up, this is going to come out right now. So I'm only going to get out at 75% and just to see, but then that 159 top has to be it for the rest. There it goes. So Micron, we have to slap a fail on that one because, oops, we averaged up all the way into that, and we did wind up having our 3 or 4 units, and it does come out there at 158.50. So there we go, man. Superman has found his kryptonite, and the day is Thursday, I guess. So, all right, well, we might have just got stopped out at the top again, but we did hold something. It's not going to be enough to put us green unless this thing comes back to 156, and I'm not worried about it going green. We did get stopped out right there of our Micron trade, which might have been at the top. Who knows? Let's give it a little bit of a second to have a breather here and find out if that's the play or not. But the longs are what's right so far there today. So nice move. I know Intel fell back in, which was a good one over there for Neil. But I just want to check Amazon real quick because this was possibly a good dip buy. We said at 218, we were like, okay, 218, good level there. Move right back into the pre-market highs again. So I don't think we're getting ready to short anything quite yet. Our TQs is getting up to that level of $100 again. That might be a trade to come through. But yeah, for right now, nothing coming in. It's at 100 right now.
Open Door is now flying.
Actually, we were at 101.
That spoofer really. It's such an interesting way to get more long. Someone just pulled off in here. Like it's fake to make it look like you want to sell big, but then just as it's starting to tick down, swipe through and then it breaks out, and then anyone that shorted it just gets stopped out, and now Open Door headed toward $9. I really hope there's some kind of a like organized pullback, like trend back down and then break, like here, like it trends back down into VWAP, it breaks out that prior bar, so jump into the long trade. It just didn't work. Intel's, by the way, still going. It bounced off 33 pretty cleanly. So all you got is like the 33, like 40 to 50 area down into 33 even as that stock. 6% on this Apple story. It's not even a story on speculate. Well, it's whatever. They ask Apple to invest in them. Like, who does that? Would you please invest in us, even though I'm not sure it's not a thing that you guys usually do, and I can't imagine why you would be interested, but please do it anyways because you have a boatload of cash. You know, Amazon's got cash too. Meta's got cash too. Who else has cash? Google's got cash. How come we're not asking them?
Yeah.
Apple going into the green here. I am back into
You're not asking.
The Clippers. I didn't know Ben Simmons was on the Clippers. I was telling that to Sean the other day.
Yeah.
Or this morning. So only taking VWAP if I'm not getting 6. So it's going to be pretty simple. If we lose VWAP, I'll jump out again. And if we ever break 720, I'm also taking that break. So every time it gets above VWAP, I go long. And if it loses VWAP, I get out. I'm just going to keep doing that, try to keep it small ins and outs. And then if it finally explodes, I should be in the long trade because I don't want to miss it if we blow up into the $8 level. So took another shot at LAC. And I am not really considering shorting Intel again. It just does not feel like the right move. Like you look over at some of the other chip names, this look at AMD. AMD is underneath yesterday's low. AMD is still red at 1.6, 1.7. So if I'm thinking fade, it should be in something weaker than Intel. I call it getting away with one, where it sets up and it works despite the fact that it's one of the stronger names out there in the market. So when I'm looking at a trend break now, AMD's on my mind because this is an actually relatively weak chip name instead of Intel.
Okay, we just re-engaged in the short a little bit here with the futures, so we're making it all back. Well, not all. I mean, I don't know where it's going to go. Hopefully, it'll come back. I just wanted to use some of these top wicks there as a potential sell zone. I think we just traveled too far right there today. I mean, it's not even really a big level or anything. I was just trying to go short against $100.20. So we'll take 20 cents there and see if it wants to work the other way now. Hopefully back down in, needless to say. Our crypto almost burned us there. So I'm going to put a bid here at 30, see if we can get something right there because we almost got stopped out at 40s, which was our stop out zone there. So if the futures can please come back in, that would be nice for us. But there it is. We get a little bit of a fill there at 30. We only got part filled. Hopefully that can come in again and fill us the whole way. There it goes. So now we get filled up on the top side there of Ethereum, and hopefully this one can bounce. But we are moments away from being stopped out of that trade. So we're just sort of easing the blood a little bit here right now, like wrapping some of that rope and wire around our wound right now and see if we can stop some of the bleeding. Yeah, wire might not be a good idea there.
Well, yeah, like bandage, gauze.
Nice. Yeah, around. Just try to tighten it up.
Man, I'm reading the most jacked up book right now.
Oh, you are reading a book? Okay, what is it?
It's a Stephen King, like The Long Walk. They're doing a movie for it. Yeah, that story.
Long Walk? Okay.
It's jacked up, man.
Is it?
Well, it's not spoiling it because the trailer's out right now. It's literally a bunch of kids that are in a competition to see who can walk the longest. And only one of them was like 100 kids literally walking down a road.
I don't like kids.
And then the last one to stop is the winner. And you can imagine it's a Stephen King, so you know what happens.
Right.
Like, I would be good at this. I walk everywhere. Sign me up for this competition.
No, but it's...
No, I don't think
no, it's... No. It's to the death in the book. And I'm wondering how they pull this off. And I'm reading the book, and I'm like, how are they pulling this off in a movie?
To the death.
Because, it's morbid, man. But it's Stephen King. So
yeah, I mean, it's a movie. Yeah, movie.
It is a crazy-ass book. And I was expecting it to be jacked up when I started it. And it's still kind of messed up. Anyways, it's neither here nor there. There was something else. I saw someone put in Nike in the chat. And that was a name that we hadn't heard in forever. And it made me forget, that we had some thoughts on Lululemon I was going to get to. But if you're looking for things that have not bounced, Nike down 2%. And this chart, that's not good. That's a flat bottom break through 70. So all of the nice bounce that happened in Nike, well, this is a huge potential break underneath the 200 period, and that support has to close. There's a daily chart. It doesn't mean jack if it actually bounces here and closes back at 71. Like, you could interpret that as actually bullish, because then it would have wicked the bottom. But right now, that actually looks very bad for Nike. It's the kind of thing that can turn it into a short it till it's not kind of deal for the next $5 or $6. So it's worth putting on the radar, I think, Nike, as the market bouncing nicely. And we talked about this yesterday. When the market was tanking, like, what was actually strong? Ask yourself that question. When the market's bouncing like this V shape, what is not getting off the schneid? And that's going to tell you a great deal as well. So into AMD only because, Intel may have worked, but it's the strongest chip name out there, and AMD held structure. And when I say structure, I just mean it's underneath the prior day low, which means support can be resistance still. on AMD.
And there's a lot of aggression. I'm freezing right here. There's a lot of
It's because
aggression.
they have the door open.
Oh, do they? What a surprise. Okay. At least it's too cold outside, so maybe no flies will at least come in here. But all right, so we're just letting everything settle down right now. Hopefully we do get a little bit of a downside push. We just reloaded a little bit here on the futures, waiting to see if that wants to get a little bit lower. Remember, our stop is going to be $100.21 right there, sort of the highs of those most recent candles higher right there. We just took some there at 110, covered some more at 97s there, but Fed's Bowman speaking right now and now concluded. So if there's anything of worry or anything, Adara will get that to us and we'll figure that all out. So it's not winter already right here. It shows 18 degrees. Is that right on my phone there?
Like, it's not like it's cold, it's just cold in here. Like, I'm not complaining about it. It's typical fall weather, that's all.
I'm going to change my widgets.
And look at that, Fed's Bowman. The data the Fed uses has not been as accurate as we would like. What? You're telling me there's issues with employment data?
18 degrees Celsius.
There's no issues with employment data. Employment data is always incredibly accurate, and in absolutely no way has the collection of employment data changed since COVID, rendering a lot of it completely useless and needing tons of revisions. None of that is true, everybody. Being sarcastic. Just saying.
Okay. I feel like this is...
Feds Bowman just stepped off the podium, just an update.
Yeah. We had mentioned that, and I said that if Adara had any updates, there will be, but apparently not, right? So nothing major speak there. And maybe the market thought he was going to send it to the downside, and now that he's off, it just goes higher. So there it is, man. Again, like, my bad for all the shorts today. I mean, I thought the market was a short, and if I think one way, then that's which way we're going to go. And today, we'll give back what we made yesterday on some of those shorts, because the market does not seem to be short right now. Although I still like the position here. We sensed a little bit of Ethereum was in trouble there. For the short was in trouble, so we did get some out there at 30s at a key level, but now it's moments away here from breaking. There it is. So we stop out there. The big hit for me is Micron today. Everything else is really in the pocket. Like this Ethereum, we just basically are flat. We'll be red on it, but it's not by much. And I feel like we might have just given it up at the top, but I just don't need that to break. Because when we do, then it goes boom. And we had sort of held that area a couple times, and then now broke. So, see, now that it fades off of that break level, now I'm thinking about getting back in, right? But that did not work there before either. So, yeah, thanks, Zero Gravity Zen. I mean, that's what we could do. All we can do is have these theses, right? And if it doesn't work, right, and there it goes. So yeah, there was a gap. I thought that today we were starting to go to the downside. So we'll continue. Look at that, man. We might have again got out near the top of this Ethereum trade.
This is that extra battery.
We do it, and to Neil's point, got to be disciplined, and that's exactly what we are. So you can't have the big days if you throw money away. Just as easy as you make it. So you got to be careful there. But I'm not going to cry over spilled milk. It's literally 5 cents from that. Okay, so LA to the C, nothing today. Nice move to the downside early, down to 640, back up to 710, and now just chilling. So the other name, let's go futures. Come on, buddy. Hopefully we can get to the downside now as well. Open Door, yeah, Open Door had it, right? I mean, went down to that $8 mark. That yes. Okay, right there out at the 21 period moving average, hopefully moving a little bit lower. Right now goes the futures. I'm going to try to be patient on that one because I want to be right. I don't just want to scalp out and make back a little bit of what we lost. I want to make back everything. And I think that there is an opportunity here for the futures to come back in and at least test VWAP. We could get a bounce there off VWAP for sure. And if that does happen for our TQQ trade, that VWAP, let me just get that right now, 99, 99.20. This is a good area. Actually, this would be a similar move, I feel like, 99.40 into 99.20. So let me just put a bid there. I am bidding Marvell at 76.50, 76.25. Okay, no, that didn't come in. Again, a strong name that we had. I was at 76.25. Oh my God, it went to 76.30. I just canceled my bid because I was like, Marvell must be nowhere near. Wow, we missed that by 8 cents. Okay, well, that's gonna happen anyways. But there goes Open Door, and let's put that bid right here for the Nasdaq. It was just 30 cents in the money, but we want to get a little bit lower than that. Let's go 99.45 or so. See if we can catch a bid down low for the TQQs. And then sorry about that, guys, but we'll slap another fail because we got it at the top again of Ethereum. So, you know, we punch. Oh no, we're like Taylor Swift, man. We're shaking this off. This is not a problem. That was not even. This is a red. Like I could have bought everyone coffee. It's not. I couldn't have bought everyone lunch. We didn't lose that much. So we lost a couple coffees there. But there's the pullback in. At least we know. You know, we are kind of right in the area there. So okay, you know, we'll take it, and we just need to hope that this can be the one that makes the move down here. The futures.
Kelvin. Thank you for another super chat. MP is absolutely going ballistic. That is right. You diamond hand that ish up and down. It's still going insane. This is MP. It's up 13%. $80 it just took out there. And Mike GT, good times. Hey, we forget. I know it's good time. But you put it in the name, makes it that much easier. I don't know what you're looking at. Oh, there it is. Okay, so your super chat didn't really have much of anything, but now there's the question. What are your thoughts on Riot today? Well, before the open, I would have told you I don't like anything crypto, but let's have a look. MP's going absolutely ham. That's a buy program going absolutely crazy right now. Okay, well, before the open, I would have told you I don't like what's going on in the crypto space, and I think continuation. Now I'm just thinking, well, look at $17 on Riot. Look at VWAP. While the markets has so much volatility, someone is holding this down. Usually for this, I almost don't care which way it breaks. When you have this long of a consolidation and the market is volatile in a name that should be volatile, down 5% when it went ham yesterday, any break away from here has got to be good. Do we have free locates on Riot? Answer is yes. So like it could break trend down and that'd be worth it for a short trade. I'm gonna throw that up over where LAC is because LAC's not doing anything. Like this is, I'm not saying it's manipulation, but it's just somebody that's holding the offer on the stock. If they win and it breaks down, sure. If they lose and it breaks up, kind of go long. That's a great catch. It doesn't seem like there's much happening here, but there is a lot happening on Riot, and you should want to check what's going on in something like I would want to check to see what's going on in Mara. Did Mara have a similar move? Answer yes, but then it broke out. And could Riot lift the bid when Mara broke out? No. And if you have a look over at IBIT, which I think makes sense to do, when that broke the bid, another name that broke the bid, and Riot could not. So you have Riot being held down against the market, against a couple of cohorts as well. That's all the more reason, in my opinion, if this breaks trend to the downside, look short. Outside of just the catch-up trade, if it can close any candle, if it closes a 3-minute above VWAP, I think you'll look long. But I'm going to throw this one up for a trend break into the downside. So great catch there. And the first thing you always want to look at is, okay, that's great, but are all the other stocks that are like it doing the same thing? If the answer is yes, then it doesn't really matter that much. But if they're all if this is doing something distinctly different, that's where I get interested. So I am now interested in Riot. Thank you. Like I said, I just threw that up on one of my. I have 4 charts that I'm always looking at. You usually see me follow 4 things at once. I'll have a list for more, but actively it'll be 4. And you know, now it's AMD because Palantir went to ham, and Intel as well, Open Door, and it was LAC, and now it's going to be Riot. So Riot's on my mind based on that seller. So I'm in AMD on that trend break, but it's just in a consolidation. It breaks the high, I'm out. If it goes sideways, then I'm just sitting in it as it continues to go sideways. That is a very good look on that Riot trade. Well, maybe I don't know if you're trading it or not, but on the Riot tape, it's abnormal behavior, and whenever that behavior stops, I want to be involved.
Man, okay, let's. There's only 20 minutes left until the midday show, so we want to thank everybody for joining us here today. And if you have not, please hit the like and the subscribe. And we're getting record views now every single day. And we want to thank all of you. So if you're over here, 1.1K, 8,500 watching. Let's see if we can get that up to 1. Let's go 1.7. I think that's pretty reasonable there if we can get that. So if you guys are watching, you haven't done it yet, please hit the like and the subscribe. You know, tell YouTube you found it. We're doing this, you know, completely for free every single day. So help us keep it that way, and let YouTube know that, you know, these guys are legit, and we have enough viewers and blah, blah, blah. So please hit the like and the subscribe to that, man. All right, so here we go. I think we're going to go over to the desk with Adara with an update. Yeah, record views. Yeah, so I want to thank everybody for supporting us every day. So thank you for all of that. And is that a call over? Yeah, let's go over, Andre, to Adara.
This is our sector watch. We're going to talk here about these sectors. As you can guess, a lot of them are red. Consumer durables being led to the downside by TSLA, Tesla, giving up a little bit here after generally upside moves over the past couple days. Health technology red, producer manufacturing red, health services pretty red. Technology services and electronic technology are interesting, with the exception of Meta. All the Mag 7 names in both these sectors are relatively flat, but you do have some other names that are performing in their own ways. You've got Oracle and AAPL both sharply to the downside. ServiceNow down about 2%. IBM, though, is actually green. We know they had a quantum-related headline. And Netflix, green as well. And electronic technology, other than Intel, which, of course, has apparently been hitting up Apple to see if they'll give them an investment. You've got a lot of weakness specifically in the other chips. Micron, Broadcom, Qualcomm, all to the downside. So long story short, there might be a couple sectors that are mixed, but generally a lot of these are going to be directional to the downside. Health technology also very red. Back to you.
Yeah. So this is one of these mornings where, by the way, Riot broke that little wedge to the upside. So if it broke it down, I would have gone short, but it broke it up, so I went long. It didn't matter which direction it went. I wanted to show you guys something. Like, I care. The percentage up down in the day is always going to be deceiving. If you look at it from the open, then you'll see like ETH down 3.5, 24-hour market, but whatever, but up 0.3. Like most of these, like Marvell. Whoa, I'm getting some weird flashes on it. Anyways, up since the open, but down 2%, right? Like Broadcom up since the open, but down a couple of percentage points. This is one of these mornings where or days, well, possibly days where you're going to want to look to see what the percent move was from the opening bell, because it has been mostly a small move down or big move down, and then mostly a bounce. So yeah, that little thing that was happening in Riot resolved to the upside. So what would have been an entry short is now going to be my stop, right? So if it breaks the trend line, I'm getting out of a long instead of going into a short, as this is looking to do what Mara and Bitcoin did after somebody was holding it at $17 for an hour. Somebody just held this stock at $17. So let's see if it can break away. Should be offering in front of the 30 level first, as that one tries to join. And it's not like, I showed you this before, like IBIT kind of broke away from VWAP, and so did Mara as well. AMD, which I'm also in, that's still consolidating here. Tried to run the top, it hasn't yet. I'm covering into the volume weighted average price like I always will. And Fantastic Planet, nice name. I wonder what that's from. Got a rando in the chat. Fantastic Planet there.
Yeah, we got some randos.
NIO. Yeah, what's up with NIO? 6% here. And it's not the beginning of the month, so there's no delivery numbers that we can talk about for NIO. But it's what a changing of the guard. Now, look, BYD is obviously going to sell way more than NIO, but if you slap these two charts against each other, one of them is breaking out, and it's not BYD. NIO with another high break, and hopefully I'm not jinxing it, because it actually went through this local high and then failed this October 2024. Doesn't really break that top, but this is a hefty run here for NIO when it bottom ticked, and it's a rounded bottom into this top break here at about 780, let's call it. This is a definite trend continuation breakout on NIO. And I'll double check to see if there was a story on NIO. I don't recall reading anything overnight. As I said, we're not going to get deliveries. Mizuho just maintained it. What? Oh, maintain a neutral rating, but they raised the price target. So there was a price target raise from $6 to $7, which is still underneath the current price. So Mizuho, yeah, that was yesterday though. There's nothing today. Anyway, so yesterday they had someone raise a price target to under what it is, and now you're getting continuation. Watch out for those deliveries, but they've been turning it around here. Momentum-wise, good, but I'm still not a big, massive believer in the whole battery swap thing versus what literally everybody else is doing.
Yeah, I mean, mine's car's downstairs right now, fueling up. So
right?
it's it's definitely a convenience if you have a charger available to you.
Oh, and those charging stations look cool. Like they're all like super fancy and they look. Have you seen? But they have like these. Some of the ones that I've seen have like these lounges, and it's like, that just means it's even more expensive. Like that's the thing that gets me. Like, where's the scalability there?
Yeah.
Looks cool, but
Yeah, it does look cool. And I like the idea. The idea is pretty
it's a cool
too.
concept.
I mean, I think the concept is
there's
what it
videos
is.
where you can watch them doing it. It looks really cool. Automated.
All right, so so we're back to flat on the TQs. At least we can have a winning trade here today, which is nice. So hopefully this can turn out to be one. We just covered half of this trade. We did get stopped out there at $100.20, but we got right back in because it was it's the same stop as what we did on Ethereum. But this time we got back in and got out of half for a much better risk to reward than what we had in the past. And now, of course, it comes right back up. So at least we had a good idea of getting something out. But this is when I have my worst days, is when you're thinking about just keep on going into the same positions over and over and over again, despite it telling you it's wrong. So if this breaks 30, then we're going to get out. It's funny that just came back up and it's ripping right now because as Neil was talking, there it goes. And as we had Adara, that's when we were starting to cover, and I would have liked to have mentioned that, but I'm just mentioning, there it is. I'm just mentioning it. Okay, we got stopped out there. Just letting you guys know that if it broke that top, then we're out. So we took another shot right there. So again, the big hit is Micron, really. Getting stopped out there around 159. It is now looking like it wants to top out. But again, these futures are like on the road to getting green, I feel like, here a little bit. So I'm not 100% certain of what exactly we want to do. We'll retest Micron here at the 21 period to go short a little bit here. But, not completely in love with this. We'll go a little short here at 158.60, holding against that 159. I just think this market's had a huge move up, right? Micron's still down 2% there today. I know they had some decent earnings the last couple days, but we got hit there. I thought that the move down was continuing. We did get a story today with Micron about here it is here. China's YMTC plans DRAM and AI IA chip.
China.
Oh. Hello? And AI chip expansion right there. So that's not going to make Donald Trump too happy about all this expansion into China. But we'll wait to see what happens with Micron, of course, a U.S. company. Maybe that's part of the bump up today. We get good feels in U.S. names, right? Intel's having a good day today. Probably Marvell has bounced up a strong power. Look at Intel, man. $33 right now, and huge volume today. 110 million shares for INTC. That thing keeps on pumping too. So yeah, man, it's here today. The moves are up today. When it's up and it's up and it's up. Shout out to Cardi B right there. But wow, there's Palantir is up for sure, man. We like you a lot. This would have been a great day to look at your portfolio in the morning at 9:30, and then now it'll make you feel much better if you have a lot of these tech names as they all continue to climb to the high side. But we've been talking about a lot of the same names today, so let me just have a quick broader look right now for everybody. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, be part of this community. It is the greatest. Eli Lilly, look at health technology today. Danaher, that's getting killed, down 3% today. Eli Lilly down 2.5% as well. Gilead, Bristol Myers down. DHR the biggest. But General GHECG Healthcare down as well today. So that one hitting it. We do have a nice move down here in Micron, so I'm going to have to take a little bit out there. So we'll punch a little bit out. There's Tesla leading the way in consumer durables. Wow. Come on, Tesla. You have to be that dramatic right there. Down 3.5% there for TSL to the A. I did want to look in where there was potential strength, right? And we do see strength today in the financials. So you get JP Morgan nicely up, Bank of America cooking as well. We're getting close to all-time highs or back to all-time highs on many of these names right there as well. IBKR, we talked about that. A little bit of Robinhood is not even in here somewhere, but let me just check out. We're going to go over to Adair in 1 second, then we'll come back and figure out what's for lunch. But Robinhood right there. Okay, 125, so it is in a drawdown today, obviously down 1.5, but wow, that hit 120. Like, you want to talk about stocks that were really on something early. Like this move from 123 down to 120. Does SoFi survive that move as well? No, SoFi does not hold 29, so that was a key level for us. The last couple of days was 29, and we'll see if it can get back up to it. Like SoFi was down to 27 today.
This morning?
Yeah, man, there was a lot of big moves that were missed all the way back up there to the upside. So yeah, a little bit of a rough day here for me, but I'll just speak for myself. There's a move down. We did get a 30 fill there on Micron as I was talking. So That was pretty good down there at the 50 period. So we'll see if Micron can continue a little bit lower. We're just short here at 60 against 159. So that's like that 1-to-1. Take 30 cents, risk 30 cents. Let's see if it gets a little bit lower. All right, I've stopped talking. Neil will take the mic when we get back from Madeira.
Take a look here at this US dollar, which continues to actually be in a bit of a relative uptrend. I say relative uptrend because since we made that low, and again, low of year on Fed Day last week, September 17th, we've really only been pushing higher here. Nice look. Right now, we're at that 98.38 level. Now, we did get some economic data coming through this morning in addition to so many Fed speakers. So let's talk about that economic data again. Initial jobless claims lower than expected, 218,000 versus 233,000 expected. GDP quarter over quarter, this is the final quarterly estimate for Q2 25. 3.8%, was the print we got versus 3.3% forecast. So, higher than expected there. Durable goods, 2.9% positive versus negative 0.3%. So durable goods and GDP quarter over quarter well above estimates. Tomorrow we will be getting the PCE, and then to end the week we'll also be getting the Michigan Consumer Sentiment coming through at 10 a.m. Now I want to talk about the CME FedWatch tools. Since we got the numbers this morning, we have a few more participants expecting that rates might be held in October. Now we have 16.6% of participants expecting a hold. We're down to 83.4% expecting a cut. So obviously we're still likely to get that cut, but it is worth noting these subtle changes with regards to what percentage is expecting what outcome. Back to you.
Thank you there, Dara. Just a quick update on that riot move. Just looking over, like ETH is literally at 44,000. And if I'm following the trend line, the trend line is a moving target. So I'll be out essentially at VWAP here because I'm going to respect the trend line. If I get wicked out and it holds VWAP, I can always jump back in. But Riot got from 17 into like 17.25. So if we lose VWAP, which is, look, it's bouncing right now, so that's a good sign. If we lose VWAP, I'm out. It'll actually be above 17 even. But I got to respect that trend line as it comes back in. I mean, AMD's exactly where it was before. AMD's just absolutely going sideways here, which I guess is good because it's no longer going up, but it's also not falling either. Like I've been in that trend break and it's just held the line. It's got in the money, like 40, 50 pennies, and then it's gone out of the money, that same level, and it hasn't broken in either direction. That's not going to last forever. It's completely impossible. Well, it's not impossible. I shouldn't say that. It's very unlikely that it's going to do that forever. But at some point, you got to go. Coreweave was a big story, $6.5 billion deal. Well, they already have deals with OpenAI, but $6.5 billion in add-ons to their deal. It's only up 2.25%, but if you remember the fact that this, I believe, was down about 4%, maybe a little bit more than that on the jump, it's going to break out the weekly highs potentially if it can take out 138. Don't want to jinx it, but a big reversal. And these guys actually had news, right? Like not like Intel's news was yesterday's news. This was this morning when it dropped in the pre-market, causing a huge spike up, and now some continuation here for Coreweave, one of the strong names. And the number one name that's on the stock visualizer here, that Open Door, Palantir, SoFi, which Sean just went over, Tesla, which we haven't. Have we even looked at Tesla today? No.
Oh, just early. I don't know.
Like 9:31, I think I looked at Tesla.
Kind of 427 or something.
Oh, it's under VWAP.
Wow, Webull is going crazy up.
I never got the reload on Webull.
We do have Jeff Mendel's coming, so I don't know if we're going to be thinking about lunch with that guy or not. But right now, let's go talk about what's for lunch around these joints. Of course, the minute that Jeff is here and wants to maybe go out.
Tacos.
Today is taco day right now, so we will hit. This is just celebratory. It's not just fruit salad. This is like the big celebration because we never get tacos, and Neil always wants tacos. And today it says there's tacos, chicken and beef tacos. And believe it or not, there's a vegetarian option. I can go back to our story in Earl's that we had before, where the guy looked at me like I was speaking Mandarin when our guests asked if there was a vegetarian option for the tacos. But that's there. Chicken and beef. What would you prefer, chicken or beef in a taco?
Beef.
Beef. Yeah, okay. I was kind of indifferent.
No, look, I'll have either, but
Yeah,
I just
same.
prefer beef.
I was yeah, I don't mind that. I prefer
Spicy salsa.
I would say fish would be my favorite, or shrimp, but I only gave the option chicken or beef. And then again, apparently with toppings, including today lettuce, red onions, tomatoes, cheese, jalapeno, and a little side of corn salad. So that is really good. It may be a corn succotash, Sharif. You may be right, and if you are, that wraps up what's for lunch. Okay, so tacos, good to go right there. All right, so, Neil just talking about Ethereum. We got stopped out right there. I know he's on Riot, completely different beast altogether. I'm going to wait for Micron. We did reshort it finally. We got hit on my whole day is basically the Micron hit, to be honest with you. We lost on the futures, but like I said, not as much. Cup of coffee there on Ethereum, about 3 or 4 cups of coffee on the NASDAQ, and a franchise or so on Micron. No, we didn't lose that much. But we're gonna wait here. I am bidding 158.11s to see if we can get out near 158, and then after that pull, we'll see how low can we go on Micron, potentially not low at all, as Micron's ripped today and taught me a lesson. I'm just not sure what that lesson is. All right, Webull, go, give me those just printed 12s. Come on, my guy, I'm at 11s. That would be nice to get that. Come on, Micron, give me those 11s. Now I'm holding up the bid at 11. That's me on NASDAQ. Oh boy, we just missed it. Okay, so, or did we get it? No, we did not. Yes, we do. Now we get it on Micron. Look at Webull today. Let's go, man. That's another one that keeps on going to the high side. So ride that bull higher, my guy, right there. All right, yeah, we put a little bit of damage back into the system on Micron. We did get our 11 fill there, so there it comes in. I think it might have spiked only to 10, but that's a good fill. We already had it down here, so that's kind of why we put it there. There's 158, just ahead of it. And then I do have another bid there at 80s, which is right here. So if we can get a move down on Micron, then let's enjoy that. And then maybe we can make it all back, to be honest with you, if we do get a nice lower move here on Micron. So here it goes, man. So far, so good. Props it up. It's 50 cents in the money. Thanks for joining us. I got stopped out of Ethereum where maybe I should not have. And then the TQs, man, they just ran that top for me. But like I said, we had some good outs. Good outs, and then just right there again. So completely fine with that risk. I think we like where we took that shot. So
that's all that matters. You got to take, don't don't cross half court and just take one of those like heat check threes that you see way too many of in the NBA. But we have 2 questions before we throw you over there. One's a super chat, but I was going to get to Ronax first here. Palantir. Did I think it was going to get to 184 today? Absolutely not, because I was looking for the short end of the prior low, which thank goodness was $7 ago when we're out of it. But yeah, the 184, if it can do a trend break like Intel did, yes, I will take that short. And then how does the bounce look on Rigetti when it comes back into VWAP? My first answer would be, right, Palantir might be breaking that trend right now. I've got it on another level 2 up here, so I'm not going to miss it, at least ideally not. Going to make sure we're ready for it. And Rigetti, in terms of a bounce off the volume weighted average price, I'm not necessarily, I don't love it. If I'm thinking strength continuation on today, I'd rather it be in a more quality making money company. Not the frothy ones. Those I'm not feeling for the bounces long. I know it can be a potential squeeze play, but I'm not taking it because I feel like if it fails, and if the market does roll over, these guys get punished more than everybody else. That's just the way I'm kind of approaching today. So, I'm not going to take it on Rigetti. I feel like they're on the other side of it. But let's go to the midday. We'll get some tacos and some lunch with Jeff Mendel. We'll just do both. But let's go over to Sharif and Joseph. We'll see you too.
$1.
Notice that? Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. And I'm Sharif, and I've been fighting with the taskbar. Oh, boy. Yeah. I see it. Assassino. Bang. Welcome to the Midday Show, guys. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and I was muted. And I've been fighting with the taskbar today in my on my setup here. The taskbar, I've instructed
the Windows taskbar, Joseph, to hide.
Hide it.
But it thinks that we're playing a game, hide and go seek. We're not.
Yeah.
I'm actually telling it to not show up on my screen, but it keeps showing
showing up.
Does anybody know how I can get rid of the taskbar once and for good? Because this computer just may end up destroyed and I may end up fired. Shout out to Tisha Perkins, Rob Jenkins. We got all the cream and James Price. Shout out to JG and Isaiah Brandon, Ed Miller, Brown Lightning, all class, Adam DeLuce, and dangerous Dan Gale. I know you didn't call yourself that, but that's what I'm calling you. I don't even know if you're dangerous, bro. TX Badger, and shout out to Jason Koingi and official Mr. Bones. Dollar Sales Solutions and Odd Dog. Shout out to Ronaldo Umberto G. Sean Carter's of the house, and so is Purity. Dracos is a look at the future. If he die, he die. Shout out to Anish. Mike PD Rider, Trade with Heart, full-time trader, same shirt guy, and Darth Trader, Truth Seekers joining us as well. Joey Options, good morning, my man.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Tennis is life. Come on, man. You don't really want to start the day off like that now, do you? Come on, my friend. All right, guys, what do we got going on here today? Haven't taken a single trade yet. Personally, I've seen one good opportunity for me on Ethereum, didn't even take the stab. It was just like, you know what, let's be a little bit more patient. If this market continues to grind, then we'll look for some topping signals. But that was the bottoming signal. But I'm like, do I really want to be getting involved in Ethereum considering how weak it is? And at the lows, guys, it's down 20%. So are we in bear market territory for Ethereum? I think so. I'm keeping my eyes on some things. If we continue to get extended, then I'm going to look for a potential short move back in towards the volume weighted average price. I do like this little consolidation that we got on the TQs here, now heading towards that key support level. Obviously want to get in at the higher end of the range, but again, if this market is going to continue to grind higher and higher, I'm not going to expect these pullbacks to be overly deep. In the crypto space, they will be a little bit deeper because that's just how it tends to be. The ebb and flow of it is a little bit more drastic and volatile, so keeping that in mind. But yeah, zero trades for me today. I'm waiting for a prime time setup there, Sharif.
All right, guys, I'm involved in DVLT over here. And we've taken a couple of prints, but it's losing the 10, well, it's coming into the 10 EMA. I should say we're long at 90.89 exactly, and it showed me 87s. The 10 EMA on the 5 is 85 pennies to be exact. This is a sub $1 name. Yeah, look, the pickings have been slim for these small cap gappers. Obviously, we had LAC yesterday, but that's not really a small cap gapper. I'm talking in the strict sense. So we'll see exactly what we can get on this one. I'll add into it at 85. It's got a good trend, higher highs, higher lows, but it just did make the first 5-minute candle to make a new low, basically, since this candle over here. Oh, actually, this hammer candle over here at 1040. It's 1104. So we'll see if trend has been broken, or whether or not we're going to maintain our price above the 10 EMA. I'm also keeping an eye on USAR up 8 and change. Yeah, we're talking about single-digit percentage winners, small cap gappers. It feels like very, very recently we're talking about quadruple digits, but that's the nature of trading, right? You trade the market that's in front of you. USAR finding some support at $18, a psychological area of support where the 10 EMA on the 5 is also showing up. I get into this if it makes a first 5-minute candle make a new high. So currently that would be above 18 and a fifth. We'll keep tabs on that. SPRC was a triple-digit winner, but it is now halted multiple times to the downside. I love when they wait for the midday to make all the noise. And then to come all the way down into about $7 area. I'm looking for 675. Say that again, Katina. Sorry, brother. The Katina Man says they've been making that noise all morning. Yeah. Well, you're right there too, brother, so I'm sure you were hearing all of it. So 675, guys, is where VWAP is at SPRC. It's already losing the volume weighted average price. It halted down a bunch of times, I think as well. Yeah, it did. So a couple of 3 down halts in a row now. I've drawn this trend line over here to kind of gauge trend. If it breaks above the trend line, then we'll get involved. I'm not going to try to catch it at what I think are good levels like VWAP, psychological area support. It's going to have to break trend. So that's the look right now on SPRC. Let's continue on. LASE up nicely as well. And I'm talking again nicely, high single digit, 8 2/3. Finding a little bit of support here at 4 3/4, but also still putting a very, very clear downtrend. So that doesn't interest me whatsoever until the trend changes. NUAI lost VWAP. It's got to get back above $1.18. It's up almost 24%. VERI. I mean, look at this. Now we're talking about low single digits, Joey. That's how much I'm trying to find over here, grasping at straws, so to speak. 571 VWAP area on VERI could be a pickup. OPAD also interesting one as well. Went red to green, got above that 4 1/4 to get in Greensville. Trying to hold that 4 2/3 VWAP showing $0.50. I probably punch in at the $0.50 given that it was pre-market price action resistance as well as aftermarket price action resistance from yesterday. So I do like this setup. So I'm going to put an alert at 55s to front run the 50 so I can be made aware of it ahead of time. What else? NB. NB looks good as well. Decent coming into the 10 EMA, a bit more expensive, $7 and change. Inverse hammer candle right now. Not exactly an appetizing setup to get in, but at a key area of previous resistance. I'm talking about that doji candle at 1025 that rejected off 7 1/5. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. Those are the bunch that we've got on. I'm involved. You can't see it on the position board quite yet, but I'm in DVLT, which is this bad boy here. This to me seems the best of the trending ones. So I'm going to add aggressively into 86 pennies, knowing that it had defended the 10 initially at 950, and then secondarily here on a triple bottom from 1035 to 1045. And if it comes back in to this level over here, I'm going to be a buyer, looking for trend to hold. So those are the ones I'm looking at, Joey. I'm sorry, guys, because they are a bit of a light bunch, right? No triple-digit winners and very few high double-digit winners. So we will keep tabs on that, Joey.
All right, cool. Good stuff there.
The
All right,
Katina Man's printing on the TQQQ short.
We're
$70 in the money on your friend Micron as they have to go to the Katina Man's screen. He's going to show the position real quick there. Assassino will do it in a second. But yeah, of course, Micron guys with a negative headline today because they're going to get a Chinese competitor, Joey. Chinese not very happy that they can't buy these HBMs from the States. So that's a look there.
All right, then. Are we going to Katina Man's screen or no?
Going to your screen, brother? Assassino's working on it.
Assassino, he's working on it. All right, there it is.
Okay, go ahead. I'll talk with you.
I was going to say, there was a Micron short. I was saying, Sharif, it took us a minute to get it. Like we were, where's my mouse?
Good for you, brother.
We were losing, and eventually we took it on this break of the 21 period. But it's not that. This is what I'm a little upset about because these futures, we had took it, and then we got stopped out almost basically at the top. And we were saying that we didn't want to reload it, so now it's coming back in. But just watch out. There's a 200 period moving average coming in there, and then we didn't make it all back, but we made back about 2/3 of our Micron loss right here. And we're still holding on, but we did break VWAP. So now we'll see if we can get back into 156 and change.
Katina, man, they look like very similar topping patterns on the triple Qs and Yoon there.
I mean, check out, you want to see a bad beat as well? Look at this. There's Ethereum right here. We got stopped out right at the top, right there. And then now it falls back in as well. So, yeah, I mean, there was just some topping tail candles. And Neil and I had this thing about being disciplined. And I think that if you're going to have big days, you want to not have big losing days. So you want to protect some of that profit. So although we'll lose today, we'll be red. And I don't have an ego to not tell you guys that. That's no problem. But there it is. Nice move down here for Micron. We're trying to make a little bit of it back. It's their show.
It's okay,
so get it off me. Let's go back over to the big guys.
No, and we want to thank the Katina Man, obviously, because it, to show that kind of disclosure. And especially when you're putting on size, brother, it does make a difference psychology-wise. So we're gonna shout out the Katina Man, brother.
Yeah, man. We talk about you want to talk about full disclosure right now. We'll talk about what we got going on with IBIT. Boom, you take a 10 cents loss on that one. So there's a full disclosure on that. Right away, full loss right there. So I mean we were full risk as well too on that trade to see if we can get a potential bounce in the overall in the crypto space. Not getting it. I mean I liked where I was in at the lower end of the range, was giving it to the volume weighted average price, 63.10s. Pap, you're at a dodge, you get stopped out, and the chances of it bouncing here are probably pretty high. So what do, Sharif? We get right back in as soon as the setup is potentially displayed. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Lower end of the range, right area. Potential bull flag. Downtrend is still fully intact. So essentially what I'm thinking here is that if this closes as a hammer right at the volume weighted average price, I'm doing the exact same thing over again. We're going to pop in there, give it 10 cents, and then hopefully get a big move to the top end of the range. Liquidity grab possibility, and then maybe a second leg higher back into the top end of the downtrend there, Shreve.
All right, guys, QLGN. I'm keeping an eye on this one. Nice new breakout here. Just picked up on the scanner, coming into about 6 1/3, 640, up 51%. Okay, decent. The 5, we need to keep I need to keep my eye on this on the 5. So QLGN, we're going to put on the side chart. Okay, topping tail into 648, coming aggressively down, losing 6. Here comes 575. This thing is insane. VWAP is 575. Losing VWAP ends the trade. We're going to try it here. Missed it. It's super volatile, not letting me in. Let's see if we can get caught on a dip down. 590 buyer. We're going long here. Let's see what we can get. We got, I don't know why my position board is not showing up, guys. So we're long at 596. So let's post some here at 3s. And then we'll also post some a little bit north of that level. We'll go 11s, see if we can get a nice pop back up. QLGN 575, volume weighted average price. Any loss of VWAP ends the trade for me in as quick as it started. So we're going to throw that in there. Let's go ahead and throw that out. And so that way we'll be able to defend the level if it does come down. So here we go, coming down into the volume weighted average price. Let's keep an eye out here, see if it gets defended. There's a buyer at 80s, QLGN. It's giving it up as quickly as it got it. So a bit of trouble over here. Now we've got 87s on. If it loses the 70 penny area, we're going to have to get out. Let's throw in some orders in the 90 to see if we can catch a nice move up. But yeah, topping tail into 6.5, and it's going to lose VWAP. The 10 EMA is about 540, but I just won't DCA into 540. I'll get out and then get back in at that 540 level if VWAP doesn't hold here. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey. What do you got?
Saving up to A. David, what's going on? Coreweave Amazon looks good for a long here. Let's take a look at Amazon. There goes the chip space starting to get a little pop. I was looking at, never mind. I'll look at that in a second. What's Broadcom up to? Oh, wow, okay. I like what we got going on from a daily. So yeah, this is even better. Let's freaking go, man. All right, beautiful stuff. So I've just been looking at Broadcom for a potential swing trade. What I was planning on doing is just dumping my Ethereum shares. My average is $27 on that. When I get out of that, I'll still hold the contract just for the dream. That the contract is still slightly out of the money, so we lock in the gains on the shares and then maybe rotate into something else, considering that I believe that Ethereum is essentially in a bear market at the lows, 20%. And then we got another hammer right there, so that can give us another bounce there, which I really, really like. And that's a 13% pullback on Broadcom, and this name has been on an absolute monster move, and I'm not looking for it to go and break this previous high. That's an absolute bonus. If it just gets give me a 5-6 point bounce, then we're gonna absolutely love it all day. So yeah, eyes on Broadcom and eyes on IBIT. Can't speak today. Adair, what do you got?
OGL on watch. I'm seeing reports that Google is set to be hit with its second fine under the landmark EU rules in coming months. The EU apparently is not rushing into decisions, though, due to some trade tensions and criticisms of the EU by the US. So again, it is worth noting we've seen reports similar to this in the past, but as the EU does face a little bit of criticism here for their trade rules, for their regulations, and just in general, they're going to be apparently being patient with regards to any of these rulings in Google, but Google still will be facing a potential second EU fine under their landmark digital rules. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, so there you go. You get that little bounce there in Bitcoin right at the volume weighted average price. What we'll do is we'll post up at 16s. We're going full size again. There you go. You get 16s. Maybe we go a little bit lower because we want a quality price right here. We'll go 15s to see if we can catch that fill right there. Again, right at the volume weighted average price. 5 cents better than the previous entry. And again, only going to give it 10 cents. So if we get that fill at 15, 63.05s, we're out of the trade, Sharif.
All right, man. Yeah, there's just very little continuity on these. So, yeah, what can you do, man? Can't sit on my hands the entire show for 3 hours because there's no continuity on them. But there isn't. You know, you're picking them up off levels that were working last week. They're not working this week. So you're just going to have to be patient or trade much smaller because it's Yeah, there's a dearth here of good small cap gappers the last few days. It's just the way it is. All right, so we're watching here. I've got 71s on. It's still in the 50s, popping back up into the 60s. It's still defending the 10 EMA quite well. Of course, it came down into my level, but it didn't print. Because that's just the nature of the beast. So we'll continue to watch. I've got something on here at around 75, so we'll let that one go. This one, I'm gonna have to let go as well, DVLT. It's losing the 10 EMA. I'm not gonna sit in DCA into this one. We've got somehow, we'll put an average in here, not average in, we just got out. I'll get back in at 83.5 because that's where the volume weighted average price is. So that's exactly what we'll do. We'll go 835 and we'll post there. We'll see if we can get that back now to QLGN as I see that it just have a hammer candle off the 10 EMA showing. So we're break even on that one now. On this, let's see if it continues up. It's still much lower high and lower low, so I don't expect too much, quite frankly, from QLGN at this moment. Maybe we can get a quick price spike and get a couple of beak wetters. Of course, it popped up into my level and it didn't print as well, so that's just par for the course around here these days. So QLGN, just putting QLGN, just putting it on the side chart. Allow me a minute, guys. See a hammer candle, but no prints, Joey, so we'll have to pack our patience on this one. What else we got? On the side, I'm seeing NUAI is also coming up a little bit. Let's change this one from LASC to NUAI. There we go. Nice. Nice. The taskbar is back, Joey. Now I'm pumped. Yeah. As long as the taskbar is here and blocking my view from being able to see the positions, that is my favorite time of the day. NUAI. No, I'm kidding. I just reclaimed VWAP, guys. It had a bit of a downtrend that made me stay away from it, but it feels like we're kind of breaking that clear downtrend now. Now, whether or not we trend in with the same aggression that we had to the upside the first time, we'll have to wait and see. But it is above VWAP. It found support at the 50 EMA on the 5 at about $1.10, and now it's knocking the door of 1 1/4, just clearing that 1 1/5 area. So that would be of interest to me if we can hold and stay above VWAP. I like the first step of the entry on this one is to wait for the trend change, and I think we did get that, having decisively broken above that downtrend line, and now the second order of business is to stay above the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to continue to pack my patience for NUAI, but that one is certainly in focus to me as I continue to watch QLGN reject VWAP from the south side, but it didn't respect it from the north side. It makes perfect sense.
North side, south side. Jail. Right away. All right, guys, let's take a look at here. There goes Bitcoin again. We got 63.05, another 10 cents of risk to see if we can get this VWAP to hold up there, post it up. And then now, all right, guys, let's take a look at the top performing sectors of the day. Yes, there is only one of them holding onto the green, and that is going to be the energy sector. We will take a look at XLE momentarily, and then XLRE holding on by a thread to the red. Only down 0.01%, and then we have the communication service down about 0.13%. Also, the bottom three, guys, consumer staples down 0.6. We have the consumer discretionary down 1.12%, and then the healthcare down 1.65%. And that is the top performing and the worst performing sectors of the day. Now, if we were to go on to the weekly, some names that were leading the way are now at the bottom of the pack, and that is going to be IWM down 1 1/3 there. And then we have the SPY sitting in second last, I guess we'll call it, down 1%. Dow in second place there, down closer to 1%, 0.9 to be exact. And then the NASDAQ, the tech-heavy NASDAQ, yes, that is, down 0.4 there, guys, all right? So those are your best and worst performing sectors of the day. Now, and also for the major averages, what do we got going on from an earnings standpoint? After the bell, we have Costco, the much anticipated Costco. I think that's going to be fantastic. Adair is excited about that one, so we are too. Now, as for IPOs, we got nothing really. MKTN, I don't know when that's going to be coming up, but possibly today. NYSE Exchange, NYSE names. Sharif doesn't like Amex that much. I don't like NYSE that much. Yeah, because they move. A lot of bamboozlement over there, Sharif. All right, there's beef, Adair. It's beef. It's personal beef, and we'll leave it at that. We don't want it to spread outside anywhere else. All right, so IBIT, bounce. We only got a couple more pennies, Sharif, until we get stopped out on attempt number 2, and then maybe I don't know if there's going to be any form of a long here on it today.
All right, just continuing to watch QLGN at this level, looking to hold a $0.5. I've got the 5-second chart up on the top screen. Seems like local areas of support is the $0.50. There was one momentary breach of the $0.50. It was quickly retraced again. So I do believe if we lose 540, that is going to be the end of my trade. I do have a dip trade right there to pick up some at the 10 EMA, which is a little bit ahead of 540, 42. But I think that will be my line in the sand. So we're not going to DCA into an oblivion. So we've got that on. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then that will give us a little bit of security. NUAI is continuing to trend. And DVLT, we didn't get the fill, sadly, over here. So we tried to drop down into about 83.5 pennies, where the volume weighted average price is. This was popping up back into 88. I had to stop out here because the bleeding was pretty aggressive. Back up to QLGN. We're taking some prints as this one moves back into the VWAP. We'll pause for a second. We'll send it to Adara. She's got breaking news.
Keep an eye here on Amazon, guys. AMZN, I am seeing reports that the company is agreeing to pay $2.5 billion to settle its case with the FTC on Amazon Prime. So again, to settle this FTC case, Amazon reportedly agreeing to pay $2.5 billion. Back to you.
Cool. Yeah. That's a lot of money.
That's
good for Amazon.
Nice.
All right, here we go.
All
right, we popped up quite aggressively there. Let's see if we can get continuation on QLGN. I'm waiting. Joe, bro, like, I don't understand this, man. I really don't get this. Why are my prints not getting filled? Let's go. All right, so I don't want to take out too much over here, so we're just going to take out that. There we go. Let that one run. So I was actually waiting at 91s. I think local area high on QLGN right there is 90. Okay, that makes sense. So we'll continue to watch that. We've got 69s on right now, showing me mid-70s. It tried to get back above VWAP. It looks like it was, just a momentary move above VWAP. We'll have to see if it continues trend above that level. Trying to use 75 pennies now as some support. So that's my look there. Continuing to watch some others as well, as I mentioned, keeping an eye on NUAI, but it's going to have to maintain that level as well above the, I believe, 120 area, Joe. So, well, we're back in the money here on QLGN, but for how long? We'll have to wait and see. My next profit taker is 90, and then we're waiting above 6.
All right, cool, good stuff. I'm taking this phrase from the late, great Charlie Munger, crypto crapo. Not doing too good today. I know the interview with Becky Quick, he did not like it. I don't think he ever really did anyways.
Neither did Becky Quick, bro. She was crapping all over Tom Lee back in the day. I was looking at one of the interviews, because it was 30, I think it's been 30 years. So that they were showing some older clips a few weeks ago. And she was like pressing Tom. She's like, you're keeping that in your portfolio? You're buying that? You're putting that?
Yeah.
And this is after 2018 when we had that move into 20,000. So you can't really say that nobody knew there wasn't potential. She hated it as well.
Anyways, there it goes, man. Another big time move to the downside. There's no specific turnaround signals. I was just looking for the volume weighted average price to hold, considering that I guess out of the opening drive, you have that 10 minutes of initial selling, and then you get that move back up to VWAP, but then it just runs into a brick wall, and then now putting an additional leg lower. So see you later to that. Yeah, slightly frustrating, but we got to try to stay level-headed and see what else we can find. I wanted to short the NASDAQ as well, too, but my risk profile isn't defined, so it's too many cents that I want to give it for the amount of size that I want to put on. So I'm not going to chase it or anything along those lines down here. I did have a feeling that the market was going to turn around at some point, but again, timing slightly off. There it is. You got IBIT down 2.25 there. So yeah, not too good of a look in the overall space. And I just mentioned earlier as well too, Ethereum at the lows is officially down 20%. So that's going to be bear market territory for Ethereum. Now, as for some of the top volume names, let's take a gander at what we got going on. Maybe we can find some potential setups right there, but I'm not seeing any of the signals that I'm specifically looking for, and I have no issues with sitting on my hands. The 2 shots that I take, I am down more than half my shutdown now, full disclosure. So yeah, you got to be a little bit more cautious. Yesterday was a grind. Jag asked me, he's like, Joe, how's your day going earlier in the day? And I said, good. Was I red? Absolutely. But why was my day good? One, I was following rules and I was taking the executions that I was supposed to. And then eventually we just turned things around. So I'm just going to try to stick with the same mentality. Thursdays usually aren't my best day. I don't know what's up with that, but I think we can turn the tables here today. We just got to wait, be patient, and wait for some big time shots and opportunities I think we can get involved with. I mean, the quantum space is hot, so I wouldn't be surprised if buyers step in. And I mean, we can take one more stab at IBIT as well too to see if we get anything, but I think Ethereum's slightly stronger, Sharif.
Cool. All right. Just continuing to watch still, holding my position. A little above VWAP, a little bit below. There's really no discernible trend on this stock. So we'll let it trigger either our orders to the upside or to the downside. I'm not really going to stress myself over this too much. Now back to DVLT. I had an order over here to get filled for a move back into 90, and it didn't get filled. So there's that. Keeping an eye on NUAI. Looks like it's stair-stepping up quite nicely. I see VWAP here at a $1.18. It's showing me a $1.23. So if we lose a $1.18, I think that would be an interesting area out. So I can put possibly an order here for NUAI, but it's got a couple of candles of indecision, showing no real strength on this. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna I'm trying to see if it's what kind of buying we have over here. It looks like it might actually make another 5-minute candle make a new high. It's kind of undecided at the moment. NUAI is the one I'm talking about. But I got to go back quickly over here to QLGN because it's taking out my levels, and now we're getting back into 595 area rejection. My next profit taker there is 611. We've got 64s on now, so let's see if this one ends up wanting to print or what its situation is. All right, so back to NUAI. I think I'm going to get in here, and if it loses $1.18, we'll just get out. So we're going to go long, and then we'll put the stop at 117. If it loses that, well, then that's the cost of doing business. Oh, I entered that one in wrong, Joey, so that will not trigger NUAI. We're going to have to cancel that, my man. There we go. All right. And then we'll just go like this into, there we go. So now we're good to go on that. We should probably throw some profit takers on this bad boy as well, and we'll go ahead and wait here at the north side. Oh my God, oh my goodness.
Yeah, you need me to take it over?
No, just, you know, the taskbar. It's okay. It's not a big deal. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, guys. VERI as well coming into the volume weighted average price. Interesting look there. USAR also coming into VWAP. OPAD looks like it might be losing that 4 2/3, a very spready name though. So be careful with that. And those are all I've got on at the moment.
All right, brother. Yeah, all right. So we took those stabs there on IBIT. I like what Ethereum's doing. They kind of move in correlation, obviously, but we'll take the stab at it slightly stronger. I like this price action a little bit more. So patience, patience, patience. Wait for this 5-minute candle to close. If it closes at how it's currently printing right now, then we'll take the attempt on that one. Just go heavy, risk whatever we're going to, and then maybe we get that test of the high day. If not, then it is what it is, and we'll take a hefty loss, and our risk measures are going to be drastically tighter, and we have to size down in shares. So there goes the NASDAQ coming right back into the volume weighted average price. Nice topping tails there, or sorry, not topping tails, but a nice base that it formed at these highs. You have this support right here, and then now maybe you get that move back in towards the volume weighted average price. But one thing that this drives me nuts here is that it's like, okay, yeah, move down, and then this 5-minute candle just engulfs everything, and then you come right back down. So this is just liquidity grabs, stopping people out who have too tight of stops, who are using it within the range, and then they just take the price back down again. All right, there goes Ethereum. Oh, you dirty dog, you. All right, still patience. Want this 5-minute hammer to close as it's continuing to move back towards VWAP. Amazon. Hey, people are saying grab this name. I'm not seeing anything that I love in particular. Keep an eye out for this as well. If you don't break through this high, you have this isolated volume print right here. Third largest of the day. Inverted hammer closes complete one. So keep an eye out on that, especially if the support level's cracked, then you're going to want to get out of that trade for sure, Sharif.
All right, man. We're out of QLGN. Is it lost trend again? It looks like it's coming back into the 10 EMA on the 5, but it's got no continuation. So we'll just get out of that. I'm just going to put this over here. I think that would be good. There we go. I think I fixed it now, Joey. So we're going to keep tabs on QLGN there. All right, guys. Yeah, this one is losing it in a hurry. Very happy with my out there. Getting out a little actually above break even for a couple of penny winners, but there we go. It's losing the 10 now. It's losing the 50 penny area, which was a local area support, and now it's making lower lows as well as lower highs. Be on the lookout. 520 could also be an interesting area of support, given that we did do a bit of a dance there at that 520 area. Not an area that I'd buy it at because it's below VWAP and the 10 EMA, but one that I see price action supported there.
We're coming into some slightly perilous levels for crypto today. BTC a little bit of this is the weekly chart, just kind of zoom out. Of course, we know there's weakness in crypto. We had a little bit of a double top here of those all-time highs. Then we've actually now made, at least on, as you can see at this week basis here, last week, a slightly lower high. Now, BTC looks like it needs to hold support here at 107.3, 107,000, of course. Let's take a look at Ethereum as well. Ethereum on the weekly also looking like it's breaking its uptrend a little bit, though again, both names are near all-time highs. They can always recover. Now, let's talk a little bit about why this might be happening. Now, obviously, the market as a whole is weak. Crypto is moving in tandem with everything else. But according to Deribit, which is a derivatives exchange, more than $17 billion in notional open interest tied to Bitcoin and roughly $5.3 billion tied to Ether, they're due to expire this Friday. So we're going to get some, looks like, derivatives expiries here coming through on Friday. Now, the pullback this week is also being attributed here to $1.7 billion in bullish positions being wiped out at the start of the week. So definitely seems like things are rotating to be a little bit bearish for Bitcoin, at least on the short term, according to this data. Back to you.
Adara, thank you, Adara, for that. Yeah, IBIT, still same thing. I'm looking at the same two names right now. Sharif looking at pounds there, brother.
Okay, bro. That was quick. All right. I'm holding NB. I just got into NB right now. It's got a good little trend. Where do we get in? 26-ish, show me 29s. NB is up 12.5%. It's got good strength in terms of trend, not big in the percentage winning game. This is the one right here that I'm looking at, NB. Very, very directional, higher highs, higher lows, a lot of strength on this. So that's what I'll be looking at. I put some beak wetters north of 30. It's generally holding the 10 EMA on the 5 with some wicks below that level, but I think that I can manage with that. Let's see if it can pop up. Spread is reasonable. I've seen it as wide as 2. Generally, it is 1 penny though, so that is my look on NB. Let's weasel back over to the other one over here. What do we got? NUAI, we've got 23s on. It's showing me 21s. If it loses VWAP, that's the end of my trade on that. I'm also keeping an eye on USAR. USAR, as I mentioned, came into the volume weighted average price. It's not up big. It's only about 7.5%. It doesn't even make it down into VWAP. In fact, it got, I want to say, 7 2/3. VWAP has been stagnant at 17 and 2/3. VWAP's been stagnant at 17.5. Here we go, approaching 18. I think if we take out 18, this could be an interesting area to wet the beak. So that's what I'll be looking at from my perspective. Let's take a look at my friend NB. We've taken several prints now on NB to the high side. So NB awfully strong, relatively speaking, of course. We're not talking about quadruple digit strong, but hey, I mean, we don't often see those type of markets on small cap gappers. So show me 34s, excuse me, on B. I've got my beak wetter at 34, and there's the print. Good luck. We've got decent size on this one, so I'll be able to take multiple outs. Now we're waiting in the high 30s. Let's see if we can get something in the high 30s, low 40s. Good to see you, Jeff. How you been, brother? How's the flight? Everything was good? Good, good. OG Jeff Mendel sitting next to me over here. Everybody knows him from OTC Markets. There he is. There he is. I love the hat, dude.
Crazy.
Good luck, Jeff Mendel, OG, friend of the shows.
Yes, sir. All right.
You go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, Tesla, let's take a look at what Tesla is. There's the pop, right? Didn't take it. I was just being a little bit more patient, waiting for that pullback, and then it just decides to take a pretty nice move to the top side. I do like Tesla a little bit here. You can see that the NASDAQ is about to put in a new high of the day. Oh. And then you also have this hammer candle, so what we can do is just draw our basic trend lines, keep it simplistic here, kiss, as we like to do, boom, and we get there, and there's the nice little pop in Tesla. And let's get involved in some TSLL. I got to give this one too many cents, so I don't get to put on the amount of shares that I would like, but that's okay. We'll get something involved here, just in case that it wants to continue its climb, and it's ascent to the top side. There goes Amazon. I just hopped in. Would you hop in there, Hangry Wife? Tesla as well, too? All right, let's go. Hopefully the odds are in our favor. We do have these higher lows, which is something positive that can be displayed within that name. I did want this trade a little bit more. Again, would have gotten in at 95s, and then boom, you almost get your 20 cents right there. You do get your 20 cents, and then you hit that 2-to-1, and there comes comes Tesla right back to the downside. So
Down?
Yeah, down, man. We're long, so we're not loving that whatsoever. Again, I don't see, that's the thing, right? So I'm just really focusing. The lower you get to the bottom of the price, right? So the lower in price you get, the less you have to risk. Here I'm up here at 61s, and I'm essentially not wrong into the break. So that's why I have to go a little bit smaller size so that I can let it fluctuate a little bit, and then hopefully we get that move within our favor. All right, so that's what we got cooking up. Let's take a look at some of the top volume names on the session. The task bars today, man, they get you. So there it is, FCX. Freeport Morgan, they did get a downgrade this morning. Boom, straight out of the gate to the downs right away, Sharif. No trial or anything, 37.53, all the way to 35.42. So that's overcook, undercook right away to jail. Rigetti, not the quantum space being hot once again throughout the day. So that
never happened.
No. I don't know who these people think they are over here. Nice bounce at QBTS as well too. Who has the most INTC with 145 million shares traded on the session? Bull flag being formed. Hammer time on that one. AAL, what are the airlines up to? I heard they took a beating yesterday, and that is exactly the case. Boom, all the way $12. You close around $11.94, and then you take another big time leap there to the downside, I guess that is. So you're jumping off a cliff in AAL.
Crazy.
Google was looking pretty good. Another bull flag right there, so not too bad. And then what else do we got going on? Of course, Ethereum is still going without me. Great times there, Sharif.
Buvin, you're killing me, Buvin. C-Poop is back. Oh, no. All right, here we go, baby. And it's halted to the upside. Assassino, I would say this thing crapped all over itself. It was, if it was going.
Oh, sorry, no, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's not doing much.
All good. It's going up. So look, this thing was at $1.25, $1.20 low. It's now halted to the upside over here at $1.63. Keep your eye on this one. It's gonna have to get above that $1.75 for me to get involved. Let's see where the topping tail. So this topping tail here, that's 208. That's a real or a regular market time high. Means it printed after 9:30. It's a 9:35 area high, 208. So I don't necessarily have to wait for it to clear, but ideally we should be trading above the area high. So I'll keep my eye on C-Poop, of course, because I fondly remember it from the good days of when we had good trades on it. So that's what I'm looking at there. So I'm back into DVLT. Already took a beak wetter there. I'm looking for a move into $1 here on DVLT. Keeps defending prior bar low, so I don't think I'm going to have my out on DVLT on any indicator level. I'm talking about the 10, VWAP. I'm just going to base it on prior area low because that's what DVLT is doing. It's holding prior area low. So that's my move on that. We'll see if we can kind of move up. I've got 91s. Here comes at 92. There goes 92. There's a seller here at 92. Can we pop up a little bit more? 92.5. Let's see if we can get the beak wet. We do. Are we waiting? Are we getting into 93? We're awfully close to breaking 93, but it's 93.41. That's the high of the day, by the way. So getting above that level takes us into the high of the day and then possibly maybe even into $1. So that's what I'll be looking at. Let's see what this one's doing over here. NB's coming right back into the 10 EMA on the 5. The 10 EMA on the 5 is at 22s. I've got 26s on that one. So I think I'm going to pack my patience on that. I'll base it, again, like I said, on prior area low rather than technical moving averages. Or the like. Okay, nice move up here by DVLT, taking out, now we have a new high dates, 94 pennies. I'm actually waiting at 94, so here we are again at 94. Do we take out the buyer there? Yes, he's gone. Now we're gonna wait at 96. Can we squeeze? And then I'm gonna wait at 98. Can we squeeze up? Can we at least get into that $1? Be ready if you're long DVLT for the rejection at the $1, right? We've seen this story before. There's 95. It's now a 95 penny high day. I didn't get printed because it didn't cross. Let's see if we can work our way back into that 95. We're showing 94.5 right now. So there's good strength on this. We'll wet the beak over here since we've got some shares. C poop is open.
Oh.
C poop is open, and it might halt again to the upside. Let's load up C poop. Oh, nice. The taskbar always greets me, Joey. Every time I load up a new stock, it's just got to let me know, hey, I'm still here. You know, don't forget about me.
Don't.
Right? So we're getting into that volume. Oh, no. We're clearing VWAP on C poop. So here goes CPOP, guys. I'm kidding by calling it C poop. Just an inside joke. Let's see if this one can clear it, Bovin. I mean, we're at the volume weighted average price right now. We really haven't rocketed up or anything like that. Yeah. Sorry, Mimi. You may not have been around for the prior time this was running, but it's called C-poop ubiquitously around here. Here comes that 80s again, but we still haven't decided to clear the 10 or the volume weighted average price. So you can still see the equilibrium between buyers and sellers at this point, a little above VWAP, a little bit below as the shorts look to get in at VWAP, or the longs look to take profits at that level as well. So be on the lookout here. Trade it carefully because it does have a tendency to reverse on you super quick. That's just from my experience. So that's what I'm looking at right now.
All right, beautiful, beautiful. Wow. NVDA coming back to be that monster of a force here. Yeah, it's being a force here today for sure. What pre-market sell-off? What gap down in the market? We're NVDA. We are the boss out here and the largest corporation in all of the United States of America. You know what's funny, when my friends and I were in Chicago, and we're doing the river run and stuff, and I'm like, I love US&A, how Borat would say it, and everybody on the boat was laughing. It was actually hilarious. Yeah, so just a little Borat there. The 30-year, okay, yeah, Matt. Nice look. I mean, if you think that it's gonna come down a little bit, then by all means. Actually, hey, let's do this. I found a nice, cool new tool, and then you know your boy, when he finds a new tool, he likes to use them there. All right, let's pull it up. And see what we got going on with the long end of the curve here, my friend. That is not what I was looking for. Where is it? Where are you? No, don't do that to
yourself.
me. Don't do it to me, Assassino. Stop it.
Of course he's going
Of course he's going to,
bro.
man. Oh, it's not. Where'd it go? Man, remember that tool that I showed you the other day, Sharif?
I know of no such thing, Joseph.
Okay, all right, that's all right. I'm not going to search for it right now. No, I was just telling you about the unemployment rates, the bond yields, and everything along those lines. I don't. Oh, there it is. Bang. We found it. So there it goes. Let's see when we get to the longer end here. Yields starting to go up here a bit, and I mean that's usually bearish for equities, right? So nice look there. What is this? We got the 20-year moving up here, and then I mean, yeah, there it is, right? So you got the yield curve coming from 4.7, and then you're starting to curl right back up there, so not too bad of a look. And with this tool as well, you can take a look at some of the unemployment, right? So you got options as well, screensavers, macro maps. We can take a look at that and see what else we got going. Look, you guys want to see something real cool? Well, it's not cool at all, because Look at the nation itself, Canada's unemployment.
Domination.
Yeah, 7.1%, folks, right there. And then as of May, this is COVID, up to about almost 14% unemployment. So that's what we're sitting at, 7.1% right now, Sharif.
All right, brother. All right. So we're involved again. We're in four names. I'm sorry, the position board's out again, guys, but we are in DVLT. So I'm taking prints here as we continue to trend into that $1 area. Just wet the beak there quickly at 95s, but I got a new position, USAR. Look, this is a slower mover. So what we're gonna do is we're giving this one a little room. I'm basing it on prior bar low. So prior bar low takes me down about 1782. I'm looking for this one to kind of curl and hold and clear 18. So it got a little bit into that 17 2/3. I've been putting in higher highs, higher lows. It feels like it may be rounding off that volume weighted average price, but I may get caught in some bamboozlement. That is kind of part and parcel of doing business with these small cap gappers. So we'll see if we do. I've already placed my stop. I've placed some profit takers for a nice price spike up. It's up about 8%. USAR is the ticker, okay? I'm also involved in NB, and this one is pulling into the 10 EMA like I've seen before. With NB, we've got actually 26s on. It's actually showing me 25, so I think I'm gonna get a reload here on NB. How many shares do we have? Yeah, okay, I can take Yeah, we'll go like that. That's exactly what we'll do. We'll add the appropriate amount there for my trade on NB. So that's what I'll keep my eye on. But I see CPOOP as well continuing to trend to the high side. Here we go. It's really not giving up the ghost. Sure, it had a couple of topping tail candles through VWAP. I'm talking about that one that popped into 185. But here we are again on the current 5-minute candle with a higher low. Not necessarily a higher high, but we have a higher low, so we didn't really print to the downside. So that's what I'm looking at, continuing to watch that, see if we can possibly work our way into this. But I'm in 4 positions at the moment. I'm trying to monitor all of them a little bit on the tougher side at the moment. So that's what we'll keep an eye on, Joey, as CPOOPs zigs and zags. DVLT coming into my level. NUAI, we haven't got really anything on there. It's got a flat top at 1 1/4. NB, I just added to on the pullback into the 10 EMA. And then at USAR, I still feel like this is putting in higher highs and higher lows, but I haven't got any prints on this one. I'm also hoping for a nice price spike up because it's kind of doing this trend where I've seen in the past price spikes happen from trends like this. Here we go. Now it's showing me 10s on this one. We've got 6s. Let's see if we can get in to about 15s. That's where the first profit taker for me is, Joey. But I like the trend on it. Just trying to pack my patience.
All right, man. Good look there, guys. You can see we got this little wedge that's starting to form here on Tesla. Which way are we going to break? If we come back in towards the lower end, I want to see it continuously compress. And then maybe we can get a little bit of a break and then add aggressively. And just go buck wild. Oh, I thought Ramin was telling me to do it. Just do it, says Shia LaBeouf. All right, so we're going to go to Adara momentarily. We're keeping our eyes out on Tesla. It's working out for us right now. But again, I'm only in about 1/3 of the size that I should be. I didn't like the risk profile, but I just wanted to get involved in it for just to get a little bit of a feeler. Adara, what do you got for us?
Trump is taking questions now during his meeting with President Erdogan of Turkey. They are currently speaking. If I get any more details, I will let you know. But yeah, this Q&A just began. He's now answering questions. Back to you.
All right, go ahead.
We're taking prints here on CPOOP. We're going to get caught in an uphold here on CPOOP.
All right, nice.
Okay, so we're getting caught in an uphold. We've got 90s on. We're going to get caught at 8s if it grays out a little bit more, which I'm fine with. Let's see. Boom. Nice. Okay, we're caught in the uphold right now on the pooped one. Nice breakout there. I didn't get the best price. I saw it take out 85. That was my move. Once I saw prior bar high get taken out, I'm talking about the candle that closed at 1140. The high, the wick of that candle was 185. As soon as I saw that get taken, I ran over to the screen. I didn't have a resting order. And then once I was able to punch, after multiple entries without getting the fill, I was able to finally get the fill. And we're taking this one to the high side. All right, I see NUAI is also breaking out above that level again that we talked about, that 1 1/4. It defended excellently the 10 EMA. Let's wet the beak here. Oh no, USAR is taking out all the prints as well. Go USAR, you hot garbage. Let's go. Let's see if we can get into 18.5. We've got nice move on this one. 06s, show me 25s. So I'm trying to manage all these at the same time, guys. We're in 5 positions at the moment. I need to get rid of some of these because I don't like managing too many too quickly. Tell me, Shaoli, I hope Joby's not crap in the bed, brother. I'm just going to take a quick look over here. No, it's good. It's good. It's very good. All right, good. No, I don't have to be upset. All right, shout out to my man Shaoli in the chat there. All right, Joey, so that's what we're doing. We're going to do it live.
Ooh.
And we're not going to stop, Joey. That's the thing.
Here
we go.
How are we doing it?
You know what else we're doing? We're taking prints here on NB, Joey. That's what we're doing, man.
Who hit the bang then?
Bang, man.
Is that you, Katina Man?
The Katina Man, he just sat down, brother.
All right, that's all right. Hey, man, just... Okay.
The Katina Man's got 156.60 fills on MU. So we're going to shout out the Katina Man.
I mean, come on, Adam.
Katina Man, yeah. You want the new position yelled out, you're going to have to hit the sirens, Katina Man. There we go. New position alert, future short. Short, yeah. Assassino, if you want to show a screen, there it is. Oh, no, somebody's taking prints to the downside. Say it ain't so.
Say it ain't so.
I'm going to champion that. All right. Joey, tell me what you got.
All right. Yeah, there goes Bitcoin, right? Nice move there. Okay, let's find something else. Let's enough of this what if history. We don't play any of that garbage around here. So yeah, there it is. We're long here on TSLL. This pullback was a pretty good opportunity to add a little bit more, but we just want to wait for this price compression to kind of pick a definitive direction. If we come back into the middle of the range and we hold some of these lows, then I think we'll be okay. And you can see the defense start to pick up on the tape. Let's start to filter out some size as well. We're going to have to go substantially larger here on TSLL. That's going to be 8,000. And even so, you can see what's on the immediate. And
Hey, brother.
What's up, Mr.
How's it going?
Mendo?
What's up, guys?
What's up, brother?
Can I just jump in during the middle of a trade?
No. Wait, we're always in trades, brother. We're long some Tesla right now. And that's it.
Oh, sweet, dude.
How you doing, brother?
Can you get? Can everyone hear me right now?
Yeah, can we hear our guy?
Are we good to go?
How we good
We
on
good?
sound? Good. Oh, awesome. Oh man.
Casino, are we good?
Not that we need it. Not that
All
we
right,
need
thank
it.
you.
Oh,
There we
Tesla,
go.
dude. That's
Tesla.
awesome.
Yeah. So we're in some Tesla.
What else we got? What else we got?
He's
I'm
a
in
smart.
5 positions, and they're all small cap crappers, Jeff. They're around today. They're not around tomorrow. That's what I like.
They
what
must
it
be
is.
on NASDAQ then.
Oh,
Taking shots
Oh
in
my
the
God.
competition.
Must be on the
This is
I
cool.
love it.
Okay, what else we got
that's
up
crazy.
here?
I mean, like we're long right here from 1960. We're almost 20 cents in the money right there,
I love
Mr.
this.
Mendel. So that's what we got rolling
Yes,
on.
we got
the
there.
Chad here as well.
Dude, I
too.
also love, like, you got Robinhood up there.
Here we
You
go,
got your little,
Robinhood.
you got your
Yeah,
little
we got-
street over.
we got
It's
a little
amazing the
setup.
move that Robinhood has made over the past year or whatever.
Yeah,
like not
since
even
the April lows,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Well, we don't know
Absolutely
anybody around
insane.
here who's bought any of that.
No,
you know,
no. Oh my God.
Yeah. We don't know
Jeez,
anybody.
awful.
We don't know any of
awful.
those.
So you know what?
everything
A ton of it's been trading overnight too. Hood,
Get to that.
The overnight,
Tesla, Nvidia.
Yeah.
See, actually, I'm just looking at your screen right now. The triple Qs.
Everything,
Dude, it's
brother.
absolutely insane.
How's
Like,
the overnight trading now?
It's
OTC? How's it
actually
doing?
going pretty good right now.
Yeah.
So everything's starting to pick up a little bit, and then it's crazy. So right now we're hearing that South Korea. They're going to get back involved, and they were probably the biggest players
Oh, really?
in the overnight space. And
that
then
makes sense.
And then I mean, right? It's perfect for them, right?
Yeah.
Trading during their daytime. They haven't been involved. Retail hasn't been involved over there for the past about a year now, and they're going to come back in November.
Oh,
and so I
really?
think volumes are probably going to double.
Yeah, well, that
easily.
and I was-
Volumes are easily going to
Well, I
double.
was just going to say that
overnight.
as well
sure.
too.
Yeah.
Blue Ocean, the volume on Tesla and some of these bigger names has been absolutely phenomenal. So it's been great trading them.
Right.
Liquidity's there, and it's been really, really good. Especially after they heard that Elon was buying a bunch of stock back, and then days after that, people were just going nuts on Blue Ocean trading it. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
You know,
for sure.
you're going to see that. Like, there's also other players that are getting involved in it as well too, giving more access to like firms like like Schwab and Robinhood and everyone like that. And it's like, listen, we got Moon.
Got the Moon,
We
baby.
everyone's connected there
Let's
too.
go, we're
So
connected.
had to throw that in there.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
Yeah, dude. And then I think really next year too, we're going to start seeing names like Tencent and all these ADRs, BYD and stuff like that. The actual
I'm on
ADRs
that.
start
Yeah,
trading
yeah.
overnight.
Flying these
too.
days, Jeff.
So,
Yeah, they
there's
are.
just tons of
Great having
activity.
these ADRs on your exchange right now.
Dude,
You know what I mean? Like,
tons and tons of activity. Like,
Well, I guess
even all summertime too. Just stuff is going all over the place. Trading, and I mean, there's been a general trend up, but still the intraday volatility and everything like that has been great for like day trading and stuff like that. Especially what you guys are preaching on here as well too.
The removal of the what's it called, the $25,000 minimum just got approved today. The pattern day trader rule.
Oh,
It's gonna
really?
be just today. And so you're just going to have a flood of new money coming in, Jeff. We're not going to have to schlep and open up multiple accounts.
What did they lower it to? Do you know?
2,000.
Oh, wow.
So that's like it's like here now
Exactly,
essentially. So
exactly.
okay,
So
that's
you're
pretty
just
cool.
gonna
I just heard it here first.
Hey,
There you
that's what
go.
we're here for,
That's
baby.
pretty.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like make it so people can, kind of come in
Actually
and
trade. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like with the PDT, it's like okay, you have a $25,000 account, but you still have to stay within that threshold. So you actually need more than the 25K to start actually trading. But I like how you brought up the ADR, Sharif, because we know from a gap standpoint, when you wake up in the morning, you have the likes of Baba and some of these names gapping up a couple percent. Take a look at them overnight because they're going to be trading. They're going to be trading them.
And that's the thing. Constantly, Jeff, we always look at these ADRs and they have more gaps than I've seen on any other stock. And there's obvious reasons for that, right? The Chinese market's awake when we're not. And so being able to actually execute on these in case, a position goes south against you, to me, it's a game changer.
I think
especially
big
for
time, big time.
swing traders too. So you don't actually have to wait for that 4 a.m.
early print, pay a bit more in commissions, and you have to do all that. So I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah, instead you could just be up all night. Just
yeah, I'm okay with that. I'd rather not, right?
Yeah, just grinding Baba to see what's going on.
So it's like we're talking a lot about ADRs and listed stuff as well too, and then also you got to remember Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, FMMA, FMCC. There's going to be a little bit more shake up in there too, right?
I bet.
If they go public, raise some more. Well, I mean they're already public, right?
You know what I mean?
If they're doing another raise there too, very liquid. I mean, look at Fannie Mae. Like I don't know where it was this time last year, but now it's like at $12. And it's still it was at $3.
$3, so there you go.
This time last year, right? I mean, come on, guys. It's great opportunities around here to trade, especially like what we're concentrating or what you guys are concentrating on here at the show as well too. I'm just looking up, see what else is moving around.
Yeah, we got everything moving on. We got the scanners rolling as well too.
Yeah, I pay specifically for OTC market data on that bad way.
So we got everything. We can take
there we go.
Also, if anyone has been watching this show for more than like a couple years or a few years now, I probably said this before, but I remember when there was a little cocktail table and a webcam, and that was the show. And it was us right here. It was us right here. By the way, what is going on behind this right now, and what is going on behind me right now is absolutely out of this world.
Yeah, you're loving it.
It is going to be insane.
Yo, Mendy's the best hype man ever. Best hype man ever.
It's gonna be better than Market Site in Times Square.
Statements drop the cash.
But listen, when you guys go out for lunch, there's a time limit, so if you guys are doing that, because I know what goes on at those lunches there, Mr. Mendel. So if you guys are rocking and rolling,
the Katina man wants to come in.
You better get the step in.
There is no time limit.
There's a time limit. All right, hey.
4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. It doesn't matter. We have to fill in.
It doesn't have to. Yeah, we're filling in with these guys.
I love it, guys. Speaking of 4 and 5 o'clock too, I heard we're going to expand the show a little bit.
You heard about that, man?
Gonna go.
There's other secrets too, Jeff. That we
am I not
can't
supposed to be
reveal.
saying this?
No.
Am I not supposed to be saying this?
Jeff, please.
Where's Brendo?
Please don't spoil it for everybody, Mr. Jeff Mendel.
But maybe I'll be joining.
Yeah.
Obviously, we
that'll
like
be
that
cool, guys.
a lot,
Yeah.
man. No, yeah. So they do know a little bit, Jeff, that the show's growing, but I don't think they know the full gauntlet of secrets, though.
How many followers are we up to on YouTube?
Oh wow,
now?
It's over 550.
I keep saying we. I feel like I've been here from the beginning.
We're at 538, baby.
Dude, that's amazing. Come on.
With 5,800 watching right now.
Sean, I blame you for not being at 1 million.
Ooh.
Katina man, bro. Let's go.
Come on.
You got to get it together there, brother. Got to pick it up,
But
man.
seriously, dude, that's huge news, though. Back to the 2,000, the change of the 25,000 right there. That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah,
too.
it's going to be big. And then that's part of the reason, Jeff, that we're actually doing the new format is for exactly that reason, because we just know there's going to be a lot more retail interest in it, and retail doesn't exclusively subscribe to 9 to 5, so we want to be there for them.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
No, not necessarily, brother.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
especially people who are trading on the side, you may have a night job, you may have a day job, and so your hours may have to follow a different setup, right?
Exactly. So
and more sympathetic we couldn't be. So
just grinding on.
And then
good stuff. I know you guys got 30 seconds left. Give the wrap up.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Right? Wait. Oh no, you guys go through it.
Oh yeah.
We go
well,
through
that's
it.
what, that's what I'm saying.
We get to do it, Garrett.
You guys better pick it up on the lunch here.
I have 0 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Good job, guys.
Thanks for
See you, brother.
Thanks for coming on, brother. Yeah, Jeff Mendel, guys, OTC markets.
Class, pure class.
He's all class,
Pure
Jeff.
class, yeah, pure
we
class.
often say all class Adam, Duluth, but straight up, I was watching Jeff Mendel. So if you guys don't know the story, I was a viewer for almost 2 years before I even set foot in this office, and Mendy was on way before me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So Mendy is the OG. He is that guy. All right, Joey, there's a whole bunch to update you on.
Let's go.
So we were caught in the up halt on CPOOP, and we did okay. We took a nice move there into 210. I don't know what's going on, but I was trying to punch out in the high teens, and I just wasn't getting the fill. So I think I'm hitting wrong keys. Something's going on, but that was the second time I had problems executing on CPOOP. It does seem to be holding up 190. If it can get back above that $2 area, I'm going to get back into this. It's up 40%. It's cleared the previous area high. It's a 219 high. So if we're going to get involved with something, might as well get in something with strength. And here it goes again. I'm going to get in small here, okay? Because I don't know if this is going to rocket up, and I want to be able to dollar cost average into prior bar low. Prior bar low takes me into 187. So on CPOOP right now, we've got 99s. So let's go ahead and see exactly where we'd want to get that next little add in. And we're, again, small size here on CPOOP. I don't want to give anything really back that aggressively. So we'll see what we can get. We won't get upset coming into my level. There it is. We get the fill. Loses prior bar low. We get out. It's that simple. So here it is. Pop it into high 80s. It's going to have to hold high 80s. Otherwise, we're going to get out. It's got to be a good trend. Otherwise, that's it, Joey.
Yeah.
So watching to see exactly if it loses prior bar low. It's still zigging and zagging high 80s. I'm not seeing any 90 prints right now, so you can tell the sellers are certainly in control. We've got 93s on right now on CPOOP. That's going to be the end of the trade. I don't need to manage that while I'm managing others. Now back to DVLT. Multiple prints to the high side over here on DVLT. We've got 90s on. Now it's 95s. Best beak wetter 96. Next setup 98s. Also on NUAI, popped up into 26, took a beak wetter there. Still putting in higher highs and higher lows off the 10 EMA. Gonna keep my eye out on that. And last but not least, NB. This is slowing down a little bit here. I added into NB on the move up. Let me see if I can wet the beak a little bit more over here because
Bang.
We have to take out some prints over here. So we'll see if we can get that bit of a spread on NB. Last but not least, USAR consolidating at 18 1/4, 18 1/3. Very sideways move, but still above the 10 EMA. I'm packing my patience for a move up. We're going to take an opportunity to send it to Adair for happening now. No Neil's lesson of the day today.
Yeah, Trump talking here about tariffs taking in a lot of money, but the real reason I want to let you guys the real thing I want to talk to you guys about right now is Fed's Goolsbee. He is saying here that he's comfortable with gradual rate cuts if inflation keeps moving towards 2%. So this is actually more on the dovish side compared to a lot of recent Fed speakers. He also said that he's still relatively optimistic that tariffs will not broadly drive up inflation and that rates can come down. So Fed's Goolsbee seeing a path here to rate cuts. Back to you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was a very long happening now.
Yeah, I mean, hey, what's happening right now is that Tesla's starting to come back in. There's that 1 minute hammer candle. We'll take a little bit more off. We didn't take too much there, but I don't like that print, so I'm gonna have to take a little bit more. We'll just be we'll be proactive on this one. How many shares do I have left? Let's figure that one out. Yeah, we'll take a little bit more than a half, and if it continues to run, then so be it. We're just listening to what the market is saying. Okay, great, didn't get that fill. Come on, man. All right, there we go. All right, so yeah, we got a nice little move. Again, I didn't have enough shares. Would have liked some more. Didn't find the opportunity to add, but now we're starting to piece them out there. Look at the run that NVDA has been on. Dare you stand in front of this freight train? I don't know. I do. Oh, if this closes, if we get sellers to push price down to 179.70, then we'll take it. Why? Was that high? 180.23. Guess what we're going to do next? You already know the process here. And we're going to see what we got going on. It's already up and ready for us to rock and roll. 180. Look at this. 181,000 contracts already traded on the session. 111 outstanding at 180. I'm going to pull up NVDL. Maybe we can get as close to that peak as we possibly can and look for that rejection of that specific level. How many cents do I have to risk right now? 50. We're going to go in really, really small to start. Let's get involved in this. And if we get a little bit of a pullback, then we're going to add aggressively. As long as we don't crack that 87.60 level, then we're going to be off to the races for this potential short. Going off of what the options chain is telling us, open interest, you have the concentration, volume starting to pick up drastically as well too. And this is what I was referring to earlier in the session, if you were here with us this morning, is that if you go to the puts, it's never going to be the amount of size. You have obviously those black swan events where you have some more puts being bought, and you want to look at the put to call ratio as well too. But you'll always see more volume on the call side there, Sharif.
All right, Joey, good call, my man. All right, let's throw in some profit takers at this level. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
Was it the taskbar?
There we go. No, actually, it's just the software now, but it's okay. I think I got it. USAR got back into the 10. I took some profits. We're getting back into this one. It's holding the 10 generally. So we took some good beak wetters on this one, but now we have a higher cost basis as a result of flattening out. Next profit taker, 25s. It showed me 26s on the level 2 ask side, 20s on the bid side. Looking for this one to cross and continue up. The next profit taker above 25 is going to be at 30. I'm still holding NB, but this one, I don't know if it's really holding the trend all that well. NUAI looking a lot better, quite frankly, though. This looks like an inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute, and if that's the case, then we take out that 1 1/3. So I don't want to take out too much too quickly on NUAI. Let's go ahead and put that next profit taker. We have one at 28s. We'll put the other one at 31s and see if we can get something in and around that area. So I didn't continue on CPOP, CPOOP, because this one did drop. And it's still putting in lower highs and lower lows. So this is the chart right now on CPOP. It's generally holding VWAP. That's a second candle in a row that's gotten into VWAP, but we still have lower highs, right? So we still have to really clear that 203 to change trend on the lower highs. And so that hasn't happened yet, so that doesn't get me involved in the trade. That's all I've got there. I don't mind getting into CPOP here and then just giving it to a little bit below VWAP, but it's just, I've done that before lately with these ones and they end up losing VWAP, so I don't want to continue to give back if I don't have to. The one I really want to focus on, though, is NB. I've got 26s, show me 24s, and it's just right around the 10 EMA, but it's got a 4-candle lower high setup. And I don't know if this is the right move for me. So I think I'm going to flatten it out here for a break-even trade. And if it sets up a bit better, I can get back in.
Oh, yes.
So that's one look there. Another one is OPAD. So this one was kind of doing nothing. And in fact, it didn't even trigger my, my alert. It got awfully close to triggering my alert, didn't trigger it though, and then rocketed right back up. So this one's right up into that 480 area, so that's a really good look here on OPAD. I'd be keeping my eye on that one. So I'll continue to watch CPOP and OPAD for possible entries. Obviously, USAR, as I just got into that one as well, Joey.
All right, good look there. Yeah, Hangry. I mean, we had a nice move. I know you were in this one a little bit earlier as well. But then one thing that I was noting is that just take a look at this candle, and then I get out immediately after that, right? So this inverted right above the volume-weighted average price. I'm like, okay, this is a bad signal. Let's take the majority of it off and leave a little bit of a runner, and that's what we got going on. So I only have a handful of shares. Let's see, maybe a couple handfuls. Yeah, we got a couple handfuls there, but now we're in some NVDL to the short. We have a lot of things working in our favor right now, okay? So we have to take this trade, and we're probably gonna have to put on a little bit more size. So this continuation, this move to the top side, extremely aggressive. There's multiple things. Gorev's pointed them out as well too. You have that inverted hammer candle at an extreme high. You have the second largest volume print of the day on that 5-minute interval. And then also we have that high levels of open interest on the options chain. We have 3 things that are working majorly in our favor right now, and it's our job now to try to take as much advantage of it as we possibly can. Gorev, Jag, whoever's involved in this short, this is a pretty quality setup. Is it guaranteed? Absolutely not. Unfortunately, nothing is, but the probability is in our favor, and it's our job to try to take as much advantage of it as we possibly can, okay? So that's the game plan. You can see, oh, nope, that's my TSLA. I haven't even showed you guys what we got going on. So yes, Gorev, I did add to the short here, and it's starting to work out pretty good for us. So bang, once I seen this, that we failed to break through this high, I'm like, okay, this is my opportunity to get into full size. And then if it's gonna continue to work and looks like it wants to bleed, then another consolidation downtrend, and then we double it up, and then we go 2x risk. Are we going to get all the way back to the VWAP? I don't know. That's 3 points away. If I Deontay Wilder this size that I have on to VWAP, it will be a pretty good day there, Shreve. So I like it. Robinhood's starting to come back in. I'm glad that Bitcoin's going, right? We did miss the opportunity in this hammer candle right at this 5-minute low, and it cracked through that downtrend. Let's see if that can be held and sustained. But you can see that we're in at 87.10 there, 30 cents. We got that with the NVDL short, and then we're also still holding on to some Tesla as well. Adair, what do you got for us?
Google News on watch here. We have Logan Kilpatrick, who is a AI product lead for the Google AI studio. Anyways, he just posted here on X that Google is releasing its robotics model. That'll be their first widely available robotics model called Gemini Robotics ER 1.5. If I get more info about the robotics model, I'll let you know. But either way, this is being announced here on X by one of the employees involved in the project. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Adair, yeah, Hangry Wave. I use primarily the 1 and the 5 minute, and then I obviously take a look at the dailies as well too. But those are my go-to intervals that I go with, right? So yeah, that's what we got. You're starting to experience a little bit of a pullback. I'm not too worried about it. As long as we don't crack that high, we're going to be involved in this trade, Shreve.
All right, good look, Joey. Good look, man. DVLT, keeping an eye on this one as it's making another move back into 95, 94 and change. Here we go. The tape's picking up as it finds support at the 10 EMA. DVLT, we can probably throw another beak wetter here. I'm going to put one at 97s because I have one at 98. So we're going to throw in at 197. Here comes 95. There's 95 showing up again, so good look. Let's also take a quick look at NUAI. This is right at my level, not printing because it's not crossing 128. That's where I've got my profit taker, 128, so we'll keep an eye out on that. I just got stopped at a USAR because it lost the 10 EMA on the 5, so we'll give back a little bit on this one. But it seems to be finding support at the 20. If it does, fantastic. It'll have to get back above 18 1/3 for me to get involved on USAR. So it looks like it's maybe finding some support generally at 18, but that's not my move. I'm just going to pack my patience on that. There we go. We get the fill on NUAI. Next profit taker, 131 on this one. NUAI, we've got on 23s. So good look on that. I also worked back in to CPOP over here. It's holding the volume weighted average price quite nicely, and the 5-minute candle that closed prior to this sure was a lower high, but wasn't a lower low. It was a candle of indecision. So this current candle is green, but it really hasn't done anything. So what I'm doing is risking very little here for some support off VWAP. Now we've got a 3-candle hold up at the volume weighted average price, but nothing really has rocketed up off that level. I've seen CPOP lose it before where it lures you in, so don't fall in love. Use hard stops at key levels. I'm going to stop out if it drops below that 10 EMA, which currently is about $1.75. So that's what I'm looking at. We're going back to Adara.
Bloomberg here having a report about META, Meta Platforms, suggesting that the company will be facing an EU finding, saying that it failed to police illegal posts. So Meta here reportedly set to face a finding from the EU with regards to illegal posts that Meta was reportedly not policing properly. Back to you.
All right, cool.
I can
oh yeah, sorry, I didn't know. Right. I didn't know. Yeah, it was,
So NUAI, Joey, continuing to move up here. Now showing 29s. It's on the way to 30. The high of the day is 34. It's got a bit of a head and shoulders pattern, inverse head and shoulders pattern, as I was saying, on the 5-minute. You can kind of see that a little bit. Right shoulder action here, left shoulder action. The problem is though, I'm kind of seeing what I want to see there because an inverse head and shoulder ideally should be preceded by a downtrend. There's no downtrend here. This was an uptrend, then it pulled back. So I think I'm seeing what I want to see there in any event. What I'm looking for, well, I was even saying that, is I'm looking for that move above $1.33. The reason I say $1.33 because these candles, sure, they wicked above that 130 area, but they all closed below it. So that's what I'll be keeping my eye on there. Let's go back to CPOP. As I see, this one's making a move into 90. We've got 85s on. I'm looking at wetting the beak here at 93. So if we can get another nice move on CPOP, possibly squeeze up to the high side. There's 92s. There's a seller of note at 92 that we can't shake right now. It's a hidden seller. And there it is, 93s. Now we're showing 95s. I'm waiting just in front of $2 here on CPOP. There it is, Joey. Now we're moving up quite nice. We're going to wait at 02s right now on the poop one, and then we're going to wait to see if we can get 10s, in and around 10. So now we're waiting north of 2 on CPOP. Good hold up off VWAP, but I've seen the bamboozle bit before. It lures you in with that first 5-minute candle to make a new high, especially, you know, if it's at a key area of psychological support, you know, the 2s, the 3s, the 4s. So we'll see if this one can clear 2. That will be kind of the deciding point of whether I add to this one. If it clears 2 aggressively and we can say, you know, 2's in the rear view at the moment, then we'll get in. Otherwise, nah. So that's my look on that. And DVLT continues to trend up, so that pleases me. I'm waiting next at 97s and 98s. Here we go. We're showing 96. Don't forget, it's 97.5. That's the high of the day. But we're getting awfully close to clearing 96. If we clear that, you know, we could easily see the dollar on DVLT. That will be what I'm looking for, Joey.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I was just messaging Gorev. He said this thing. Unfortunately, my other platform doesn't have a 3-minute. So he's like, all right, yeah. So Gorev and I were both short this name right now. And then it's like, okay, Joe, I see this. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. So we have 3-minute here, but my other platform doesn't. And that's not a good sign. One thing that we can kind of keep in our favor right now is that the volume is slightly cool. But with the NAS and some of these bigger names starting to slowly grind higher, then it may not be time. I will give this trade multiple attempts. But the thing is, though, if I'm going to do that, I have to get out slightly premature to the break of this high because I'll take too large of a loss for my current risk measures right now if that's going to be the case. So we're going to be patient as long as we can hold it. And that's the thing about standing in front of these freight trains like NVDA. You get this move right down to 86.80. They're like, yeah, you know what? No, see you later. We're going to continue this grind a little bit higher. So just hold these specific levels and then I think we'll be okay. But other than that, if it decides that it wants to rip, then unfortunately we'll have to take that loss on that one. Tesla's still hovering around these areas, consolidating. We can probably add at the lower end of this range, and there it goes, right? So yeah, Gorev, I'm going to hop out of this, I think, here momentarily. Going to take a little bit more of a loss, and then I'm going to get out because that's a big time squeeze. And yeah, I mean, all the signals were in our favor. You had the stopping volume. You had everything along those lines that we needed, but this is just a different beast. NVDA, yeah, well, I mean, I'm losing on it right now. Okay. Sure, yeah, but it's a different beast, right? And I mentioned it before. It will squeeze you out. It will do this fake out on multiple occasions before it does want to take that leg lower. But one thing to note, we did have a nice move. We didn't take anything off, and then now the chances of us are probably going to get stopped out are significantly higher than it was a little bit earlier.
All right, Joey, guess what? Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just announced 6 new triple leveraged ETFs. They're offering, guys, 3 times bull as well as 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60. You also get exposure to the semiconductors as well as U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even more, they've got more. They're offering a special fee rebate, dropping those management fees just down to 65 basis points, guys. That's all until New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2025. These ETFs, guys, they also employ currency hedging, and that seeks to neutralize the U.S. dollar exposure, which provides you performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying equity indices that you're in, not the Forex. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, then it's incumbent upon you to check betapro.ca/3 times daily to learn more. Shout out to the great folks there at Global X Canada. All right, so we're still holding our positions over here. CPOP, yeah, is exactly what I thought it was going to do. Comes into 2, rejects. We did get a couple of beak wetters along the way. I'm going to pack my patience, but look at NU freaking AI go. There it is, taking out. It's into the high of the day. It's at $1.35 now. I'm going to continue to hold this. I want to see where exactly this one wants to end up going. I think we do have some room to move. I think possibly into the $0.50. There's the squeeze, 137 now. I think we've got 23s on UAI. Good strength on this name. Packing my patience to see whether or not we should be adding into this position. But this one's getting a little aggressive, Joey. We're taking out some levels here as we move into that 40 penny area. So that's my look there. Let's go back to our other friend here, DVLT. No, DVLT, don't do that to me, bro. Now it's back into my entry level at 91s. This is where I got out before. Yeah, let's see. Do we get out here? What's the situation? It's losing the 10, but it's lost the 10 before on a wick basis. So here's my move. I'm just going to put it at 89.5, the stop. That way, if it loses a 90 penny area, we get stopped out quick as you like, and we won't give up that much. Right now, we're flat on the remaining amount there on NUVI. So that's my look. Let's go back to CPOP. On that bad boy, we got 85s. It's showing me 84, so we're a little bit out of the money. This feels, though, Joey, like a flat bottom break waiting to happen. I ain't gonna get caught in that flat bottom break. And typically what these ones end up doing, what I mean by flat bottom break, is this. Let me just bring in the side chart before we go to Adara. So area high, lower high, lower high, lower high. All the while, you're holding that same area of support. Essentially, in this case, it's $1.80 at the volume weighted average price. So these lower, not infinite, but multiple lower highs in a row with that same area low, sometimes, not all the time, is a recipe for a flat bottom break. My move on CPOP is if it gets and hold above 2, I'll get in for a possible move above the high of the day into 219. So that's my move on CPOP. Go ahead, Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, Costco earnings tonight. We do have some infographics on X at TTV Research, including this one we just posted, breaking down Costco's iconic hot dog. So there's a lot of course, lore around this, and the fact that the CEO has threatened to kill, or the former CEO and co-founder threatened to kill his successor if he ever raised the hot dog price. But also, it's worth noting the hot dog is not viewed to be actually profitable for Costco. Now, they don't release the numbers on that, but the company's longtime former CFO said that they really were not making much money on it. So if you want to read some fun facts about the Costco hot dog, including the Coke and Pepsi debacle, which one do they go with? I mean, you can find out. Check it out on X at TTV Research. Just a fun little blurb here. There will be another Costco, more earnings-specific infographic coming very shortly. Back to you.
I know you don't. I know you don't drink that stuff.
What?
Coke or Pepsi? Maybe once in a blue moon.
I have Coke Zero every now and again.
Like, so that's what I was gonna ask you. Are you a Coke or a Pepsi guy?
I'll ask for Coke Zero.
Coke Zero. Coke Zero. If there's
What's
option?
the other one? Pepsi Max?
Something like that. I wouldn't even know.
I feel like
really
not as many people have that.
The Pepsi Max. Yeah. Did you ever have the IKEA hot dogs, the 50-cent IKEA hot dogs?
Bro,
that's crazy.
Come on now, man. And how about the meatball?
Oh, the meatball. Yeah, everybody goes there.
Is it muy grande or más grande?
It depends who I'm on. Yeah.
Okay, and then just muy grande means it's very big?
Yeah, very big. Yeah, masses. No more. All right, there we go. Koreweave. Man. Come on, get out of here with that garbage, says our good friend. Get that garbage out of here. Yeah, it says our good friend, Jack Armstrong. Pew, 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 pew.
You think those things are actually made with meat, though, Joey?
The meatballs?
Yeah.
I don't want to know what's in them. That's like the hot dog, man. I don't. When was the last time you had a hot dog?
My old man's all about the chicken hot dogs.
Yeah,
so anytime
my grandpa used to love the chicken hot dogs. Yeah.
And Joey.
Yeah, this guy.
I don't want to out my old man. I love my old man. Yeah. But he boils them. Oh. There's no taste in those things. And his move is, I want the healthy. I'm like, bro, it's zero taste.
It's zero.
It could be zero fat.
Put that on
but
the
it's
grill
zero
or something.
Taste. Nah, but I could put some condiments onto that bad boy.
Yeah, you throw a little condiments on there.
I told him before, bro. Nobody wants boiled hot dogs.
Yeah. How much for you to drink the boiled hot dog water?
You want to start at Fort Knox?
What does that mean?
Like all of America's gold.
Yeah, all right.
Right? Bro, that's never going to happen. It's zero health, Ricardo. Absolutely right. Convince him of that is a different story. Look, dude, he's a pharmacist, but he got his degree in the 60s. And I've tried to tell him many times, things have evolved since, you were taking chemistry and biochemistry and all that good stuff that you were learning. And he doesn't care. He doesn't want to exercise. He doesn't want to diet the right way, so I've given up.
Yeah, I mean, hey man,
I've given up.
He's been doing fine this whole time. So just let him rock and roll, I guess, a little bit there. There you go, guys. We got a nice little move down into NVDL. You run right into that 86.8 level again. We come back. We hold this neckline. I think I'm gonna add. I'm going to add to the position there, Mr. Assassino. What are we doing? Trade. All right, guys. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. You actually get enough capital to make it worth it. You can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits there, guys. All right. So check out Trade the Pool. 1 minute candle. Don't like it anymore, says Mr. Gorev. Yeah, we keep bouncing off of that base. I like that we're rejecting 180 though, right? So I'm going to continuously hold on to it. Excuse me. If we get an aggressive, like if I see the momentum start to pick up like here to the downside, I think this was a good add opportunity, but it would have kind of got me a little bit more nervous. But once we crack this 86.80 level, I'm going to add aggressively, and then I'm only going to look for about a 10 or 5 cent move to the downside and just get right out immediately on that pot because I have a feeling that it would bounce back relatively aggressively. So there it is, boom. VWAP would be the ultimate dream. If we have the ability to hold this throughout all the way to VWAP street, that's going to be a big time move considering that's 3 points away on NVDA, and that's also a little bit, it's the exact same thing here on NVDL considering where our entry is at. So that would be a big time move. That would be super diamond hand. So let's see if we can bring that into fruition. I probably won't, to be honest with you. I'll take a little bit off at 86 if we can get there, and then leave a little bit of a runner just in case that VWAP may be in the mix, Sharif.
All right, Joey, I'm done my trade on NUAI. I was happy with how this one ended up going. We took profits at 40s. It's dropping a little bit now into the high 30s. We'll see if this one makes a new 5-minute candle, make a new low. To do that, it's got to print 134. If it continues trending up and takes out 144, we're going to get back in. But I've been watching CPOP this entire time, right? And it's still putting in lower highs. Let me bring in the side chart for you guys because it's a lot easier to discern on the black charts. Look at this kind of bull flag that it's got going for itself here, which is great. That's not a bad pattern to have on a small cap gapper. My concern has always been this area of support, this 180. It's going to give up the ghost, just given the fact that it keeps putting in lower highs. And the lower highs are just not something that I like pointing out for the sake of pointing out. It's telling a story, right? When you get area highs that you can't reach on a successive attempt, there's a reason for that. And part of the reason for that is there's more sellers. I sound stupid to say, but the sellers are outdoing the buyers in that case. And then when you see it repetitively like this, it just means the sellers are in control. So if you're a buyer and you're not a market mover, you're a market observer like myself, then there's nothing you can do to change this pattern until it changes. So that's what I've been watching. I've been watching it bounce off that 180 at volume weighted average price multiple times, only to notice that it's really unable to change trend with respect to the lower highs. So as much as I want to get back into this, as much as I see, you know what, bull pennant, bull flag, whatever, forming there off that $125 low, 219 high, as much as I still don't like the trend, and if that means I end up missing it a little bit, then I end up missing it. But look at DVLT breaking out to the high side. Fantastic look. And we still have shares on this one. There we go. We get the 97 print. It goes up to 99s, but, you know, true to form, we don't get the print. That's just kind of that's a kind of the day. And that's not a fake print. I've got 99s up on my side chart as well as the high of the day. You see the wick there on the screen above that level. So let's go ahead and wait at 103. That obviously presupposes the breaking of the dollar. But here we go again. Now moving up into 98s, 97 and 4/5 is where we're seeing the rejection. Now down, yeah, same thing, 4/5. We haven't even gotten to a quarter yet. So looking for continuation above 98. 98 gets me the print. If we get 98s, the next level after that, we're looking at 103. Yeah. So that's my move right now on DVLT. It's been a good stair step up, kind of name. We've been taking prints on this one to no end. Initially got involved at 89, then we got again at 91. We'll keep getting in until it's warranted. Until it's not warranted, sorry. Death God, PEPG, Peppa Pig. Let's find out about Peppa Pig over here. PEPG is the ticker I'm talking about, guys. Oh, okay. Well, this one had a fantastic breakout in the aftermarket yesterday, Death God, but look what it's done. I mean, the pre-market highs haven't been taken yet, Death God. There's a double top at 7 3/4. The official market high, 6 1/3. Why is that? Even though we've been up here, well, those are pre-market highs. So a couple of rules here. We need to be above the volume weighted average price, which we marginally are by like a couple of pennies, but we also got to get above that 775. So I'm going to kind of insist that I wait to that level before getting in, but I do like the setup, so I'm going to put an alert at 7 1/3 so it can alert me if we do get into that area so that I can be ready to go for that 7 3/4 break. But thank you for pointing out PEPG. It's up a very respectable 123%, but that is from the aftermarket yesterday. So the closing print yesterday, guys, a little bit below, looks like 2 2/3, and then we're currently trading at basically $6. So great call out there. Thank you, Death God, for pointing that one out, and I'm going to keep tabs on it for sure. Shout out to the Death God.
Okay.
That's an ominous name, though.
Yeah, I think you said that was his gamer tag or something like that.
That's cool.
Regardless,
I'm okay with it.
I mean,
I like saying it.
Yeah, Death God, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know? Have you ever read the book Death Note?
Say again.
Death Note.
Death Note?
Yeah.
Is it a movie?
Yeah, it's a book too. Like a
I have
comic.
no idea.
Death Note.
Dara's
Yeah,
giving you a round of applause.
A round of applause.
So
Yeah, it's
she
good
knows
stuff.
what it is. Yeah.
It's essentially like a book, and if you write someone's name on it, then eventually they. Right, kind of like a final destination.
Oh boy, what happened?
Yeah, no, they made an anime of it, but like that was the original. But they also did weirdly a musical apparently, which I mean I would love to see that. And then also there's apparently a terrible live action movie. So way too much.
No, I liked it, Derek. Come on, give it some credit. It's really good. Have you seen it?
Okay, I love Nat Wolf, but I'm not going to put myself through that.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's fair. That's fair.
Well, that's a statement right there.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's pretty good. But I mean, when you have the originals of something and then you get the live action or whatever it may be, it's usually not as good.
I know you don't watch Seinfeld, but
no, I couldn't. You know what?
Okay.
I'm trying to think of
to a name of the movie that they talk about in the show called Death Blow.
Oh, yeah.
Any of the Seinfeld.
I think I would rather listen to multiple hours of nails on a chalkboard than watch Seinfeld.
Okay, Joe.
I mean, that's
made your point, bro.
Yeah,
made the point.
I mean, yeah, that's me. I know a lot of people don't like that take, but it's true. That's just how I feel. I'm telling you how I really feel. Yeah, guys. All right. So again, if we're gonna hold this for all the way to VWAP 177, you can see that it's really starting to track the price. If I get out now, we're just giving back a lot of unrealized as well too, but we're still positive on it. You can see this move here. We want to see this cool up and not kind of track price so aggressively. This could just be a 5-minute breath. There's still buyers fully engaged in this. So yeah, there you go. It's like, okay, you're heavily in the money and then in a span of a couple minutes, it just bounces right back and you're essentially right back at break even. So yeah, that's the tough part about trading. You get this move. I talked about the break of this support level taking 5-10 cents. We didn't do that there and you get that move about 15-20 cents lower. So let's see if we can hold the neckline, curl back over, and then potentially make a new low south of 86.5. But guys, with these shorts, lock in those profits when you can because this market can rebound in a matter of minutes, right?
You got everybody talking there
about
in the chat about Seinfeld. You got a lot of people with you. You got a lot of people against you.
Me. That's how it is, man.
Seinfeld, though, it kind of splits both ways.
I think it splits both ways for sure. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people. You know, Sharif, I didn't mind it. I told everyone in this store I didn't mind it until the fact that, like, my buddy, he had the DVD collection of it, and then, like, whenever we would fall asleep at night, he would never turn the TV off, and all I heard was the transition music, and eventually I just got so sick of it. I'm like, I can't listen to this stuff anymore.
That's kind of how I feel about Friends, because a niece of mine, when I was at her place, she always, like, that's how she liked to go to sleep. She'd run
put the
Friends
things on
in the background,
yeah,
and I never really liked it to begin with, and then I liked it less.
Oh,
right? For that exact reason.
Yeah, I was
so
never a big
I can
friend.
sympathize with you on that kind of thing.
I liked How I Met Your Mother more than Friends, and because that's what I watched in school. And
How I Met Your Mother?
Yeah. You ever
Yeah, it's
seen it?
okay.
Oh,
Yeah, my old man
I thought
loves that,
MPH
guys.
was hilarious.
Yeah, well, I mean, I love MPH just because of Harold and Kumar, but I don't really watch too much of How I Met Your Mother. Guys, DVLT is breaking out. Yes. We got back. Well, we're still involved in this one in 91s. It's showing 2s. I've set my profit taker up at 3s. Here's 2. There's a large seller at 2 that we can't shake. It looks like it's a hidden seller, excuse me, because, well, we're not taking anything off the posted size at 2, and there's a ton of shares churning on the level 2. In fact, we're actually adding to the size there at 2s. Let's see if we can kind of take some off. That's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. I like DVLT. I like it a little bit more at 96 as well. If it dips back down, your boy's picking it up at 96. But I weaseled into NUVAI again. I know we were done this trade, but I saw this one posting up quite nicely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get stopped out. If it loses 34s, I'm out. I thought this was definitely going to trend. Let's see if it comes back into the 10 and holds up. We'll give back a little bit over here on NUAI if it does. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Shout out to Ryan Nola. Oh, baby. Dropping cash in the tack, $10. Thanks on LAC. Thoughts on LAC. C-Dog sent $20 super chat earlier. I appreciate you, brother. I am really sorry, man. I did not see that. I do apologize, Ryan. Let's take a look here at LAC. A name that I like, obviously, because we were trading it yesterday. Full disclosure, I'm in MP Materials. Just in my long term, ever since we took that, the government took that investment. Look, this is a multi-day runner, Ryan, and every day it's holding up trend. So there's the aftermarket move from Tuesday. We hold the actual move yesterday. We don't give it up, and we add to it today. It's a multi-day runner. I like it. It's at VWAP right now. Does it end up losing VWAP? We'll have to wait and see. But I can tell you, based upon yesterday's price action, it held up VWAP. And there's a reason why it's doing that, guys, right? As Michael Noss explained to us, there are traders that work at hedge funds that are basically judged on how well they do. If you're what's it called? What do they call those? Something managers, I forget the name. Anyway, if your manager at the hedge fund comes up to you as a trader and says, look, Joey, I need you to get me, 2 million shares of LAC by the end of the day or by 3 days, whatever. How are you judged on whether you did a good job picking up that or not, right?
Yep.
So what they do is they juxtapose your average price that you got on the day relative to where VWAP is on the day. And if you're better than VWAP, or if you have a lower average price, if you're going long, they give you a check mark. If you're not, you get an X, right? So VWAP is a real thing that people use. So the fact that we held VWAP all day yesterday is by no accident. Let's see if we can kind of hold it up right now. We're straddling it right now, right above 7. I'd say look for area lows. I mean, clearly here 7's been bought up. If it loses 7, you don't risk too much. You're going long 707. But if you're asking me about the fundamentals of the company, I don't know too much other than what we've reported on the Thacker Pass project in Nevada, the investments that they got now from the U.S. government into that, as well as the U.S. government, the current administration's desire to want to have some sort of domestic production for lithium. We'll have to see if they can refine it. My understanding is it's likely going to be sent to Canada for refining, but that could change. So from a fundamentals perspective, I do like it. I like that shift to domestic supply. That's why I'm an MP, but there are others that are going to do well from that as well. So I hope that helps. As a day trade, I do like it above VWAP, but not much more to say than that. Joey, we took the print there on DVLT at 04s. We're still holding a piece, so we're going to let this one run. I'm going to put the next profit taker at 7s. So this one's been quite strong and quite systematic in the higher highs and higher lows. Let's see if it can stay above that $1. I'm involved in DVLT. Oh.
All right.
I like it.
Yeah, there we go, man. Assassino, can we pull up the old screen? I sound like a teammate, I feel like. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about, right? So one thing on the 5-minute, this thing's strong. We have so many things in our favor. And if you have the opportunity to build in, hopefully that you can do so. Not everything is going to work out the same, unfortunately, but if we crack this low, I'm going to start to take some off. What do we have here? Consistent lower highs. We like this, okay? So what do we have? We're like, all right, we want to build into more. We want to put in more risk on this trade. We have so many things working in our favor. And I told Gorb, I'm like, my stomach's going right now, right? Like, that's just the nature of trading. So we get in, realize that it's starting to work out, we go in full size, and then we add drastically more right here just to get that breakthrough, that specific level, and let's go, man. Like, let's go. I'm going to take a little bit off because, again, pigs get slaughtered, right? We don't want to be too greedy. We'll take a small amount off. Bang, there it is, a nice chunk out of our earlier losses. Now let's see if we can, now I'm back to my original size. You can see, oh my days, why couldn't I wait a couple more seconds? Let's go, and that usually typically how it works. I seen Katina, man, got really up and close to the mic, the camera this morning. I always wanted to do that. I'm glad that he did that. So when the opportunity is right, maybe we'll look to take advantage. But yeah, again, I just took a large amount off. It is what it is, and this thing is tanking. This thing is tanking. Let's go. I'm really happy with that ad. Again, we're not going to get too worried about the fact that we took a little bit off. We're just sticking fundamentally. That's just the narrative of the game, right? You take it off too soon. You didn't get out too early. So I think a big important lesson with the overall market is just be happy with what you got. All right, and I think that's a lot of things in life as well too, right? Because you got to think that there's someone around that has a red day, unfortunately. Chances are that someone's blown up their account and all those things, and you're like, oh, I wish I made more money. Just be thankful and grateful for some of the things that we got. All right, so we got all out of Tesla as well too. Not too bad of a trade, boom, 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 and then we get out at the break even. I did take some more off at that continuous fail at the break of the volume weighted average price, and I left a little bit of a runner just in case that we wanted to take a move higher. But yeah, there goes Ethereum officially right back into the bear market territory. We're down 20% off of that all-time high in Ethereum now, and if we crack a little bit lower, we're going to be heading into 3,900 and etc. So yeah, it's in full effect. If you have the ability, you want to slowly start to allocate some, down 20%. I think that's when you want to start grabbing some names, right? You want to start grabbing these high-quality names in the likes of Amazon, etc. So yeah, let's see. We got multiple breakouts to the long side and to the downside. Thankful for this NVDL trade. If we hold our size right now to VWAP, then we will turn green. Unrealized, we're just relatively flat, but that's not what we're here for. We're not here to come out flat at the end of the day. We don't get butterflies in our stomach for no reason. We're trying to put on good trades. Adara, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here in Corteva, CTVA, this one dropping. I'm seeing this is being attributed to the fact that apparently the DOJ and the U.S. District Attorney are probing into antitrust violations by suppliers of crop inputs. CTVA reportedly trading lower on sympathy here. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
You got anything? I'm going to go to the washroom quick. Cool?
Pardon me?
I'm going to go to the washroom quick, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Just make sure to take the hall pass out.
Yeah. Is there, right. Do we have one?
Yeah, it's at the door.
Oh, okay.
I'm playing. All right, guys, AIIO breaking out. Shout out to Gotham House. Yeah, good call out there, brother. This is a really good looking one, and you're getting an increase in the volume profile midday here with the largest volume candle coming at 25 afternoon. So it's 43 now, so that wasn't too far away. Let's throw in the ticker there. AIIO is the name of the bad boy that we're looking at there. You couldn't get the hall pass? All good, bro, all good. So that's what we're keeping an eye on there. AIIO, shout out to the OG Bovin talking about NUAI as well. We're going to have to take off LASE here for AIIO because that one's earned its way onto the side chart. And let's load it up on a trading screen as well and get a gander of what the time and sales looks like on this bad boy. Is it on the NQ? The answer to that is yes, an emphatic yes. Let's see what we got over here. Great look. There's certainly going to be support at 230 if it does come back down into 230, but that's a whole lot of room for it to drop. Now, here's the deal. $0.50 psychological support. We're showing 61, so that's 11 pennies south of where we're trading. 10 EMA on the 5, sitting 5 pennies lower than the $0.50, 245. We got currently on the 5-minute setup anyway, we have starting from 12:15 onwards, every single candle has higher highs and higher lows, with no exception. this candle included. So I don't know if you guys were able to notice, but I've changed my layout a little bit. Top screen is the 1 minute, bottom screen is the 5. We're gonna do that for all of them now so we can kind of get a multi-time frame view for executing. I think it helps a little bit with the scalping to have the 1 minute since I've got the 5 second on the top. So this is a great call out here, AIIO. Shout out to Gotham House, but I don't want to execute on it quite yet because, well, it's just a little extended. So I'm going to wait for it to set up. I'd like to see something possibly into the $0.50 now. Obviously, there is the chance that it continues to go. The other strategy here is to try to pick it up often a little bit higher than an area low. So what do I mean? So we just opened up a new 5 minute candle, right? So the one at 12:45. But look at the candle at 12:40. I'm talking about this candle right here, this candle. So if you were to pick it up, say maybe 256, 257, that would be the lower end of a candle with a higher low, right? Because if you're going to hold that pattern, the higher low pattern, then you've got to hold above 254 because that's the low of the previous candle. So we can try that, right? And then that way we don't have to risk that much because if it makes a new candle to make a new low, well, you just get out and you've risked about 3 pennies to make, I don't know, 30. So let's give that one a try. We've got a 264 high, show me 260s. So I'm gonna put an order here for the mid 50s. I'm gonna go 56, which is obviously a little bit higher than I want, but that's the look. So AIIO looking to set up on this one, 260 current, 264 high. Right. But let's go back to DVLT. Look at this one go, Joey. Yeah. We just wet the beak there at the high of the day again. DVLT. We still have shares on this one. Yeah. Let's let it run. It's about 64% and change right now in Greensville. I'm going to let this one run and see what comes of it. And then I also want to point out sea crap over here. I'm talking about sea poop. Look what it did. Look what this hot garbage did. It pops up, clears clears all the prior bar highs, and then actually ends up closing red, and now is right back into that volume weighted average price. There's certainly a buyer here at $1.80, and there has been essentially since we got into it at 12 o'clock, but the bamboozlement on this one, unreal. It takes out all the prior bar highs and then ends up closing the candle red. So be careful with CPOP. I've seen this one hurt feelings before. Tell them who we're talking here to, Joey.
We got BTCC, guys. All right, 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Why, with smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description box. A 15% deposit bonus, BTCC, where the pros trade and now so can you. Were you messing with me with the hall pass?
Bro, I thought you were playing around with the sarcasm.
Yeah, well,
I'm sitting there telling you I got a hall pass, and you answered me in a way that you were serious, yeah. And I'm sitting there thinking, he's really good at playing along, bro.
Well,
Dara would be proud. Well, the fact that you actually thought I was serious?
No, well, I thought there was a tag there on the door.
Ain't no way.
Yeah. I'm serious, there was crazy. No, I thought you were serious, but I'm like, hey, what you meant by hall pass, I thought you meant hey, there's an actual portable thing. Well, no, with a tag on the door, and I'm like, all right, yeah, cool, that's convenient. We got a little portable one on the thing, and then now I'm just sitting there. Everybody's making fun of me. They're like,
options.
They're like, the hall pass is crazy. It's crazy, and I'm like, wait, this guy really was messing with me.
Yeah,
that's wild, man. All good.
Shout out to my man, bro. Right. No, I'm playing, of course.
Yeah.
No, Joey, but it's almost like as if we need a hall pass now because right now, so you guys can't see everything, but the studio that we're building out obviously is freaking big. It's the old studio with obviously the trading floor that used to be behind us, but we need to manage everybody who comes in here. So there's, you got to tap to get into the door. So there was always that, but they would leave the door open so we could get in and out. Now it closes automatically. It's got a hinge on the top. So literally every time we leave, we have to have our phones or the fob to get back in.
I gotta send
so it's very much like a hall pass.
I got to send my thing over to Bobandy. Where is he? Is he in the back there?
Ready?
I have the physical, but now Yeah, Randy, I know. I got to send you my thing because I have the physical, but I think it'd be easier if I just bring my phone because those things are attached to the hip on
Randy,
us anyways.
Joe thought I was serious when I told him he needs a hall pass to go to the bathroom.
Well, no, it's not that I thought that I
Yes,
needed a
he
hall
did.
base. I thought that you were referring to there's like a fob there that you can bring with you. This guy, all right, yeah, that's insane.
I love this guy, bro.
I had an order out for ETHA that's full. So I had shares on this one, averaged $27, went up to $37. We took some off, but now we're completely out of our shares. Our shares in Ethereum. Okay. We're still sitting on some A contract, so we're all out of Ethereum. And now this is probably where it's going to bounce, obviously. But yes, we are all out of our shares of Ethereum. Okay. Tom Lee.
You're out?
I'm out, brother.
You're
not
out.
In the LT, in the swing, in the swing. Yeah, in the swing. Yeah. No, I'll be grabbing more. Yeah. I'll be grabbing some more. Yeah, guys, on this pullback in the crypto space, full disclosure, it's not been pretty. Like giving back quite a bit of unrealized in the account there, around to probably $3-4 grand, which is I mean a month right there. So yeah. All you can do is really chuckle about it and look to get back involved at some point. But yeah, it sucks, man.
Well,
it's the reality of trading. Yeah,
100%. And like I saw where he was at, right? Yeah. I saw how much unrealized he had. Yeah. The fact is, the matter is, he didn't want to take profits because he has a goal, and like you got to admire that, man.
Yeah, it didn't work.
It doesn't always work though, Joey.
Yeah,
and like if you think that's going to work every time, I mean, it's the wrong business.
Like the intention was to hold it for like another couple of months for the remainder of the year, but it was literally essentially the worst case scenario in which would happen, and that's a 20% pullback heading you into the bear territory. I think it's still a good opportunity to buy, but I had to just close the position considering average 27, and we're trading now at $29. So take that, be thankful for it, and look to get into it on another opportunity.
All right, guys. AIIO, we got in at 56s. We're gonna flatten out here. It broke trend. I'm in it for the trend, so we're gonna flatten out. We take a penny share per loss there on AIIO. I'll get back in if it holds up at the 10, okay? But what I want to focus on now, DVLT, we have the high of the day at 107. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm back into C-poop because this one is starting to show me that I think the buyers at 180 are kind of overwhelming the sellers a little bit here. Now, the sellers are still in control above 2, but I think the buyers are certainly in control at 180. So I got in at 187. I've wet the beak there all the way up to 197. I'm looking for a move past 2. So my next beak wetter is going to be 202. We've got good shares on here, so we can continue to scalp. But CPOP, it's just there's way too much buying at 180 for me to be convinced that the buyers are going to get easily outdone by the sellers. Like, look at this, man. We have been defending that level since 12 o'clock. Oh crap! It's almost 1 o'clock. We have to start the news soon, but yeah. So I'm holding CPOP here for a move back above 2. And if I look a little bit deeper, I see some higher lows here off VWAP. That's not really what I'm basing the entire trade on, though. Oh no, AII. Oh, don't do that to me, you little. Right back up, Joey. That's crazy. Yeah, it's a dirty dog. That's exactly what it is. Okay, so I'm going to continue to watch here. Yeah, I may have executed a little bit too early on AIIO to get out of that, but I really wanted to focus on the others. But yeah, look at that rocket right back up, man. Silly boy. Silly boy.
Bro, look what Jag said in the chat.
What did he say?
So Jag's like, hey, another reason why I can't, aside from that, he's like, I remember when they were handing out Bitcoin as a promo at Dundas.
What?
He said, sorry. He said, anyways, he's like, I remember when they were giving out Bitcoin for free as a promo at Dundas Square.
I don't know what Dundas Square is. You mean Sankofa Square?
Yeah, bro. I don't even know what that is, brother.
I'm never gonna call it that.
Ever.
I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just pulling your. Did they actually? When is this?
I don't know. I get it had to been somewhere around that neck of the woods.
What year was this, brother? Like you're talking like 2012, 2011, right? Like Jag, I'm pretty sure. Because I do remember it around that time, Joey, when it was like a couple of $100. I do vividly remember it around that time.
I don't know if I could live with myself being that one guy who gave a buddy like 20,000 Bitcoin for a couple pizzas. And then after,
I know that guy that did that. Yeah.
You actually know him, or like you just, or like you know him, or
no, I online.
Oh, okay, yeah. You know who I'm talking about? Yeah.
Who bought Domino's?
Yeah, he bought Domino's.
Right?
Yeah, he bought
Everybody knows
Domino's.
that guy lives in. He's like a folklore guy. Unreal.
Like, imagine that. You know what's funny? A guy when I was a bunch of my roommates and another kid who went to Guelph University.
Yep.
He was doing, he was doing not so legal stuff. He lived,
10 or earlier.
Yeah. He lived a little bit down for us, and he was just collecting Bitcoin, doing his illegal operations, and then eventually it all got seized from him. No. But he had like tens of thousands of Bitcoin, brother.
You're kidding?
Yeah. It was crazy. It was crazy. I don't know what I would do, man. Or if your girlfriend threw out your USB that had like 50,000, that'd be. Brother, that's more than a fight. Like, I'm gone. I'm new number, everything. Like, adios. I'll never speak to you again, ever.
I know a buddy. Okay, so I don't know if this is true or not. And to me, like, some parts of the story don't ring true, Joey. Yeah. So I'm not going to say him by name, obviously, but he had a USB, like one of those cold storage.
Yeah, the cold storage.
Yeah, and then apparently he forgot the password.
Yeah. Oh, and he only had so many attempts.
Yeah, and he had one more attempt, and then he couldn't find it. And then he found it, and then apparently he had switched it. In this part of the story, he added later that he had switched it from BTC into something else at the time, so it wasn't worth nearly as much. Because this guy, literally, in 2018, took a stack of about 60 grand cash, went over, because it was not the same way to buy BTC at the time, right? Yeah. Went to one of those places where you could buy Bitcoin, dropped the cash, got all of it on the cold storage.
Wow.
And then basically, he was looking to sell it at that time. Yeah. And then obviously it went down. So he thought he took the hit, and he wasn't as motivated to try to find the USB drive. But when I asked him about it, as it was making its way back into all-time highs, the story started changing a little.
Oh, yeah. So once it starts changing.
I felt like maybe I never really got the full story to begin with.
He's pulling your leg there, I think, a little bit, maybe.
We'll see.
Have you ever, you see the Bitcoin ATMs around the city, right?
All the time.
How does that work? Like, if I want to go in there and buy...
drop fiat, and it gives you Bitcoin.
But how do you receive the Bitcoin is what I'm getting at.
I'm assuming it probably goes into a cold storage. Like, I don't know how the cold storage work. Is it like a number that it's sent to?
Well, the cold storage is just something outside of the internet. It's just like it'll go into your wallet, but you can put your wallet on the USB drive.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
I've never actually used the cold storage, so I'm not really sure. All right, guys, CPOP is coming back into that $2. What's going on, Randy? How are you? How's everything? Good. Keeping her busy back there? Yeah? Good.
QR code on your phone.
Oh, no, Joey, look what C-Poop did.
Oh, are you in it?
Oh, no.
Bang. Bang.
There it goes. Joseph Options. C-Poop to the high side. 234 high. We got 87s on now. Let this one run. Where does C-Poop want to go? C-Pop is what I'm talking about, obviously, guys. I'm going to go ahead and wait at 250, all right? It wants to make its way up to 250. We'll entertain it. Otherwise, we'll just let it come all the way back down into 180, and we'll add more. CPOP, boom, to the high side. Looking real good over here. All right, man, up 55%. I'm happy that I had the compunction to get back in at the 80s. To me, there was way too much buying at the 80s for me to, continue with the thesis of a flat bottom break. And I think especially that move back into 2 that failed, I'm talking about this initial move that failed over here, was kind of the alert that maybe the buyers were stepping in. So we'll see. Madam, hopefully not to the, hopefully not, brother. No, we're not going to do that on this show. So 2 positions right now, guys. We're holding DVLT and CPOP. We'll see what this one goes. Nice. Joey Options, you ready for the
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's pull up the screen here one more time and see what we got going on. So from an unrealized standpoint, we went from red to green. That's unrealized. And that was just a monster. It's been a monster short so far. I don't know if we're going to get all the way to VWAP, but it looks like it does want a steady bleed. So we'll continuously hold on to this. I'm going to take the majority of it off if we do establish a new low, and then I'll leave a little bit for the dream running into the volume weighted average price. So that worked out. We'll do a quick trade review as Sharif's setting up. So we got the NVDL short, and then we took the 2 attempts on the crypto crapo over here, and that's going to be IBIT, and you take the 2 losses on that one. And we were substantially larger, right? Like you're putting on a couple of lots.
Are you muted?
No.
You're not muted, right?
No, why?
Why was John Tantrum says you were muted? Okay.
Dude, am I muted?
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
Assassino would have told you. He would have told you.
Okay, John, yeah, maybe, no, John, you know what? You might be a little bit back, right? Make sure you have the live aspect.
Hit live on
Yeah,
the
make sure
screen.
you hit live because we're doing it that way. All right. I think that's what we had on IBIT, the 2 losses, and then we got that nice move up here on Tesla. But as for that, we're just sitting in this NVDL short there, ready to rock and roll, Sharif.
Dare, you good to go? Okay. All right, guys. Each year, sadly, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics trading under ticker OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. And with the concussion treatment market projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way, guys. So if you're interested in learning more and schedule a meeting, go ahead and check out Origenics. Shout out to the folks at OGen. All right. UWU. Shout out to BJO. BJO. What's NOK again? Norwegian kroners? Yeah, thank you, Adara. Let's check out quickly before we start the news, Joseph, options over here. We're going to check out UWU. I don't know if that's a ticker. No. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's some gaming thing or. But I'm 100, and so I likely will not know what that means.
I don't know, but there's this behind it as well too. So I don't know what that really means either.
You
overcook.
I have no idea.
Overcook, undercook.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
All right.
People
appreciate that.
It's a coin. People are saying BP says it's a coin.
UWU. That's all right.
Norwegian crown, indeed. Crown.
I'll pass on the UWU.
Well, he super chatted. So
I mean like buying it. They're saying it's a coin. I'm not.
Well, we'll take a quick gander here. UWU coin. Unicorn UWU, is that what it is?
Yeah,
Coin market cap. Can we get the chart on this thing?
What's it up to?
So this is intraday. This is 1 day. Okay, are we able to do intraday or no? It doesn't look trading. There we go. That's what I want to see.
Okay.
Thank you. Reject all coin. Okay, so then we can go. No, No, but it's a crypto, I think. Isn't it Assassino or no?
Yeah.
This is a 1 hour. Really?
It looks terrible. People
I wouldn't play with that, says Mike PD Rider. Yeah, I don't really get into the altcoins. We can look at it for him, though. So this is obviously, it's an emoji. Okay, what? I have no idea.
I have no
but there is
idea,
a ticker called, a coin called UWU. It's called Unicorn. In any event, thank you for the super chat. If you want to tag me or Joe, let us know what you're looking at. It's a weeb furry thing was trying to be funny. Sorry, bro. I told you I'm 100. I don't know these things that you're going to have to tell me. I apologize. Thank you very much, BJO, for the 20 Norwegian kroners. I appreciate you, my guy. Very kind of you. All right, guys. As an emoticon should represent a feeling of delight at seeing something cute or adorable. Thank you. I know for next time now. I do appreciate you. Ostentatious Productions, how do you feel about QLGN at the moment? It reached 608. We're going to quickly look at QLGN for the OG there.
Oh, okay. Bang. There we go. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's below VWAP, brother, but it did have a big move up yesterday. This one caught me offside. It had another move up today, and it's also starting to give it back to the downside. So it looks like a bit of a downward channel, lower lows and lower highs. Be on the lookout for that. It's also trading below the volume weighted average price, so just under my own system, my personal system, I wouldn't be getting into it as a long, but there's a range that you can play here, clearly. There's a lower support line that seems to be finding support every time with that upper support line, which is doing the exact opposite. So I would play the ranges. If you want to do that, obviously you could also wait until a decided break above 610, which changes the lower high trend, and then you could be changing trend possibly to the high side. That's how I would look at that. Quickly, before we go on, I see that CPOP got into 242 high a day. Let me just move my screen over here to this one, and then we can kind of look at CPOP super quick. Yeah, so this one is losing the bid a little bit over here. So we didn't quite make it up to 250. I put it at 250. It's coming back into a quarter. I'm going to flatten this one out, but I want to let you know that AIIO is also running. I just took out area highs, and it's into the high of the day now. 264 area high, AIIO on the NQ up 30%. So that's what I'm looking at. Let's now start the news. I promise we're starting this time. Intel eyes Apple for a potential investment. So this is very interesting. It seems like as if more and more companies are all starting to invest into Intel, likely a big shift to the domestic production push that we've seen with the current administration. So according to reports, Intel has approached Apple for a potential investment as part of efforts to stabilize and revive its struggling chip business. We are talking about the foundry business. They make chips. They're trying to make chips for people who design it. Discussions also include the possibility of a closer collaboration between the companies, though talks are at the early stages and may not materialize into any deal. What those collaborations could be was not disclosed in the article. The Apple talks follow, obviously, a $5 billion investment by NVIDIA, as well as SoftBank, who threw $2 billion their way, as well as the U.S. government taking a 10% stake in Intel. So lately, it's been a lot of good news in terms of direct investment into Intel, but not so much in the form of good news in the product sense. We're still waiting for that to materialize. Intel's foundry strategy started under the previous CEO, Pat Gelsinger, once envisioned as, sort of a core growth pillar for the company. It's really struggled to attract outside clients. And so Lip Boutin, the new CEO, he said, look, man, we'll roll it out if we get people to buy it. Currently, we don't have any buyers, so we're not going to go full throttle into the foundry business. Specifically, we're talking about the 18A and 14A nodes, very similar to the 3 and 2 nanometer by Taiwan Semi, but not as good, obviously. Otherwise, you'd have AMD and Intel or NVIDIA using it. Joey, Apple used to obviously use Intel for their Mac chips, but they started using their own custom silicon back in 2020. We're talking about the M1, the M2, and now the M3. Apple also bought most of Intel's modem chip business back in 2019, but it's largely moved away from any Intel dependency. And while Apple, Joey's unlikely to return to using Intel chips onto its devices, a financial deal between the two companies could help expand Apple's domestic, U.S. specifically, investment. We know that's very important to the current administration.
Yeah, it's extremely important. And we talk about Donald Trump taking a stake in Intel. My issue with this name is that you have some of these hyperscalers and everybody buying chips hand over fist, and Intel hasn't been participating on that front. I mean, they got the NVIDIA investment as well too, looking into this Apple one. But if you just go back into the history of Intel, and someone else mentioned this, we mentioned this a couple of times, aside from the breakout that we experienced on the NVIDIA news, it's been dead money for 20 years, essentially, almost at that point. And again, in this AI boom, and you're not participating, I think it's going to be a little bit tough. But can you play the catch-up trade? I think one of the bigger issues here with Intel is obviously, as Sharif mentioned, is that they just have a hard time gaining customers. And now's not the time, especially if, I don't know, if people think things are going to cool off or the bulk of this buying of some of NVIDIA's chips is done. They're just really, really late to the dance, and it's unfortunate that a company like Intel hasn't been able to participate in such a massive, massive fundamental shift in AI and all these chips and everything along those lines.
All right, Joey. Adira, this is, I can't say I'm super surprised. I kind of figured there would be more companies investing into Intel, Adira, to kind of meet the whole push by the current administration. But I really can't wrap my mind about what they're going to use Intel for. It's weird. It's really weird. It's just generally like what I would say. Now, if you look here, though, actually on this, again, going to plug X at TTV Research. This is an older infographic, I think, from like a couple months ago. But either way, at one point, Apple was going to be, using their processors. Like the companies do have a history. It goes back 20 years. And, in Intel's case, multiple CEOs. But there is some history there. So I think maybe
that's why Lip-Bu-Tan would make this choice. One thing I do want to say, though, in defense of Lip-Bu-Tan, I said this to Neil yesterday in the market recap. He's been in there for I don't even think a full 6 months, maybe just around 6 months now, and he is trying to make change. Now, we'll have to see if there's actually anything that comes of all of this, but he's a lot more active than Pat Gelsinger, who, of course, was his predecessor, and we know that Lip-Bu-Tan did not like how Pat was running things because he left the board a couple months before Pat Gelsinger was ousted, so it's an interesting look. Now, again, Apple, other than this weird ancient connection between the companies, it is a weird choice. I will fully give everyone that. At this, I have to say to Lip-Bu, But I trust that there's some kind of strategy. And again, the report was pretty vague. The one last thing I want to say, Sharif. So Apple, we know with the golden apple, they're chilling with the Trump administration. Tim Apple and Donald Trump are having a great time. But we also know that Intel and Apple have a relationship. So this could probably be something I think that the Trump admin would really look, nicely upon. Are these two companies working together? So I think if Apple were to look for a reason to get involved, this could be a compelling one.
And again, I mean, I don't want to crap on Intel, but people have tried their product. They've passed on their product, their latest product, in terms of foundry business. So unless Apple's taking a second look, maybe begrudgingly, again, I can't wrap my mind on what they need them for. And we know they've also left Qualcomm Adara because now they're making their own modem chips as well as their own Wi-Fi chips. And guess who's making that? Taiwan freaking Semi. It is not Intel. We'll see if they switch. I like your take, Adara. We'll see exactly how this ends up going. Guys, I want to let you know that CPOP is continuing to go here, guys. It took out 250, 261 high of day. It's up 75%. It's awfully strong. It's generally holding trend. There hasn't been too much in the way of bamboozlement on this one, but it could rear its ugly head at any time. That's the nature of small cap gappers. Let's go on to the next story. Open Door and OfferPad both pop on housing data and Jane Street stake. So we told you yesterday about the third largest shareholder of Open Door selling up a storm over multiple days. Well, here's another company, institutional level company, buying up a storm. Who are these people? They're called Jane Street Group, and they disclosed a 5.9% stake in Open Door, which equates to about 44 million shares, reinforcing, that strong bullish momentum. We've been talking about Open Door, at least at the time of the writing of this article, was up 414%. August new home sales, one of the reasons Open Door was moving up, hit 800,000 units. That's up 20.5% year over year. That is unlike this country where new home sales are still trending down. Multiple reasons. Median price for those new homes climbed to 413,500, boosting the margins, obviously, for these iBuyers. So it's a good look here for Open Door, Joey, whether you're looking at it from the macro perspective in terms of housing and how that could help their business, or whether you're looking at institutional level involvement in the name.
Yeah, I think they're both good, right? At the end of the day, the rate cuts are obviously better. It's going to obviously stimulate the home the home sector. So I think that's okay, especially if they're going to come in with a couple more cuts throughout the year. But I mean, as for this name, this is insane. So as of July, I mean, this thing was 80 cents. I don't see, for me, I have a hard time thinking that, okay, you're going to go on this massive run, but the proof is in the pudding. It's displaying this. Can it be sustained? Only time will tell, right? I wouldn't be surprised. You get this move from this peak right here, 1090. You get that move lower, that's 36%, and then you bounce right off of this key level right here. So at $7 essentially, so it's not too bad of a look. Would I be buying this name all the way up here? Probably not. I would wait for things to cool down, considering it's almost essentially moving against the market today. It's relatively weak. I mean, it's kind of correlated with it, I guess, now that I'm looking at it. You have the initial sell-off, but for me personally, I'm not chasing Open Door up here. Rate cuts are good for this name, and just keep an eye out just in case you do get that rug pull effect, because people have been talking about it as it's a meme stock. So we got to wait for some more earnings reports to see how this is actually going to play out.
I agree. Interesting look today, Adara. Some institutional buying after some institutional selling. Anything that you're hearing maybe on Twitter or any of the other alternative channels?
With Open Door? Yeah, I mean, I think, I've been following this. I think the culture there has gotten, as I've said, a little bit more tense, with regards to X, because Eric Jackson is now viewed as his loyalties are being really split. This was the guy that really caused Opendoor to rally to the upside. And then he backed BETR, and now people are kind of like, you can't really do both. It's really bizarre, but he was already kind of a polarizing figure on X and in the Opendoor world, and I think it's only become more so since that happened. Generally, though, Sharif, like I got to tell you, when the stock's up, the Opendoor bulls are all smiles.
I bet.
There's not too much on that side of things. I would love to know Jane Street's case for this long. I am legitimately very curious about that. And I do have to say a moment of silence for Martin Shkreli, who got out of his short at probably the worst moment. He got out right before it had that dump. Obviously, now it's come back up a bit, but he would be profitable had he still held. Like right now, Sharif, he would be in the money.
I'm still convinced they hire this guy so that he could short and everybody could trade.
Honestly, that would explain a lot. I'm not going to.
Why is he shorting something that he has no idea? Anyway, I'm not going to ask you to speculate. Thank you, Adair, for that. Apple pushes back against the European Union's Digital Markets Act. Yeah, we've heard Donald talk about this. He doesn't like it. A lot of other companies, they don't like the DMA either. Let's talk about what Apple's angle is on this. So Apple formally requested the European Commission to repeal, I glitched, to repeal or significantly scale back the DMA, claiming it creates unnecessary burdens and undermines their competitiveness. Apple argued the best way to fix the damage is just to repeal the whole law and the specific provisions, saying the act threatens innovation and puts U.S. companies at a disadvantage. I wonder why they'd be doing that. The company also suggested that enforcement should be moved on to an independent agency to avoid the political interference that comes with the DMA. You can't be judge and jury and prosecutor all at once, and that's kind of what's happening here, according to Apple. But there is more to this than between Apple and the EC, the European Commission. It's a bigger thing between the United States and Europe. The DMA has become a flashpoint between the U.S. and Europe, especially after President Trump's return to Washington. Trump previously criticized the European regulators for issuing multi-billion euro fines against U.S. tech giants, calling them basically a hidden tax on American companies. The EU's pushed back, saying it will apply the DMA rules consistently, whether the company is American or from Zimbabwe. I'd like to see that but before I believe it. Apple warned, though, the DMA forces redesigns of its core products. Specifically, it's concerned with the live translation tools that now we have on the AirPods Pro and Apple Intelligence, the iPhone mirroring with other devices, as well as the map features, which rely on your user data. All that may weaken product security if they have to follow the letter of the law from the DMA. And here's the European Union's stance on enforcement. They've made it clear they do not intend to repeal the DMA. Whatever lobbying efforts Apple is throwing their way, Apple's already faced fines totaling nearly 500 million euros, about 587 million US dollars for non-compliance, and continues to negotiate with the EU officials. The DMA, listen to this, bro. The DMA allows fines of up to 10% of global revenue for your violations. Tell me you're broke without explicitly telling me you're broke. Tell me you have no revenue from companies with AI without telling me you have that.
Well, they got it now.
They got it now through this. We've joked about this. There's one decent company out of Europe that has AI as its focus, and it's Mistral. And that's it. I don't really know any. ASML makes ultraviolet lithography, which sure is a little bit involved in that. But I'm talking about LLMs and features, software, etc.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they have to kind of take this route. It's not a good look, and it's the same thing. Like, why would you even want to do business here? At the end of the day, right? So with the digital tax, I know Germany slapped them and things changed there. We were looking to do the exact same thing, and then Mr. Carney himself is like, you know what? That's probably not the best idea considering some of these trade talks. But as for Apple, a drop in the bucket. I think they'll be fine at the end of the day. They're going to continue to have billions of phones on the planet, whatever it may be, and the growth within the iPhone 17 is starting to display itself. Again, we talk about super cycles, etc. The lineup's out the door, and we haven't seen that for quite some time, so that's not too bad of a look there for Apple. Aside from this, it's a drop in the bucket. They're going to waive that. It's nothing to be overly worried about. It's not going to break their wallet or anything along those lines. But NVDL there, Sharif. Bang. Yeah. It's still going, man. Everything was connected. Everything, we had all of the signs there displayed. So it might be hard to see some of these, boom, entry, add it up, add even more right there, and then we slowly start to piece it up as we get closer. As we get closer to the volume-weighted average price. All right, yeah, we can't. Can we do it up here?
Do you have it, SSC?
Do we have it up there on the thing there, or no?
I can get it.
No? Okay.
Yeah. I got it, brother. Don't worry about it. I got you.
All right, cool. Yeah, so there goes NVDA right back into VWAP, man. Let's go. Yeah, so guys, make sure you vote. Get those dollar signs in. There it is. LAC is leading the way. It seems to be the case today, Sharif.
Get those votes in,
get those votes in. LAC leading the way. Get those votes in. Make sure you guys participate. And with that being said, we have that up there. We're going to talk a little bit about participation. I'm going to participate and take some more out of some of this NVDA short.
Good job, Joey.
So yeah, it was a nice little trade. Was heavily red in the morning. Now we're green on the session. Took 2 L's, 1 win. Sometimes that's all it takes. That's not always the case.
Yeah, guys, just want to remind you, it's super easy to vote, guys. You get into the chat, you throw in the dollar sign, throw in whatever ticker your heart so desires. But if you want, your choice to make it up there, have a look to see which one is leading. You got Lithium America LAC up with 95 right now. Open Door, a perennial runner, at least as of late, 92. Coreweave tied with Open Door right now with 92. Tesla and Palantir not far behind. In fact, now they're tied. 75 each right now, Tesla and Palantir. The OG NVIDIA's got 62 with the other used to be OG Intel with 50. So get in your votes now, guys. Let's get that vote count up and have your say every day. Thank you, Assassino, for reminding us about that. Adara, Apple, the EU. We know that the EU has been targeting multiple American companies. It just hasn't been Apple. It's been Amazon. It's been Microsoft. It's been Meta at times as well, Adara, obviously Google. England has their own regulator. Europe has their own regulator. And they've faced problems with both. What do you make of this story?
I honestly think it's kind of a nothing burger. I understand why they want it repealed. Like, we know the EU is really aggressive when it comes to their, I guess, interest in trying to, crack down on everybody. But I think they've already said they're not going to repeal it. Apple wants them to repeal it. Automatically, they're at a standstill. Point blank, period, in my opinion. So I think unless something fundamentally changes, it's not too much of a story in my honest opinion. But with regards to EU regulations, earlier today, we actually just got another one.
Why even?
Shout out to DJ Khaled, I guess. Now they're going after Meta as well, as I mentioned, with regards to Meta apparently not policing some of their content accurately enough or effectively enough. So either way, the EU is going to keep going after people. And I think maybe Apple, I'm not trying to say, it's making itself a target or anything, but I think it's odd to kind of go after them in this way when you're not going to get a result. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I agree, Adara, but I don't know, man. I just feel like the European Union is really putting a lot of pressure on these American companies. I was thinking you were going to say this has something to do with the negotiations with your friend Donald there and his European counterpart. What do you think about that?
Pardon?
Were you not able to hear me? Sorry.
I didn't hear.
No worries. I thought you were going to say something along the lines as maybe this forms part of the negotiations between the two countries.
I don't think so.
No, eh?
I honestly don't think so.
But you don't feel Donald's been a little annoyed by this as well? It's not just Apple who's annoyed by it, but President Trump has mentioned it many times as well for his own part, right?
100%. But I think my take on this is, and hear me out, this might be kind of crazy, but I'm just thinking of this now. I think with regards to the U.S. culture of regulatory bodies versus the EU, right? We know the U.S., especially recently, the regulatory bodies have been in a little bit of lockstep with administration. Now, I am not sure, I don't know enough to say either way, but I don't get the impression that this is necessarily the case so much with the EU regulatory body.
Fair.
And I think, this Digital Market Act is still pretty new. I think if there is a real reason to repeal it, then that's all fair and good. But as of right now, like I think unless there's hard evidence, unless there's a hard case that Trump and his team present, I really don't think this is going to come up in negotiations. I think if it does, they're not going to get anywhere with it.
Fair enough, Adair. I don't think there's going to be too much done by the European Union, who's sticking to their weapons. Let's just put it that way. Circle considers, this is interesting to me, man.
Yeah.
Circle considers a reversible blockchain transaction possibility here. So Circle, which is the issuer, obviously, of USDC, which is a stable coin pegged to the US dollar, is exploring mechanisms that would actually allow transactions to be rolled back in cases of fraud or hacks while still maintaining what they're calling settlement finality. President Heath Tarbert acknowledged the tension between maintaining, that immutability of the blockchain, but also allowing the reversibility for fraud prevention. Some say they conflict a little bit. This would mark a significant departure from the crypto industry's long-standing reliance on blockchain's permanent and unalterable ledger. The discussions are reportedly taking place among software developers as well as regulators about whether the reversibility should be permitted under limited circumstances. The CEO, formerly the chair, actually, of the U.S. Commodity Futures and Trading Commission, the UFTC, highlighted that some degree of reversibility for fraud could be beneficial. Just before we go to Adair, Circle currently has about $74 billion in USDC circulation, making it the second largest stablecoin. But the company is also testing a new blockchain called ARC, A-R-C, and it's designed for use by banks, asset managers, financial institutions to kind of facilitate very similar transactions to the one we currently see with financial institutions, but it would be good for cross-border payments as well as FX transactions. We'll get Joey's opinion on this in a second, but we got to go to news for Adair. Adair, feel free to give your opinion on this as well.
Sounds good. I mean, I'll talk here about the news for a bit. I'm not sure if this is why the market is dropping, but I think regardless geopolitical, I will mention, and I've seen over the last couple minutes some articles and reports, including by Bloomberg, suggesting that European diplomats have been warning Russia and the Kremlin that NATO is ready to respond to further violations of its airspace with full force. That would include shooting down Russian planes. So more animosity here with regards to Russia. That is a geopolitical headline. I have nothing else, though, to explain why this market is dropping. If I have anything else to let you know, but Bitcoin apparently dropping back below 110K now. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joey. What do you think of...
I think it's pretty interesting, right? Because then if that's the case, then what is it all for, essentially? And maybe that's a little bit aggressive and an extreme, but if they're looking to reverse things like fraud, then they're going to be able to look into essentially everything, and if the government doesn't agree to it or whoever, U.S. Circle doesn't agree with the transaction, then they can reverse it. That's not the purpose of cryptocurrency. No. It's peer-to-peer. It's supposed to be a deal between you and I and not have someone else involved in it. Who's to say to regulate if you made a mistake? Again, hacks happen, fraud happens, but this is them getting involved, and that's just one step leading into the direction of, is it really, exactly, and that's what I was just about to say, is it really decentralized at that point if someone's allowed to intervene in the middle of the transaction? So, yeah, that's where I stand.
Before we get Adair's take, because I don't think she chimed in here, doesn't the fact that they're the issuer of USDC and even Tether remove the decentralization aspect of it in and of itself?
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean?
It's just like another bank, essentially.
Almost,
right? You know what I mean? Because they're the holder of it and everything along those lines. Yeah, no, I totally get what I get what you're saying, but I think it's still just like the peer-to-peer aspect.
I get it
as well too, Randy. That scared me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like,
what the hell, Randy?
Yeah, exactly that. I'm like, what? No, yeah, but that's where I stand. It's peer-to-peer, right? You're supposed to eliminate all of the middlemen, and with them getting involved with that, it defeats the purpose.
Yeah, and like, what would be the standard?
Yeah,
I mean, would you have to prove this much evidence to prove that it was a hack or that it was fraud? I mean, like, what's the standard? It becomes a little bit subjective.
It gets extremely more complicated. Guys, we're all out of NVDA as well, to NVDL. For the individual in the chat who was asking, what's the difference between TSLL and NVDL compared to the actual underlyings? Well, they're two times leveraged. So for every 1% move in Tesla or NVDA, you get a 2% move in NVDL or TSLL. All right, so there it is. We're all out of it. Really nice trade here. We're not going to complain. We'll take a look at it on the 5-minute, move all the way to the downside. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not even going to hold it on for the rest, and just in case you get that pop. But that was a pretty good trade from red to green on one.
Your boy King Clutch in the chat wants to know what this is. This is the gavel, baby.
Yeah.
Because trading is in session.
Oh,
all right, and it sits right on Trenda's head because Trenda's an idiot.
Wait, what should we? Someone asked about the 8-ball earlier as well too. What should we ask the 8-ball?
Can we get a Dara's take?
Yeah.
on Circle
All right, let's get to that.
All right, Dara, give us the goods here. Circle looking to kind of, you heard us talk about this, make exceptions for fraud or theft there, Dara.
Yeah, I think at what point, like, you know, when you start things, and I hate using the slippery slope argument because I find it to be kind of a dumb rhetoric approach, but I will in this case because I am curious. At what point, like, you know, does it stop being just about fraud or theft? Like, you know, does it at some point become like refunds where you go to the store, you give them your receipt, right? I kind of wonder about that. I also, again, as you guys were saying, like, how do you prove that it was fraud or theft? And B, how do you kind of prove identity as well, right? I have a lot of questions as to how this is going to be carried out. However, the fact that the individual making these comments from Circle was the former chair of the CFTC, that gives me at least, you know, I think a lot of confidence that this is a man that understands the regulations that he's working with and obviously also understands the industry. I think with his pedigree, I'm sure that Circle can figure this out. And again, they haven't committed to this yet. This is something you're thinking about and floating around. So I think makes sense. The stock has not seemed to taken this too much to heart today. I feel like that makes sense. It's something probably still working out and figuring out. But yeah, I mean, from what I understand about crypto, this is, which is, again, as I mentioned, not a ton. This would definitely be a little bit of an upset, right? Like, as you said as well, because they're issuing, you know, these stable coins as well, or USDC. I wonder how that comes into play. I'm not sure if that like goes to the level of being conflict of interest, but it is another thing to think about here.
All right, we're going to skip over Accenture. We're going to go on to Micron, a bit more of an important headline. Micron's been very strong, as we've spoken about as of late. It was up over 100% year to date. It's now about 85, having given back a little bit since its earnings report. But today it's down for another reason here. It's down 3.56, and it could be because of this headline here, Joseph. China's YMTC plans DRAM and AI chip expansion. So Yangtze Memory Technology Company, aka YMTC, which is China's top flash memory chip maker, is actually planning and expanding into DRAM manufacturing, including advanced versions for use in AI servers. This marks a strategic shift as Beijing accelerates efforts to achieve semiconductor self-sufficiency. So you're seeing the U.S. wanting critical mineral self-sufficiency. The Chinese, for their part, they want semiconductor self-sufficiency. Amid, obviously, the growing trade tensions, Washington in December put export controls and restricted China's access to high bandwidth memory, aka, the DRAM. A key component for AI chipsets, obviously, with Chinese tech giants like Huawei and ByteDance all trying to develop their own. There's a shortage right now, at least in China anyway, for high bandwidth memory, which is becoming a bit of an urgent matter there, raising demand for domestic alternatives. So here's the deal. YMTC is developing something called through silicon via TSV packaging technology, which allows DRAM stacking for high bandwidth memory chip production. The company's also considering allocating part of a $2.9 billion facility that they built out in Wuhan for that exact reason. We know globally, high bandwidth memory is dominated essentially by three companies. Micron, which is American, the only one that's making that in America. We got SK Hynix, which is South Korean, and another South Korean company, Samsung. Those really deal with the big players like AMD and NVIDIA. So YMTC's move signals a possible direct competition, Joey, for Micron. Maybe why we're almost down 4% here as it continues to bleed.
Yeah, I mean, like coming out of that earnings report with MU, you get that move, right? All right, guys, I'm really aggressive on this Ethereum trade as well, too. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a move. Micron's a trickier intraday trader. right? I mean, we try to swing trade on this one up here, and then we get stopped out, and then it goes on this just absolute monster move from literally the first day of August. Oops, let's see here. Come on, you can do it. No, why you gotta be like that? Okay, so there it is, right? So you go up 65% from the first day of August. And then now you're starting to pull back a little bit as well too. I'm going to be looking for the continuation in some of these names. Guidance was good. Other than that, just keep an eye out on it. It's not too bad of a stock. It's just a little bit trickier to trade, and you have to remember that, especially from an intraday perspective as well too. Significantly more difficult. So yeah, keep your eyes out on that one. I got a little bit more here in Ethereum, but now we've covered the majority of this wick. It's essentially the exact same thesis as the NVDL trade, right? But on the inverse side. So you have the aggressive selling, and then now you have this isolated volume print, and then a hammer candle as well too. So we're gonna look for these levels to hold. If it cracks that low, then we're gonna have to hop out of that trade. And there's gonna be some more downside in the crypto space. It's not looking good whatsoever. I made a post on X as well too last week saying, hey, are we going to be heading into a crypto winter? You can go back and check. That was a couple weeks ago, Shreve.
No, you did.
Especially after the after that rate cut. Right after that rate cut, we didn't get the pop that we were looking for, and instead you get the inverse. Now we filled the majority of this wick, so keep an eye out for an additional new low. And it's unfortunate because I was red, went to green, and then now I'm going to be aggressively red again, considering how much size I put on this trade here. Why I don't know why I did that. Kind of frustrated at myself, considering how weak the space is.
Adira, it wasn't just semiconductors that Washington was restricting advanced AI semiconductors to Washington. It was all the inputs like high bandwidth memory. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I continue to think it makes sense that China will be making their own product. I mean, if they don't have access to a product, what do you expect China to just stop innovating at all? And I think this goes to something Jensen Huang has really said. People are underestimating China if they think China's just going to lay over and hide under a rock because they don't have access to these American chips. That makes no sense. And so I have to agree with Jensen on this. With that in mind, with regards to this conversation as well, again, it makes sense. If they can't get access to Micron's products, they're going to have their own alternative. Now, it is odd that Micron's trading lower on this, again, because there's already going to be issues with having the products from the U.S. and this chip space sent to China. So it's who are you really competing with at this point unless things change? But either way, I think it makes a lot of sense. And again, Jensen, people need to listen to you. You have solid points. China is not going to I guess we don't have any AI now. I guess we
Let's shut it down, Adira. Right? We're giving up.
What are people thinking?
Yeah.
They're obviously still going to innovate, and then they're going to use their own tech and not American tech. So I actually believe that this restrictive kind of policy is only hurting both countries.
You're not wrong. Certainly, you want to keep everybody dependent on your own, on your technology. But we're hitting 1, we're hitting 2, we're hitting 3, and we're hitting $4 freaking dollars in the money he left. He wanted me to hype it up, and then he's gone. Shout out to the Katina man who's printing on a $4 short right now on Micron. Very apropos because we were talking right about it right now. Let's talk about Google backing Cipher Mining with a 10-year AI hosting deal. So your friends Google there, Joey, throwing their hat into the mining ring. They're going to take a 5.4% equity stake in Cipher Mining. Ticker for that is CIFR through a deal involving warrants for about 24 million shares. Shout out to the OG Darwin, who loves his warrants in the chat. Cipher, CFIR, was up bigly in the pre-market to the tune of, at least at the time of the writing of this article, was up 11%. Now it makes sense, Joey. It's down 14 and 2/3%. Everything makes absolute sense. Google invests in your stock, you go down 14%. The deal is part of a 10-year HPC high-performance compute hosting agreement with the AI cloud platform FluidStack. Google is going to backstop about $1.4 billion in lease obligations to support the project-related debt financing. The deal is also expected to generate about $3 billion in revenue for Cipher over 10 years, with 2 5-year extensions potentially pushing that figure up to 10. Cypher is also going to deliver 168 megawatts of IT load at its Barber Lake site in Colorado City, Texas, expected to be completed in about a year, September 2026. Joey, you very aptly referred to Google yesterday as the mega cap, the Mag 7 ETF, because of how many different industries, how many different hands or cookie jars they have their hand in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here's another one, mining.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, that's a really big time move there in Google. We'll take a look at the technicals. I apologize, guys. I'm super hyper focused on this trade here. I'm heavy. We'll take a look at Google for a second, and this is what I'm talking about. I think this is a fantastic name. Like, this is the run that you've been on from April, and it was lagging. We had the likes of some of the bigger names putting in some all-time highs, and it wasn't participating. Boom, antitrust lifted off its shoulder, off to the races. Now it's adding a little bit more to its basket of funds, and this thing is absolutely phenomenal. We love Google, and surprisingly so, I got out of it in my long term. That's a big mistake. That's a learning opportunity right there. You learn from that lesson, because I've mentioned this before. With these hyperscalers and the amount of free cash flow that these companies have, the Mag 7, it's nearly impossible. Yes, I know, Katina, man. It's nearly impossible for them to lose.
Yeah, I know. It's all good, but all right. Let's go to Adara and see, Adara, what's your opinion on the Cypher? I'd expect a headline where Google is going to throw some money your way to result in you being down almost 15% on the day now, Adara.
It's rough. I mean, they gapped up, but I think the thing, too, is these names have a lot of hype. Now, you guys might not realize this, which I unfortunately do because I spend a lot of time on the man's Twitter, but Eric Jackson, hedge fund manager, EMJ Capital and Open Door, he is also in Cypher, and he's been really hyping Cypher, obviously not to the same extent, and also IREN or IREN, kind of in a similar field. Now, we spoke a little bit about this yesterday, I believe, with regards to Riot platforms, but here's the thing, like these miners do have an AI connection as well. I think it makes sense. So the deal to me makes sense. You never know how the market's going to react to things. I think right now it looks like this was like a pop and fade. Maybe it'll pop back again tomorrow, but you have to remember too, these names have been really hot lately. Again, I want to talk about IREN yesterday. I want to talk about Riot. Now, CIFR has not benefited as much as the other names in the sector, mind you, but it still is within a sector that's been relatively hot as of late. The whole market dropped too, especially with crypto. And again, these miners do have crypto connections. So Sharif, I think it's less down on the Google news specifically and more just it needs a breather, but it is good news, as you said, and I think this sector is great. I want to see, A, if it can recover, which I suspect it can, and B, I want to see what miner is next to get it because I don't think this is the end.
No, I have to agree with that, Adara. I feel like there may be some industry consolidation there with the miners. We'll have to wait and see. Good call on that. Let's go on to the next topic, Adara. Oklo advances their fuel assembly testing gains, and Goldman gives them the nod. Let's start with the first one, the fuel assembly testing. So Oklo completed what they're calling a full-scale flow testing of a prototype fuel assembly at the U.S. Department of Energy's Argonne National Laboratory. The test measured the parameters such as a pressure drop and the coolant flow distribution. Really what it did is prove real-world benchmarks against Oklo's simulations on the computer. The test marks a step towards commercial grade or commercial scale reactor deployment, validating the designs that they have, as well as the durability and the efficiency of such designs under multiple operating conditions. That's the technical side of the headline. Now, Goldman also gave them the nod. They actually initiated coverage, not gave them the nod. They have a neutral rating, but they have a $117 price target. What's Oklo trading at right now? So kind of a backhanded, price target. We're at 116.35, so not much of a move. Analyst cited Oklo's Aurora Powerhouse, which is a sodium-cooled fast fission small modular reactor, as a key project that they're excited about, with commercialization targets for that, looking for late 2027, early 2028. Oklo's own and operator model as well offers what they're saying greater control as well as a recurring revenue potential, but it also raises the financial risk and the high capital intensity nature of the business, Joey. So SMRs, something that your boy Doug Ford, the premier of this province, very gung-ho on, and they're building up a storm, Joey, in the north with these SMRs. So
I think it's the way of the future as well too. It's funny. I was watching a little bit on CNBC last night. And just some of the energy that it's going to be required to build some of these the data centers is crazy. 100%. So 1 gigawatt can fuel about 750,000 homes, and they're going to be building things that are going to be using double or 10 times that amount. So like 7.5 million homes, like the size of New York, to like triple the size of Toronto and everything along those lines. So it's some big time stuff there, Shreve.
And you remember the headline we were talking about yesterday with OpenAI and.
And that's what
NVIDIA.
They're like literally using the power of 750,000 homes.
It's insane, Joey. 1 gigawatt, you get $1 billion. He's going to add 10 gigawatts, and that's not even the Stargate. That's just the NVIDIA.
Yeah, the amount of energy that's going to be used is insane. Insane.
Adara, Oklo is one that you know quite well. We've been talking about nuclear power now for a while, essentially since the whole AI trade started. Your friend Altman was involved in this one as well. What's your take?
Yeah, my take on this is, I mean, you said backhanded upgrade. I cannot agree more. Like, I was reading through that, and I was like, this is painful. I mean, yeah, I think the thing is, too, this one, much like a lot of other names, and I think this is kind of called out by Goldman Sachs, is this, nuclear plays, much like the quantum plays, it's really a race. Who's going to do it first? Who's going to get there first? And what horse do you back? So with that in mind, you really have to make sure they're continuously kind of evolving. The vibe I got from reading the Goldman letter this morning was that they don't really necessarily, not that they don't agree with where Oklo is focusing, but they're not really sure that it's the most competitive area. Again, as somebody who doesn't know about the field or as much about the field, I'm just going to take the analyst note at face value and the vibe. Oh, my mic fell, sorry. But.
Yeah, no, mine's moving too. All right, I will let Adara do her. Okay, thank you, Adara. Let's talk about CarMax, KMX, a competitor for Carvana, CVNA. It missed Q2 estimates and shares slid. Let's find out where they're at right now because they were decidedly red. Oh, God, they're down 20%. All right, before we go and cover this ad nauseum, Adara has news at the big desk.
It involves Oracle and the TikTok deal. Keep an eye on ORCL. Oracle, Silver Lake, and MGX are set to be the main investors in the TikTok US deal. They have a combined 45% ownership. I'm not clear how that ownership stake is split, so I'm not sure if it's even or if people are getting more. But either way, CNBC reporting that Oracle, Silver Lake, MGX are the 3 main investors in TikTok, combined 45% ownership of the new TikTok US entity.
Okay, let's go on to CarMax right now. So they reported Q2 revenue of about $6.6 billion, a little bit less. That was down about 6% year over year, missing the consensus estimate by about $430 million. So almost $500 million there they missed by. Management cited what they're calling a challenging quarter with softness in both retail and wholesale operations weighing on their results. Let's talk about that retail weakness before we get into the wholesale. They're saying total retail used vehicle units sales declined 5.4% year over year. They sold just shy of 200,000 cars, 729,000 units. Comparable stores used sale units also fell 6.3%. So comparable sales typically refer to stores that have been open for a year or longer and how they've done year over year. So that dropped 6.3% year over year, driving the total retail used vehicle revenue down 7.2%. Retail used vehicles gross profit per unit slipped. Again, 7.6%. So not only are they selling less cars, but they're making less money per vehicle, with the average profit per vehicle being about $2,200, $2,216, which is basically flat versus last year. That's the retail business. Let's talk about the wholesale and what's going on there. Well, wholesale vehicle unit sales dropped 2.2% year over year. They're selling less vehicles in wholesale than they are in retail, but not by that much. 138,302 vehicles sold wholesale channel through the wholesale channel. Their revenues for wholesale also declined 0.4% year over year, though higher selling prices, which is about $125 more per vehicle in the wholesale channel, did offset it a little bit. Gross profit for wholesale vehicles also fell 0.4%. That means they're spending more money somewhere because they're making more per vehicle. So their gross profit should be going up unless their costs on the other side of the equation are also increasing. They opened 3 new locations in Q2. They've got no formal full-year guidance issued, but management did emphasize that they're really trying to cost cut as well as target about $150 million in some reductions over the next 18 months. So, Joey, the market made this company pay and pay through the nose. Through missing, they're down 20%.
Yeah, tough look. I'm gonna get you to send it over to Adara.
Absolutely, Joey. Adara, this is a tough look. You never really want to celebrate when anybody misses, but we've seen Vana take a different path, Adara. Why is KM or CarMax? I'm not putting you to this, but what the hell is the difference? What's going on with this company?
I mean, maybe people really like buying them out of the vending machine.
Oh.
But all jokes aside, I had to make that joke. I thought of it before you even asked me that, and it was a great segue. But either way, like, I think what's really staggering is on your notes here, it says the shares are down 6.2% pre-market. As you mentioned, they are now down well more than 6.2% pre-market, right? So I think that's usually when you get, like, at least from what I've seen, especially on earnings, if you get this big of a move day one, it might not bounce right away. So just be aware of that. I think I would say be patient with this, but follow your rules if this is something you are long in. With regards to the numbers, I mean, Sharif, it's hard to, you can't really get much worse than this.
No.
This is like giving me like, I don't think KB Homes is on there because they weren't on the watch list. There wasn't much volume. KB Homes reported last night, and much like what you're seeing here with CarMax, year-over-year decline, year-over-year decline, year-over-year decline. Like, and that KB Homes still also actually had an EPS and a revenue beat, which KMX did not manage here. So it's a rough look, and 3 new locations in Q2. I don't know how that compares to estimates. I don't know if that's a brag, but it seems like even that being in the report just seems like the company like, hey, we did something this quarter. It's a rough look, and again, we don't want to disparage anything long. Best of luck to anybody who's in this trade.
Adara, let me ask you, what do you think interest rates does here? Do you think, like, okay, I'll throw it out there. Before I sold my car, Adara, I had a high interest rate because I bought that bad boy in 23 when the rates were high. Rates have come down, and if you look at new car sales now or even used cars, they're significantly lower, the interest rate for the loans, significantly lower than they were in 23. Does the rate cutting cycle that we may get, we're not even getting, we got one measly 25 bips, I don't want to exaggerate it, but if we get some more cuts this year, do you think this moves the needle as people may want to take on bigger purchases at lower rates? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I would think if they thought that they'd put it in their guidance. Do you know what I mean?
That's fair.
So the fact they didn't mention that, either they're being coy, which I never have an issue with a business being coy. I have much bigger issues with people having extravagant guidance oracle than, if you're a little bit coy with it. So I don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out what happens there, Sharif, but that is a good point. And again, it's a point that I wonder if CarMax is considering, and they've got that up their sleeve a little bit. But then again, you're right, they still do have competition. They have competition with Carvana, with a whole bunch of other industries.
Yeah, private sellers, Adara.
Exactly.
There's so many.
Anybody can sell their car anywhere now. So I wonder, I don't want to say this business model is dead because Carvana is still there with their little vending machines, but it is an industry. Maybe you're right, CarMax has to find a different way of operating. Fair
enough. Thank you, Adara, for chiming in. Let's go on to Lithium America. So LAC is the darling of the last few days anyway. I just loaded up the options. Joey, options would be happy with that one. Lithium America still up a nice 16%, really bucking the trend today for the overall market. So let's talk about what's going on with LAC. There's not a whole lot different than what we talked about yesterday. Now we're hearing more of a desire by the current administration to take an ownership stake as opposed to just, this loan that's outstanding. So President Donald Trump's administration, we're gonna pause for a second because I just heard Adara has breaking news at the big desk.
You're gonna like this one, Sharif. So there is a reporter here, the New York Post reporter, saying that a White House official has told her that we, quote, shouldn't expect Elon in the Oval Office anytime soon. TSLA is, as you can see, got a spike to the downside in this. Again, Elon Musk maybe not welcome in the White House quite yet, is the vibe I get from this. If I get any more context, I'll let you know. It's literally just a tweet. There's no article. But either way, interesting stuff. We'll have to see if Elon's White House future is as bleak as this makes it seem. Back to you.
Weasel back in because at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, Do you know that people got lip readers to see what your friend Donald, President Donald?
I should try this.
Yeah. And look, it's never verified, so I don't want to parrot it back, but I'm sure you're going to do your homework on this.
I'll probably try to read their lips myself.
Yeah, because I know that you're actually quite good at that.
I'm a pretty good lip reader.
Yeah, so apparently it was one person who wanted a meeting with the other. I'll just say it as that.
Okay, I'm going to guess who's who there.
There you go. Thank you, dear. All right, let's go on. The Trump administration is in talks to take another stake in Lithium Americas, which seeks a $2.26 billion government loan for its Nevada lithium mining project. The department, or the Energy Department, is reviewing the condition precedent to protect the taxpayers from what they're calling potentially, getting into bad deals. So they want stricter terms or buy commitments either from General Motors or others to buy Lithium Americas, you guessed it, lithium. Officials have voiced concerns over the viability of the project. I'll get to that project in a second. And the potential risk for U.S. funds flowing into a volatile lithium market, especially since it's been dominated by the Chinese. And we know from past history, the Chinese have no qualms about dumping lithium to reduce the price and, I don't want to say it, but possibly manipulate the markets. So what we're talking about here in Nevada is a project called the Thacker Pass project. And it's known to be the largest lithium deposit in the U.S., which the goal here is to reduce reliance on lithium coming in from abroad, specifically China. It was really, this whole project started under the previous Biden administration, which supported the project. GM, for their part in this whole thing, they're committing $949 million to bring the project online. But GM is under a lot of pressure here. They're under pressure to maintain their commitments as the exclusive lithium offtake partner while navigate fewer federal terms. So what does that mean? It means that the conditions precedent, at least for GM, could include a take or pay agreement, meaning that they would be obligated to buy the lithium from Lithium America. GM would be obligated to buy the lithium from LAC regardless of the market need, which adds risk to GM, but ensures steady income for LAC. Possibly hurts one and benefits the other. Without finalizing the loan, though, the Trump administration soon, LAC could risk halting construction for the Thacker Pass project and furlough, sadly, about 800 workers that are at the Nevada site right now, Joey. So this is one we've been talking about for a while. I know that, domestic production, super important to this administration, but they seem to be putting in, conditions, Joey. They're not willing to throw in the money without some guarantees.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this thing caught a downgrade this morning as well, too, Lithium Americas, which I find a little bit comical. It was up 20% at the time that I was constructing the upgrades and downgrades. And yeah, there it goes, right? So a big time move. You open up around $3 and then you just get this massive move all the way up to $7.52. So yeah, that's a big time move, 140%, 143.3% on the day and continuing to climb. It is getting a little bit of a pullback from from an intraday standpoint, but this was all the move was made in the pre-market right there. A little bit of sideways price action.
Understood, Joey. Thank you for that. Dara, Thacker Pass project, Lithium America, $2.25 billion, 945 from GM. What's your take on this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, the point that you made that I was kind of thinking of as you were reading the story, and then you said it, but I'll echo it. It is fascinating, given their focus on U.S. manufacturing, and to quote or slightly paraphrase Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, having the people build the phones with their hands or whatever. Like, given how focused they are on manufacturing locally, it's odd that you wouldn't be prioritizing projects like this, right? But then the other way you think about it is all the companies they've invested in, specifically, we'll talk here about the most recent ones, Intel, and then this Lithium America situation. They're both focused on, again, as we said, U.S. manufacturing, U.S. jobs, Intel trying to build those foundries. So I think that investing in these companies, even if you're like, okay, they're not going to give them money, whatever, we'll put that aside for a second. They're trying to invest in these companies so they can have more jobs for Americans. So that, I do think, is in line with what they're trying to do. Now, what I find a little bit confusing, you actually show my screen here. It's a fun little infographic featuring Trump, and the background of that is actually Thacker Pass. It's a Thacker Pass photo from their website, so that's the pass if you guys want to see it. But yeah, what I find a bit confusing here is that we're seeing, I believe it was Kevin Hassett this morning and other members of the Trump administration have said this before, that the reasoning for these deals is national security. Now, I don't know about that. I think if you're going to make the argument that it's more, much like the tariffs, you're going to make the argument it's more about keeping things in-house, that I'm going to buy a little bit more than national security. Either way, I mean, good luck for the stock. Lithium Americas really is can't stop, won't stop. I did not expect this to keep going.
You know what? It sounds a little silly to say national security. It's like, well, you know what?
It seems dramatic, yeah.
Here's how I see it, though. If we're going to make if the military is going to be built out, to me, Adira, like going into the future, a lot of it's going to be based on AI. If it's going to be based on AI, then it's going to be based on computers. And lithium obviously has a lot to do with that, as well as many other critical metals. So to me, yeah, maybe not right now, because I don't think electric vehicles is national security. At least that's not the way I see it. But I think going into the future, kind of like, you know what, can I say something to you? Remember when we couldn't find PPE for the life of us here during the pandemic? Like getting your hands on a mask or hand sanitizer or alcohol was like unbelievably hard because we weren't producing anything here, Adira. And I think that woke us up to, the dependency that we have on other countries. And I don't think that they want to taste that kind of, go through that again.
That logic makes sense. I can buy that.
And Doug had to get all those individuals for price gouging as well, too.
Yeah, do you remember that?
Yeah. He's like, you guys can't just be marking everything up. Because
your friend, you know what? I was so angry during the pandemic that people were selling like 45 plates for like $300 a plate when it's $1 a pound max, usually even less. I was so angry. I went to call.
The weights. The
Joey,
weights.
they shut down the gyms, bro. So everybody was trying to get their hands on home equipment.
I remember
and
that.
everybody, you were selling the Bowflex dumbbells, the 50-pound ones, for like $2,000. You know what I mean?
I
wanted to fight everybody.
I was lucky to get my my station for like $150 off of Amazon.
Did you get it before?
No,
the
bro.
pandemic?
It was like just during,
That's
like
crazy.
slightly after, and then I bought a bunch of plates as well too from a buddy from work, and I got a half decent, but he was still charging me a couple bucks a pound.
That's
I'm like,
okay.
Man,
Well,
I'm like,
a couple bucks a pound was a lot better than what I was seeing at that time.
Exactly, absolutely.
I got concrete weights. I still have them, yeah. I got 4 45s and 2 25s, all concrete. They were great.
I had 2 45s, and then I had a bunch of the adjustables, like 10s, 5s, and so on. So.
All right, guys, I just want to let you know that we have a new type of watch list, and if you're interested in it, there's an email that got sent out to you yesterday. It's not spam. It just has a click yes or no. So if you're interested in the kind of this research note that we're using every day while we're doing the news, go ahead, check your email. It may be in spam, it may be in advertisements or wherever, depending on what platform you're using. So this is kind of what it looks like. Each page has its own summary dedicated to the news story. So this one is Intel. And the entire thing is for Intel. And you're going to have here support and resistance levels at the top. I'll give you 3 support levels, 3 resistance levels. You'll have basically the summary of the story at the top. You'll have more nuanced explanation at the bottom, in the middle, and then at the bottom you're going to have your trader takeaway. The trader takeaway kind of just gives you what to look for in the future with respect to this name if you want to invest or trade it. So go ahead, check your email if you like this kind of setup. It's a bit more lengthy, so you can kind of just, not just take in the entire article or just a paragraph that's somewhere in between. Go ahead and check your email, and click that like button if you're interested in that sort of thing. Joey, it is now 2 o'clock though. The big kahunas are back. We've got Randy in Sean's seat, but Neil is there, so that's good enough for me that Randy is there, but he's sitting in front of a black screen. I don't know if he's going to be punching into positions, but Neil's with him, so send him off, Joey Options.
All right, guys, have a good one. I hope everyone enjoys their evening. It's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday.
Take care, guys. We'll see you guys Friday, same bat time, same bat channel.
It's Thursday? Is it? Nobody told me it was Thursday. I didn't even have my mic on just now. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, Randy's got his mic on and they're throwing on over, welcome back everybody. And we're coming to us and Tesla's getting smoked. I'm not even logged into the chat yet, so I'll go ahead and do that. Randy, how's your day been? As I log into the
busy. We're getting going with the painting and stuff. It's just
stuff.
Construction, demos, renos.
You might have heard some of it, everybody.
Well, we're trying to be quiet, but
no, you're not.
We gotta have a chat about this.
Are you trying to be quiet, or are you saying you're trying to be quiet?
We gotta keep on the schedule here. Tesla.
Yikes.
I told you, I got concerns. I don't think robotaxi's gonna save them. I know, but
Get 'em.
we've had this discussion
Get 'em,
before,
Randy.
and it's sort of getting magnified. I don't think the semi is going to save them. Sales in Europe, Sharif, are where? Plummeting. And I don't know. BYD's eating their lunch, and the song's not over yet. And I don't know. I'm not convinced, Elon. We got some work to do. The Model 2, I hate to say it, I don't think it's going to save their bacon. I hate to be the pessimist here, but
I think we've moved past the Model 2.
I think so.
everyone wants everything. Everybody wants a robo-taxi, and everyone
does
wants...
everybody want a robotaxi?
Well, no, the idea of what's going to push the stock next, robo-taxi or Optimus.
And what if it doesn't?
170?
Yeah, pullback time. So I don't know.
No, it does. Look, this has the feel of a stock, and I think we talked about this the other day, where in the last 2 weeks, like sure it's grinding up. Like you look, this is an upward trend, and since the last little move, but like the down days have been harsh with Tesla. It's like okay, it's gradually going up, but like the sell days are absurd, and we have another one going in here today. And you throw in that the market is going ham to the downside. Yeah, it is one of those. So I'm kind of with you with some concerns here. Like I think if you bought this like at the 200 or 50 period, like down in here for this consolidation, or if you bought the 220 and you're not grabbing this profit in front of 440,
but
that's foolish in my opinion.
Yes,
that's hubris. Is hubris the right word?
Sure.
I don't know.
How long can this go though? I got concerns. But anyway, I'll let you go.
I do want to say that I did double dip at lunch. I said I would. Not only did we go out with the Mr. Mendel, and I had the Montreal smoked meat sandwich.
Nice.
John's chilling. I think he had a Power Bowl. I asked him what was in the Power Bowl. But I also had the tacos too.
I'm going to Montreal in 3 weeks. I'm going to Schwartz's Deli, get my takeout. Oh yeah, bring my cooler.
There's also that one diner. I don't know if they still have it. You know the one? I can't say what they're famous for, but if you know, you know.
Maybe not.
Okay, well,
we'll talk.
Yeah,
I've only been a couple times.
It's not that appropriate to say, so I'm not going to say.
But
if you know, you know.
You know.
Okay.
The Montreal smoked meat. Oh boy. Yeah, I got to bring home.
It's not about the smoked meat.
Takeout, but
Something
no.
else.
But bagels and all kinds of other good stuff.
Oh,
I know.
Yes. And you're on the hook for 4 boxes tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
Mint.
They're all mint. I told you they're all mint.
My wife, it's done. It's a done deal.
That's how it goes.
Monday?
Yeah, because you're not in tomorrow, so Monday. I'll have to bring in like all of them, I think. I'll have to bring the whole case in. Because like Sharif wants a couple, and then a couple guys in the back want a couple. So, hey man, we're going to sell out the first case before her next meeting.
Support your guides.
So appreciate everybody.
Support the guides.
Well, she's an Ember technically, because it's like, it used to be Brownies, Girl Guides, and Pathfinders, but now Brownies is like, you can't say that anymore, so they're Embers now.
Embers.
Which is cool.
Makes sense. Okay.
Right. I mean, welcome back, everybody. I am now in the chat. Sean does look different. He's right there.
A little bit.
He's right there. He's got himself a coffee in there. At some point, we'll probably do the rundown. Not in a heck of a lot. Open from earlier and short AMD, the 160. Yeah, Julian, Jake, Robert, Snake. It's just how it is. Like I don't make these changes. Like I did Cub Scouts when I was a kid. Like I was in Beavers and Cubs and then Cubs and Scouts when I was growing up, and so we want to get our daughter involved in that, and it's cool. It's certainly a heck of a lot of fun. So yeah, back to the market for a quick little second. AMD. I'm looking VWAP on this thing. It's the only thing that I'm in right now. I mean, I have Open Door from earlier. That's bouncing off of VWAP, and this is heading down into it. So. Yeah, this might actually be catching a bit of a bid. I'm going to slip out because that is the VWAP bounce.
Yo, we're back. We're back in action, Jack. Look at this out on Ethereum. This is where we got stopped out. Look at this, though. We in this. Oh, I better, if I have to cover something to get out quickly here. Here, I'll show you my positions. There they go. So we still got the TQQs right there short. So we're still into that short. We should have just covered some right there. And we just got some Micron as well. Look at Micron. You guys were with me in the beginning of the day when we were just pumping that Micron short Micron. And there it goes right now at the lows of the day. Traders unite. We're back. We're sitting here. We're ready to rock and roll. So that's what we're talking about. Hopefully you guys believed in me. Thank you if you did. Right there. It's futures. Huge move to the downside. Look, we've been cashing out, Neil, on this TQQ short for 3 straight days. We're catching people outside on this one. And there it goes right there. It's a nice move to the downside. So just thank you, everybody, for continuously believing. And sometimes you got to have that. You got to have that belief in your positions. You guys know that we got hit here. We were talking about being down and then booyaka, right? I mean, it's about staying in your lane, trading what you believe in, and just putting your money where your mouth is. And I think that I try to do the best that I can, and I think that was a good trade. So, all right, let's go, I guess, whenever we're ready. I don't even have my mic on yet.
Probably. I don't know. We are ready. I didn't hear it in my ear that we're ready, but let's get the rundown started. I know Sharif is going to be in place. So what do you guys want to talk about?
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Sean's back. Randy's gone. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers over here is to get into the chat and vote. Super simple, guys. Throw in that $ followed by whatever your ticker your heart so desires. All right, let's look at the all 4 major averages. And again, 3rd day in a row, all 4 major averages are negative, with the ES down 0.91, the NQ just losing right now, 24,500 again now down 1%. Likewise with the Dow. The Dow is actually the best performing major average on the day, but it is down 2/3, with the worst performing major average on the day being the small cap led Russell 2000 down 1.5. Let's start though with Open Door, the first ticker as decided by you, up nicely. In that 6 1/3 area, trying to hold or trying to break above 9, I should say. This is the reason why it's up. Jane Street Institutional Level Group disclosed in a 13G filing that they have about a 5.9% stake in the company, which totals, guys, about 44 million shares.
Yeah, almost 6% stake in Jane Street. We talked about this in the aftermarket show. Jane Street was so badass that there was like a legal proceeding that they had a few months back, and there was in the discovery of it, like some of the trades that they had been making, and some of the rationale behind it was in the discovery, and there was a bunch of firms trying to reverse engineer how they managed to be kicking everybody's butt on their trading desk. So these guys they've been doing really, really well over the last couple of years. And trading's been good, I guess, on all the Wall Street desks, but specifically Jane Street's done well. Now, whether or not that means, hey, just because of that, they're going to be great on Open Door, I don't know. Does it really matter? Like, this kind of hype gave it a bid, but it was like everything else, like early on, like the first move was like shatter down, and then it got to the upside. And this is very much like LAC, which we'll get to. The only problem with what made LAC a fail is yesterday LAC was clean off of VWAP, and today it's Open Door. Once it established VWAP, it's just breakouts when it's bouncing off of it. So not actually at the volume weighted average price, but for the 3rd time here, whenever it decides to bounce. It's like wherever it bounces in front of VWAP and try to get involved, it still hasn't carried away from $9 yet. But the secondary squeeze is on. We did say this morning, if you're looking for a runner, like the only things I was looking for longs today were actually Open and LAC. So I figured market week, I was looking for shorts pretty much, and look for the small cappers to maybe give you some runs to the upside. So Open Door wanted to break that 9, try to hold through $9. It's not going to go crazy unless this 11 goes, because this has been a big wall for Open Door. So there's a lot of work that it has to do to get there. But if that can happen, then you get some real shorts getting squoze, because the shorts at the top are still in control, even with this being up 7.5%. So yeah, a good long today. But if you're looking for that like hero long that it did before, you're a ways away from that happening again on Open Door.
All right, so I haven't looked at Open Door today. I'm still over the moon with the trades that we have on board, but I can have a quick look here. All right, so I think it just basically did what we thought it would do, man. I mean, we talked about this moving $1 every single day. It seems like one way or the other, right? So whether or not it's 10 back to 9, 10 to 11, 11 back to 10. Yesterday we go 8 down to 7. We go 7 back up to 9. You know, it's just a very dramatic move right here. And if we could break back above $9, again, I think there is a go spot there. But for me today, look at the hold on VWAP. It's been absolutely gorgeous. But you know, I haven't spent enough time looking at this. Yeah, what's up, Jin? How do you guys control your stress levels? Well, I'm losing hair every day. Well, yeah, I mean, welcome to the club on that one. I've been doing this for 25 years right now, and despite going to Turkey, should have gone to Turkey, like many others have, of course. But no, I just think how you don't lose stress is understand basically like, just that this is why I try to tell everybody this is not a job for full time. Like we basically don't know anybody. Maybe we might know 1, 2, 3 people out of 1,000 that are actually trading full time. You know, maybe, and that's maybe. And so and the thing is like I feel that if you're stressing out about, and look, I've hired thousands of traders, and maybe I'm not allowed to say this, but like I was always looking to see, you know, are there kids involved? Is there like what kind of stress would a trader have to make money? And if you do have a lot of need to pay bills and you're relying on trading to do that, that is 100% the wrong thing. You know, like I said, just you can go through it all if you want to, and then you could thank me a year from now when maybe what I'm saying is a realization. But it's like, take it from Neil and I. This is not literally, if you're doing this as a full-time job, I don't care how much experience you have. I don't care if you're sitting in simulation or whatever. The stress is going to get at you. And just play the simple odds. Neil's a man of math, right? So am I. And the fact is, this is not the right job for full-time trading. I don't think either one of us really know any traders that make enough money to do this full-time. And as I said, if you do, you can count them on one hand, definitely not two. All right, and this is of a sample size. I know I was going off on Vlad about how bad he is in real time. I think pressure situations, I think it's obvious. But at the end of the day, if we're going to go on stats, that's what the stats are. So in order to answer your question, Jin, thank you, Santander G, and everybody that's a real trader. I can tell you. Hold on a second. Everybody that's a real trader in the chat will know what I'm saying. And that is that you have to make sure that you have the discipline and everything like that to not let like winning trades can turn into losing trades, that's fine. But if you're gonna do this as a side job, which I would only recommend doing, then I think you need to be as disciplined and as patient and as risk adverse as possible. Do not take this as a very risky thing. I mean, we talked about...
That's the thing I was gonna say. Right. Because I will tell you, of the people I can tell you that have done it for a long time, and myself included, if you've been blessed enough to have been able to make your primary income be trading,
which is almost nobody we know.
No, I'm not saying it's not. But if you have been blessed, and I consider myself to have been lucky and blessed in terms of timing of when I did it, because I had no responsibilities whatsoever at the time. I was living at home, and so I could save everything and the bankroll and all that stuff. So when you go into a slump, there's a different sense of pressure. Like when you'll go into multiple slumps. You don't actually become a trader until you have what the thing that was working for you, that was paying you, goes away for a bit, and you have to adjust. When you get out of that, then it's like, okay, you've made it a little bit. And I think that's a really big deal. But the other point that I wanted to say on top of that, it is all of the most consistent traders have usually been the most boring traders on the floor that are consistently profited month to month. That's another thing that
there hasn't been any traders consistently profitable. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody. Well, the thing is like
everyone can speak for themselves.
No, but I'm speaking statistically.
Everyone can speak for themselves. No, there are traders that have been consistently profitable.
How many do you know, though? Honestly.
Over the years?
Yes.
I can name 7 or 8.
7 or 8. How many traders have you hired?
Oh, I can't even count the number.
Right. So 7 or 8 out of 1,000.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. So. But I'm telling you what the attributes of those that have, and and they tend to be what they do is boring. What they do is usually
becoming a professional athlete.
Pretty boring. But I can tell you what is no nonsense in 14 years. with 0 hacks.
Yes.
And 0 excuses.
Go.
That's btcc.com because they deliver when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500 times leverage, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, don't just watch pros, trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and in Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders. And we got an exclusive here at Trader TV. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. At btcc.com, pros trade, and now we're pros trade, and now so can you. And Coreweave, which is up next, so much for all of that good news this morning on Coreweave.
All right, guys, Coreweave is next. It is down 4.25%. This one went red to green, though, guys, on this headline. It did pop up into the earlier trading day into about 139, just a little bit shy of 139 on this headline. Shares were trading higher after the company announced an expanded agreement with the one that they already announced with OpenAI, which is valued about $6.5 billion to train its next-gen models. Again, under the terms of this agreement, if Coreweave has any excess cloud demand left, NVIDIA's obligated to buy it out. We'll wait to hear more of these expanded terms between the two companies, guys.
We'll get back to talking about stocks, but I just think if anybody's interested in any of the conversations that we've had, I want everyone to get into the chat. You got to be part of the chat by liking, and not just by liking, but by subscribing, because there's so many people in here that are just agreeing with what we're saying. Right there, Sean, you need to make an ebook online. I can't do that. I don't have enough time. Sean and Neil are so right. People should listen. You know, no debt, no kids, no dogs. This is what we're. This is exactly the kind of stuff. Although I think you can go with a dog and be a day trader. And there's many traders that are successful day traders. It's not that. It's just as a primary income. Just trust us.
It's a timeline thing.
Less than 1%.
Here's the other thing I will say about trading before, because I know we can talk about Coreweave in a second.
Yeah, anytime.
The other thing I would say
jobs are hosting.
Most traders flat out will have like something that works, and like they'll have a time period which it's fantastic, but then like the market's always kind of adjusting. Mm-hmm. So I've known traders that will make so much. We had a guy, and I won't say his name or what he did. It's whatever. It's fine. We tried not to say names and be too specific about it. But we had a guy who was really successful for like a year and a half back somewhere around when I started, so like the mid 2000s. And then he had an online business. I don't know what he was selling online. I forget exactly what it was, but family business. And then there was a 3-month period, like 10 years after that, where the dude made more than anybody on the floor made that year. And then after that 3 months was gone, he was back to his online business. And I'll tell you, he was a good trader. But what he was specifically good at just wasn't always available and really something that worked in the market most times. But there were certain environments where that guy was flat out going to print. And he was just disciplined enough to just sit there and chill out and have a side gig. And then when what he did worked, he was all over that crap. But he wouldn't lose money in the meantime. And he had a great. I think they sold some kind of like kid stuff.
I mean, that's exactly.
Online.
I mean,
it wasn't an Amazon. It was like an Amazon kind of business.
You know, this guy, one of the 7 traders out of the 1,000 that we both agreed upon that make money. And the thing is that I think you got to have a side gig. But okay, here's Coreweave, and that just goes to the point, right?
Well, Coreweave, this is nasty.
Yeah, Coreweave is. So this is like a trade that. This is what I'm saying about day trading. It's like this comes right into that level again of 140. It's the same thing as Micron, right? Like we're $6 in the money here on these 2 trades. It's just like you gotta be patient and wait for your plays. You know, everybody asking what our full-time jobs are. I mean, you see us here every day, so I think it's pretty obvious where our full-time jobs are. But here's 139 to the downside, 127, 128. You know, so a huge move down. And I just want to say again, like, look where it bounces. You know, there's a lot of opportunities to get into names, and I think that a lot of the time we get over excited about the story behind some of these names, but at the end of the day, sometimes you just got to look at levels. You know, so sure, missed the long today on that OpenAI news, but there's the fall down in the market as discussed. But then there's the bounce as well, right at some of those low levels. So I just want to say, like, you know, if you guys be patient enough, and I think that's one of the key things, if I had more patience, I think I'd be a much better trader. So that kind of stuff, I think we can all work on, no matter how successful you are or not at trading. There's always things that you can do better. And I think for most of us, it's going to be the patience factor. And I mean, I think we have a good example here with Micron. It's like we never really got blown out. We were losing on it, but then we were patient to load up when we finally saw some kind of a top here, waited for it to happen, break the level, go short, and now you're printing $3 in the money on Micron. So it's like lack of patience as this is ripping up, as we keep trying to find areas, and then once you do, you bam it and you hammer it. You know, so that's kind of like a good example there for Micron. But yeah, Coreweave, I think, did what we sort of thought it would do there, and you know, bounce off some key levels and whatnot.
Well, I think this is potentially bad the next. If something doesn't reverse like soon on Coreweave, to have this kind of news and break what was a big upward trend since the 50-period moving average is a trend break. Close under 130 is a rejection candle on day they got a $6.5 billion deal. I think like bias short on this stock till the 50-period moving average if it closes under 130. That's where I'm going to be looking on Coreweave. That's just, you don't want to be going down on good news like this and to give it all back and then some is pretty nasty. So I'll be bias short on this certainly tomorrow and next week if this holds up.
Hey guys, LAC, Lithium America, up for the third day in a row. Great strength, continued strength, I should say, since the 23rd. On the back of this headline, as part of the $2.25 billion loan that LAC is looking to take from the U.S. government. Apparently now there are reports that the current administration is looking to take an equity stake as well in LAC. So up another 17.5% today.
Yeah, this one was a fail though, because I don't know, maybe so much of the move was overnight. Unfortunately, whoops, I don't want to go that far. Like it
hasn't done much today, has it?
No, like it was the easiest trade ever if you just traded this thing on the gaps the last couple of days. No, you don't know, right? But like, it's like, okay, if you bought it and held it overnight, and if you bought it and held it overnight. But outside of that, you're getting a fraction of what the stock is actually doing. And this is the other thing about investing, by the way. Like most of the money that gets made investing long term is about buying and holding, because the majority of moves in the overall market, it's true of the S&P and the Qs as well, happens in overnight gapping as opposed to intraday, as opposed to like the intraday. So if you're holding overnight, and I'm not saying you should just go and buy every runner overnight. That's not the point here. It's just that this stock, it gave you a little something off VWAP yesterday. Like there were 3 pops off VWAP that gave you 10%. Today, I took the first 2 and not the third. And you know what? I don't even have an excuse. I didn't leave for lunch yet, so I actually could have had the third one off of VWAP. So I should be 1 for 3 because this was at 11 o'clock. I think I got up to go to the bathroom or something, but it doesn't matter. Like it went off VWAP 1 time, and that was the one shot you added, almost 10% off the volume weighted average price. But I tried the first 2 just like yesterday because it was like bang, bang, bang off of VWAP, and that was your day on LAC. Not so much. Today, Open Door is the one we talked about Open Door already. Today, Open Door was just a little bit better of a trade. And that 17.5% is deceiving because it didn't really, unless you were dip buying into the bottom, it didn't really give you that much to work with on the long trade. All of it said from the higher time frame, and when you go back and look at this on say a 15-minute, that's gap, hold, so it's firmly squeezing people out. And I think we've learned our lesson by now. If the U.S. government takes a stake in you, it's worth a shot on the long. Show me where that's been proven wrong recently. You can't.
Yeah, no,
I don't think you can.
No, I mean, I really like that the MP trade, right? I think we talked about this yesterday, the MP materials, and it was just like once that deal got announced, you know, with the U.S. government, there was a lot of extension from that point. And I think that the more we talk about critical minerals and metals and all that, I mean, it does make sense to start taking some stake in some of these names. And I mean, LAC, again, like this is where we talk about swing trading, right? I mean, there's lots of opportunities to do different kind of styles of trade. And this was a name that was really super beat up. I'm zooming out so you can see that, you know, this $8 actually has a lot. This is gonna take too long. I'm gonna have to go on to eSignal here just to show you a monthly chart for this name. Well, now it's loading up, but you know, we're only right here today. So this to me looks a hell of a lot like a smooth criminal. Breaking $8. Looks pretty sweet to me, right? So that's the IPO area right there. $8 all the way down in, I don't think it was a SPAC in 2018. There wasn't too many SPACs then, but all the way down and then blast off all the way up to $40, danced around again, back in, and then we found a bottom. And then now there's some investment there. So there is room to go. We've seen names like Robinhood, SoFi, lots of different names that made similar sort of loop-de-loops like that. This is a little different because the extensions already happened, but there's the move down, there's the base, there's the break, right? Consider that $8 for LAC, so that's a break of 45. So you might have thought like, oh man, Sean, why are you guys getting involved in Robinhood when it was $10 and went all the way to 45? Well, yeah, now it's on its way to 145, need I say, but nice move there, breaking that. So again, if we just say that's Robinhood, right? We've already looked at SoFi a couple times before as well on a very, very similar pattern, although this is the break that's happening right now for SoFi, so that could still have some legs. And then you go back to LAC, so this is just giving you guys some kind of a hope. And I don't know if it's gonna work. I mean, we don't have that crystal ball, but you know, that's looking to me right there like a decent break area. So you break above 8, I think it's even a stronger bid than maybe we have even right now, and that's pretty unbelievable to say that. So let's wait to see what happens with Lithium Canadian, and we'll go from there. Of course, it's Lithium America, but located in Vancouver.
I hate to go back to the conversation, but we show the profits on the trading. There's a guy who has made that at Real Trading like a bunch of times. That's all I'll say. And he trades Blue Ocean. Sometimes we'll holler him out that he always tries new things and all that stuff. And so he was just watching. I was talking to him about some other stuff.
He's one of the 7.
And so and he was just like, oh yeah, that's good stuff to sort of let people know. And he throws in there, which I like to say, is that you have to be willing to try anything and everything. And that goes alongside of things will constantly change. Like maybe you don't like trading small caps, but if they're what's working, like during the meme craze, you better be trading meme stocks.
This is just all advice, but like the thing is that like Neil and I managed a floor and we gave people the opportunity to trade everything, right? The stats are still what the stats are, but I do agree with you, man. I mean, I've made that list that I've showed you guys before, and you guys see the style of trading that we talk about. I told you we had huge months. I told you I had a record month, right? And you guys know why. We talked about the IPO trading. So that's the thing, right? And to your point, exactly right. Trade opportunistic situations.
The overnight has been huge, and it won't always be, because once everybody is doing it, it will shift a little bit. So it's getting into something first. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Tesla. The top wicks are fun on Tesla. Randy doesn't like what's going on with Tesla, by the way. Randy has been crapping on Tesla
since 280.
Well, I think at this price, he's right about the pullback. I believe so at this point now.
This is the thing. I want to bring Randy back on because this is the thing. I want to make whatever the price action is now.
No, but he's fundamental about it.
Right, that's what I mean. I want to find out where the price is going to be in 2 weeks.
No, but he's like, not talking. I don't think he's talking price. Randy, when Randy talks about autos and EVs, no, but he's the guy who he's telling you about the company and what he thinks of actual production and this and that, because that's what he reads up on.
I know, but they're having record deliveries.
Exactly, but it doesn't always reflect the price in the moment. Like just ask anyone that's been trying to short this. But let's talk about Tesla. I think it's a little different here because someone's selling the boat at 440, and I think you can tell it on the chart.
Finally, a red day for Tesla, guys. Down 4.25%. Was a little bit below 420 at 419.08. Here's the deal. Tesla's new car registrations in Europe continue to fall. This time they dropped about they dropped about 36.6% in August, reducing Tesla's market share now down to only 1.2% in all of Europe. That's down from 2% market share this time last year. Separately, BYD continues to outsell Tesla in Europe. In fact, BYD's registrations on the continent surged 201.3% year over year, and the EU broader EV market continues to expand, guys, selling about 800,000 vehicles, 4.7% bump year over year. Sadly, Tesla's market share continues to contract.
All right. Well, what's not contracting right now is the concussion market. And right now there's over 3.8 million concussions reported every single year and growing in the USA, although there is no FDA-approved treatment. There is NYSE listed. Oragenics is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. The concussion treatment market is projected to reach more than $8.9 billion by 2027. Oragenics, of course, is uniquely positioned to lead the way. If you are suffering or like to learn more, please schedule a meeting today by clicking on that QR code and finding OGen in your market right there. Yeah, I don't, so we've been talking a little bit about the positions I've had. I've been getting a little bit out there. What I meant by Tesla is like, I'm the same kind of ways. Like, I just think that when you're trading on Tesla, some days it's good news, some days it's bad news, and some days it just moves like on no reasons at all. Like, we didn't really get like a huge headline or anything today with regards to Tesla. I mean, if anything, and this is why I was sort of saying that to Randy, like, or about this conversation, was they're going to put up record deliveries. And we've gotten great talk about them out of China as well. A lot of the Chinese companies right here are talking positively, or the Analyst, about Tesla, and that they are sort of the cream of the crop. We all talk about BYDDY, right? Oh my God, these guys are eating Tesla's lunch. Are they? This is what can't look at it by BYDDF. Maybe let's look at it here on eSignal. And it's a tough business right now. Like BYD year to date right here is up. So I'll have to check what Tesla's year to date is. But this is $11 to $13. So it's $2 and it's down about 50% from its highs, right? So if you go to Tesla right
maybe
here.
Maybe 5%, maybe.
Yeah.
It
so
was 420.
The problem is Tesla started the year so huge. But BYD's high was up here, right? When we did the daily, and now it's all the way back in. So talk about a tale of two stocks, right? BYDDF right now is near the lows right here, and Tesla's up here. So I don't know, maybe there's some sort of a hedge trade going on. Like this, to me, BYD looks like it could be a bottom here at $13. Shout out to Jeff Mendel, thanks for lunch. But yeah, I think that this $13 marker could be something to buy in BYD if you really do believe that China's here to stay. But I think Neil and I both, and I think most of us and all of us around here agree that the Tesla story, I think, is much more than just cars, right? And I think that
has to be.
If you're going to be invested in it, we know the car business, although I love the car, I feel like it's been a great investment, but at the end of the day, the stock actually does look like it's coming back in.
I think so. I was a 220 buyer and 220, 222 because I love the number. But you know, like to me, if you were buying either one of these dips, I was telling this to Randy, like if you were buying this dip or like this dip, and you don't like profit here, as it seems like it's breaking this little upward sloping, whatever you call that. It's not a bull flag, but I guess it could be one. As it's breaking that down, I think you're making a bit of a mistake. We don't get back to VWAP. This was a 3-minute. This was a VWAP short. Kind of put it in, left to stop, went to lunch, and then the whole time we were at lunch, it was actually holding VWAP. So it could have gotten back into this, but you can't worry about that now. It seems to me like 425, like right in here, the opening low. Like that could be a bit of a curl zone, but the other stock I'm actually watching is the next one on the list because that is at VWAP in 180, and that'll be Palantir.
Katina, man, I want to ask you, brother, are you able to add FSD on your car as a SaaS? How much does that bad boy cost on a month? Like 100? They can hear you, Katina, man. $100. So that's. Hold on. So you can add that separate. So you already have all the hardware and everything on the car, eh?
Yeah. So it's actually kind of crazy because I was actually good question. Thanks, Sharif. It's $99 Canadian a month, or, and this is the strange thing, or it's $11,000 to add it one-time fee. So I was thinking about it. It's like $100 a month, 12 months. It's only $1,200 a year. So it's like if I'm only going to hold the car for 3 or 4 years, I'm not going to pay for FSD, right? So, yeah, sorry, I was looking at that.
Well, the other side of it, you always say that you enjoy driving anyway, so what's the
point? So
Katina, I have another question, though. Is it a 1-year commitment, or can you get it on a month by month?
I believe you can cancel it month by month. So, because my kids want me to do it. Every time, it's just a slide. Like my credit card is
awesome.
Yeah, so you could do it. So I was thinking about like if I have another trip down to Boston or something like that,
exactly.
I might just do it. Sit back, relax, let the car drive down there. But
fantastic.
The thing for me is I only live 5 or 6 miles from the office, so I really enjoy sort of the street, like driving and cutting in and out. Maybe I shouldn't say that's my insurance company listening, but in and out and really putting the car to work. So I don't use the FSD in inner streets, but I think it would be great on highway. Like if you're a Randy that's driving 2 hours every day or something, I think it'd be. I'm just saying. I think that's the use. That's the use of full self-drive.
That's when you.
And the other thing too is I think it's going to be interesting for robo-taxi, because if I could get FSD on my car, maybe you could even turn your cars into a robo-taxi. So like I'm here working, meanwhile my car is driving everybody around. It returns here at 4 o'clock. I don't know. Anyways,
I think that's going to be a lot of people using it for that. Well, that's the idea that people want to use it.
I want to know, like, how many of you in the chat actually have FSD? So let us know.
Howard just said
if you have it, and if there it is.
Howard goes $99 a month. Model 3 drove me from Buffalo to Fort Lauderdale.
There it is. Yeah. So $99 a month. So see, there you go.
And I drive far from work and back. Use FSD daily. It's a lifesaver. So there's plenty of people. Yeah, well, look, anecdotally.
I think it's the same as you. Like, you're taking the train every day. That's what FSD is. Like, so for $100 a month, I don't got to pay gas. I don't got to pay anything. I could just let the car drive me to and from work, like every day. But anyways, I don't have FSD, but I think it's a great product. And for only $100 a month, I mean, I spend $100 a month on.
We'll be in trouble too. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
It's our last one on the list here, PLTR. No new headline today for Palantir, but they had this headline yesterday with Boeing. They're looking at using Boeing for their entire, Palantir's. Boeing is looking at using Palantir's AIP software, guys, both from an internal perspective as well as production. Palantir on the day, relatively flat, up 0.08.
Yeah, Palantir, this was one where, another top wick, but Palantir, the fact that Palantir is green on the day, I want to say is impressive. No questions asked, but the manner in which it got there was just dirt McGurk. And it's another stock that has been on I don't want to call it obvious, but sometimes when a stock consolidates or shows you shows you a moving average hold, you know it's accumulation and you know what's going on. It made its run at the all-time high, and effectively you can make the argument that it got there. So you make the argument that, okay, it got close enough to the all-time high, we're getting a pullback. Unless something drastically changes here, that's not the best drawn, but if you connect it there, it's holding essentially the trend line from that 50-period hold. So just on a dime is where it turned. Now, I shorted the first couple of moves, good to bad. That was the bad one was in here, actually in the middle. And then we had a short off 77. I did grab the 84 short, and I'm just shorting it off of VWAP right now in front of 180. So the only, the good thing is sitting out the part that you know is not a short, but not reversing. Because when it got back through 177, you're short, this is this, I would say something like there's structure, it's flat bottom breaking under here, so there's pressure on it under here. So when the short stops working under there is a long reverse that sometimes you got to be open and willing to. And I came in today being like, I only kind of like the long in two stocks, so I only really tried the long in two stocks. And Palantir, when Palantir is going for a V shape, it's the one stock that seems like it's always worth it if it puts in a V-shaped recovery, because it's that type of thing. If the market's going to recover, it's going to recover more. If the market's going to go up, it's going to go up more. If the market's going to go down, it's going to go down more as well. So give it a chance when it gives you the V-shaped recovery on PLTR. But if it breaks view up, I'm jumping out of this thing. Because you can be wrong for a bit. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. That's the quote. And that's the thing about trading. You will be wrong. You will be wrong a lot. You will make mistakes. You will lose money. The other thing I like to say is anytime you put a trade in, so if I'm short here and risking to 40, short 73 risking to 40, then that 70 pennies is you've spent that on the trade. So it's out of your account, and then now you're just your trade makes it back. And I sort of treat every trade that way. regardless. It's whatever your in is and take your out, you're spending that, and then understand that that is gone because that's what you've spent on the trade. But impressive bounce for Palantir. The fact that it will hold this wick, unlike, this is the opposite of Coreweave. Like Coreweave had that nasty topping tail wick. Palantir is going to have a nice bottoming tail wick. If this day closes green, then this is a stock that I'd say is primed to take out its all-time high. But I also, we said that a couple of weeks ago, and it kind of came close enough. If you're arguing about another extra dollar for it to actually get the all-time high, it's disingenuous. It got there.
Yeah, I got some out at 160, then again at 180. Like, I'm just trying to like stair step out of Palantir, right? So like when it fell back in here, I thought maybe I'm not even trying to get out. I just think it's, the PE eventually is going to be in question. And so when you're running this thing from the lows, to where we are right now, it's just, I took a little bit out there at 160. I just took another little bit out at 180. And yeah, sure, you don't feel great when it keeps on ripping to the highs, but this is why you always want to leave something on for the runner, right? And I mean, we have huge trades in our account right now, and none of them are Palantir. And to expect this name to make this kind of a move when the market was like tanking, it's tough to sit in. But then just like we find the bottom in the market, Palantir also finds a bottom. So it wasn't rocket science. I mean, look what's happening now. There's the move down in the stock market. There's the move back up in PLTR. So I just think that there's a lot of money running to this name, and I don't really see it stopping anytime soon. But all right, it's 242. Look, we wrote down earlier Micron, right? We wrote down Micron here, and we loved that short. We said that, we were going to do a couple things with it. The first thing was short. I cannot believe Ethereum that we got stopped at the high of the day, but that's trader's life. 31 to 31. But anyways, there's Micron. 155. Where did I write that here? Waiting for 155 to crack, So obviously, as this name is ripping up right here, we're not getting 155, and I'm just like not believing in the name. And fortunately, we turn what was a decent loss, we talked about that, into now, still not going to be green on it, but into a because we got out too many on the way down, but into a really nice looking trade. And the reason why I bring up 155 is that's exactly where it bounced. So when we came back from lunch and saw this was down near 155, we're getting out, we're getting more out. So yeah, it's bounced now $1 into this level, so I still like Micron, but it just goes to show you, sometimes you got to believe in what you're doing. That was a keystroke error right there, by the way. We didn't mean to add more shares short to that. But anyways, there's the move down on the TQs, which is why my average price right now seems like it's a little lower than it should be. It is still up here, $100.87. So, we go short, eventually hits a top, and then whaps down. So these aren't like the greatest trades. It's just, I just want to show you that you could be wrong early, and that's where you got to have some kind of discipline, like stopping out right there. So stop the bleeding from happening. So you down $100, let's just say, and then you wait for it to make a sort of a move up. And I still have the bias short. So then once it comes in beautifully all the way there to that downside. So yeah, man, trading is definitely not for the weak at heart, but it can be something that's profitable, and you just got to be as patient as you can be, pretty much with everything, and make sure that you're trading sizing accordingly. Like, there's no way I would put like 5,000 shares or something here unless I had a tight stop. When it's bleeding on the way up, make sure you're trade sizing accordingly and understand when your go spot is. And I try to do the best to sort of inform like you guys about, I tell you, I'll have 3 units here, 2 units there. And I think that's important to know the amount of risk that we have in certain ideas to understand the confidence that maybe we have on the trades, which is why we put out our notes. Like today I've traded TQs, Micron, and Ethereum. That's exactly what's on the list. So we're trying to do the same thing, and we're going to look for some more trades. So let's just figure this all out. Like it's 2:45. We're getting ready into the hour of power. Costco reports tonight. Adair and I will be on this. They're not having a great day today, down 0.63. Retail going to be in a little bit of a problem. It's been a very, very sketchy couple weeks here for Costco.
Well, I mean, it's funny that you smell paint when they're painting.
Is that what it is? I smell something like
dry fall. You smell it? That's dry fall paint.
I don't smell it as much.
No?
It's not like Wilby's, but it's
It's not like the strong paint smell, I find.
It's not the same
not
as
like
the
a
regular.
headache.
No,
It's not the same thing.
Yeah.
You just know that it's happening, that's all. There's a program buying on Apple right
When are you here till? You're already too late already. You gotta go home.
It's Thursday.
Oh, you're gone now. Okay. Safe travels.
It's tomorrow that he's not going to be
See
here.
you Monday. What a guy.
I'll have your cookies, brother.
What a guy.
Be in trouble.
You're in trouble if you don't bring the. You can't say you're bringing Gold Guy cookies and not bring them.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
I have to take the. It's ridiculous. Like, anyways.
Bring as many as you can bring. Bring them in here. As literally as many.
I might just bring the case.
Why wouldn't you just bring the case?
No, my wife is like already earmarked some, and like Erin wants to do. Like, here's the thing. Like, she wants to still go door to door. So if I feel like
I don't let my
we
kids
only
do
got the one case. Well, the thing is, there's like our neighborhood is like a lot of young families, so we know everybody. So like on our street,
go to specific doors.
yeah, exactly. It would be fine. So if we don't have any to do that with, she'll be a little upset. And I feel like all of them are earmarked already, which is kind of crazy. So there was a bit of a program buy here in Apple off of VWAP. So there is your program buying. It just broke out the high. A couple people were mentioning it in there. Bernard, interesting question. Are you looking to load up some CRM here? Salesforce? We can have a look. Just very quickly though, I was also going to mention I got out at 9 on Open Door. Now it's breaking out, so up 11% Open Door. I don't think it gets to 11 today, but the squeeze is certainly ongoing. At this point, I don't know about a VWAP dip, so something pulling back into the prior high at 9, and then trying to catch either like a bottoming tail or like a break of trend, like trend break or bottoming tail back into $9 will be the next play for me on Open Door, and I can have a look at CRM. There's another company. We always get these questions it's always about the stocks that are, oh no, I can't look that one up on eSignal.
It's the second time I got a question about CRM today.
No, I can't look at eSignal on that one because I'm missing, I can pull up the monthly on our charts. Oh, there's been a lot about CRM and like Lulu and Adobe, like those types of names. And of course, I just went to Open Door somehow, even though this is CRM, and CRM's on the New York. No, everyone always wants to try to catch the bottom on a stock. I always feel like I'd rather be involved when it wants to rally. Like when you look at this on the monthly chart, when you go to like the big high time frame, like as it's been falling, like where does it look like you want to be sure that we're closing above? Look at the bottoming tails and the turns off the 50 period on the monthly and this $230 level. So yeah, with patience, this month is almost over. We're gonna have a bottoming tail wick and a close above that month. I think that sets you up to grab something above the 50 period, and then your risk is to the prior bar low, and there you go. But it hasn't actually closed holding that level yet. We still have a week to go in the month. So in that higher time frame, sure, I'm looking at CRM, just not quite yet.
All right, everybody, exciting news, of course, for Canadian sophisticated traders. You gotta be sophisticated. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, including 3 times bull, so you see me trading TQQs, and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and the TSX 60, as well as semiconductors and US Treasuries. And the thing is, right now, they are offering a special fee rebate. So they are dropping management fees, so you're gonna get a better price on the list, to just 65 basis points until December the 31st. So make sure you get involved. These ETFs also, which is the important part, employ currency hedging to seek and neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, please check out betapro.3a/3 times daily to learn more. We want to thank Global X and Beta Pro for their continued sponsorship of the fine program that you are watching. Today we had Oklo make a move down. Oklo today, the story here, of course, was they completed the full-scale flow testing of prototype fuel assembly for its SMR and received neutral rating, which is, I guess, okay, with a 117 price target from Goldman Sachs. So, when that price target came out today at 117, obviously, yesterday trading at 130 to 140, that 117 not loved there today, but it does make a move down into 108. And as we said, man, price don't lie for Oklo. And right here, it looks like we bounced off so many times, even in the pre-market, off this 106, 108 area, that I don't think it's rocket science right here where it bounced off when the market opened. It came right back into that 110 area, 108, 110 area, bounced off there. You got $12 back up there to the upside. So this was a huge opportunity for Oklo today, or Oklo, to come right back in. I don't know if it's Oklo, Oklo, potato. Again, great name, but down 9%. I think it's time to take advantage of that. If you do like the space, right, get involved with it. Take advantage of dip buy opportunities. You know, you might have got one in SMR earlier today as well, down to 36.50. It just double touched it, and now you're up about $1 from there. So these trades like go with the wind. And tomorrow they could be right back up. You know, the wind blows the other way, and next thing you know, this is up 5 or 6, 7%. So as long as we're holding some of these bottoms, I just showed you 108 there on Oklo. I think that this SMR level of 34, 35 is also something that you want to pay attention to. So it's these levels right there that are worth it to me. And we almost got into there today. So, you know, we'll talk about it when it gets into there, but I think a bid, like if you get long or SMR or any of these names around this level, I think the only problem is breaking like this sort of, that's $29, $30. It goes all the way back to December. So I'm pretty confident that these levels are ones that you want to pick on. So breaking below 30 is a problem, but we're nowhere really near that yet. So a couple more negative stories, and maybe we do get an opportunity to buy this name at $30. But I'm going to let the market come in for these stocks and not try to buy, even though it's been 5 straight down days for SMR. I think we got to be specific and wait for the right price there. Despite getting decent Oklo news today, still down 9%. We'll go to Adair, and then we'll come back and see what's going on.
We're just getting more reports here about the TikTok US situation. As I reported earlier, we're now seeing that Oracle, Silver Lake, and MGX are likely to be the 3 major backers behind this TikTok deal. They'd have collectively a 45% stake, but we weren't sure how that was going to be broken up. Now I'm seeing that each of these companies are going to have a roughly 15% stake. Of course, that would comprise the 45% total stake in the new TikTok US, which is, I guess, what they're calling it. And the investors make it a board seat each. So not only is Oracle going to be investing in TikTok, reportedly it could also end up with a seat on the board. Though, again, these are just reports. If I get confirmation or more details, I'll be sure to let you know. Back to you.
Yeah, they can't seem to get Oracle off the bottom, that's for sure, though. Like, it's Oracle, man, as much as you keep hearing about how strong Oracle has been since its earnings because of that gap up, like, if you didn't get the gap up, everyone's just been taking profit since it made that gap up. But I want to remind everybody here, and look, I see Tony in the chat talking about PanW and apologize, asking about Marvell, but if you don't use $ in the ticker, then we don't get to have it on this beautiful graphic that Fabian made for us, so that we can visualize and see. It's called a visualizer.
Yep.
Funny that, right? Fancy that.
Stock.
We can shows us exactly what you were talking about in our chat. What is our chat interested in? What is our trading community interested in the moment? Intel just broke out. Now Rigetti's going to show up there. Oklo, going to be on the board. So make sure always $, then the ticker. I'll show you by saying $, and I'll pick like, I don't know. I'll pick something that isn't in front. Like, I won't say Intel, so I just type IBM, and that'll show up at some point. And IBM had some positive news, and it was running. But Intel just broke the high of the day. And we were joking around about, well, we weren't joking about it. We were just observing the fact that if the U.S. government takes a stake in you, it's probably pretty good. And Apple, they want Apple to take a stake. Whether that happens or not, I would remain skeptical, but it doesn't matter. The stock's going up based on this. You had SoftBank invest in them. You had NVIDIA pop $5 billion because NVIDIA's been dropping cash left, right, and center, because when you print cash, you got to do something with it. Mm-hmm. I mean, we can talk about what they may or may not be buying with some of that goodwill, China deal. But either way, Intel, look, I came in thinking I'm going to look for a short. It was pressing into the 50 period on the daily. I'm like, if it gets to 33, I'm looking short in Intel. So it got to 33, and I looked for a short. And after that, I was like, well, maybe don't do it again. We were away at lunch. But it's broken out now. It's 9%, and just like Open did, you've now taken another leg up. This looks like it was just technical going with the market, like no news story hit. This was just probably some stops running to get it going higher. I don't love the idea of a 34 break at 255. but I do like the idea of a dip after a fail break. So if it fails a break of 334, then a pullback into the prior highs I'm going to look at. So I'm looking at Intel and Open for a very similar pattern. Like I want Open to give me a dip into 9, and I want this, I don't want it to fail break, but the entry I want is a fail break dip buy here on Intel. So strong day for Intel. We were talking about this and saying there's some room for this to, I still have a monthly chart up there. I was wondering, it's kind of funny. There we go. I go back to the daily chart because the level we were talking about this morning was on the daily chart, not the monthly. And sort of going all the way back into July of 2024, right before this had its, like the dump into the 19 low. And these tops were right into this 37, 38. So that's the next stop. Now that you're breaking this out, you're headed, seems like that 37, 38. The momentum is clearly here on the stock. It's been holding the lows for a while, and it's now finally breaking out of that bottom. And just to the point, someone made a comment that was kind of true the way I framed it, where I said, well, I'm not looking to, like on CRM, like I'm not looking to catch a falling knife or buy that bottom, but then I'm still looking for a pattern off the bottom. That's to me the thing. Like, I don't think I am ever trying to get an entry on a stock where I'm thinking on the long-term account or a swing account where I'm trying to have the low. I'm only ever looking for like structure off the bottom that'll get me in after a low has been made. Because that's the game that I try to play. Like if I'm trying to get the actual low, I don't like that strategy because to me a stock downtrends for a reason. I would rather be involved sometime after it's made a structured bottom and then I have longs to work off of that. That's what I would much prefer. For now, we'll look for this to pull back. It just got to 33.98, so pennies within 34. Looking for a dip into, it's about 33.60. If you can do any one of these little consolidation holds on a dip or like a trend break, like this is an example. Trend down for a little bit, do a trend break, hold, go long. That's what I'm looking for this afternoon on INTC. Satinderjeet, a double bottom of a structure bottom or closer. Yeah, even like if a stock double bottoms, like I'm not trying to go long off that second bottom. That's not even like, I'm not even a huge fan of that. Like here, like someone might take, there's one low, there's a double bottom, and that's enough, and they want to go into the long. Like the longs that I actually like are, I'll take a shot long in a spot like here. I didn't on this particular stock, but it makes a bottom and then holds the 50 period. And then I want to go long off the 50 period hold into the low or into the retakes the 50 period. Like those are, like I like that long better. Like I like a long trying to get in here or in here as it looks like it's breaking the trend. Alibaba was a great example of that. We were talking about that last year. I believe it was last year. Sometimes times fly, and I could be talking about 2023 and not 2024. But Alibaba had a similar structure. Yeah, it would have been back in the last year. They could look at this one on the daily. There's your lows. Anywhere in here, it's making a bottom. And you can be the best, and you can capture that. Or it can break both moving averages, and you're in somewhere in here. When it takes a 200 period, you could be in at 85 when the low was 75, or you could be in here at like 90-something, and the low is 75. I mean, you could get lucky and actually just happen to have 75 be the bottom. Or I can buy into it when it's retaking the moving average, and then I've got myself an out. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm never good enough to catch the bottoms on stocks. Like you might get lucky every once. Like Webull was an example. Like I wanted.
I don't think it's about being good. I think it's about what you're saying. It's like wait for the confirmation.
Remember Webull?
Yeah.
Like Webull just sat here. Like we liked it in front of 10 because it was a SPAC, man.
But then you got the confirmation of that level holding.
It held for a month.
Right.
This one's hilarious because it held for a single month. If a stock holds a key level for a month, and you're like, oh, this looks like a pretty good level, and then it holds it for 1 month, we should have, if in complete hindsight, should have doubled up and just been willing to scalp a lot of it because we're doubling up there and the risk was so tight. I kind of don't like what I saw on Webull at the 50 period today either. That's a different story because Webull looked like it was going in 3 days in a row now. That's 3 days in a row. Oh man, what's happening on Webull at 1450 in the 50 period on the daily? Rejection, 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 close underneath. This one needs to go the way of SoFi, Robinhood, and live up to its name a little bit more.
Yeah, or like bullish.
Yeah, but that's back.
The stock was bearish for a while.
I bet you that's up today.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Actually, no, probably not.
All right, I should have.
I shouldn't say that. No, I shouldn't.
All right.
It's probably bounced off the low.
Yeah, it's down quite violently there, Neil. I should have bet Neil. But yeah, no, just to that point, this is, see what I'm saying? And what Neil's saying? I don't think there's anything else. I've already said to you, I'm a very, very simple man. I only trade off support and resistance. There's nothing else. And so right into here, you could get that break 54 all the way up. And I would say you might want to, look, it's literally the exact trade that we based out for everybody. I was sitting here trying to spit as much knowledge as I possibly can every single day. I try to do this. And we talked about Big Bear AI, where our outs were 650. The first out was 650, the next out was 750, right into there, and the third out was 850, and it just went tap, 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 fall. So it's like, look, if this hits 850 and goes to 1050, then sure, you're wrong on getting out at 850 because you could have done better. But being right or wrong versus being patient versus being impatient, they're not the same thing. You could be right and wrong at the same time, and I'm happy being right or being wrong because it filled into the idea that we had, and that was just basing it off of past areas. If it blasts through, that's why I say hold that 30 to 40%, for the dream, and that's why it's like Palantir's been great, but getting out on the way up, right? I'm going to look back and say, why did I get some out at 50? Oh, it's because you're long at 9 and it went to 50. Okay, well, then why'd you get out at 75? Well, because that's 50% more than where you first thought the first support was going to be. And then when you got some out at $100, you're like, well, that's the $100 level. I'm going to get it out every time. And then anyways, as you can see, and I think a good example of that right now is Alibaba. Alibaba right now has had, and again, pigs get slaughtered, and we talk about that all the time. You're being a pig right now if you're not taking something out in and around here of Alibaba. You just based and gapped. So I feel like this 175, is there more news coming for Alibaba? Yes, but do I know it's going this way or that way? I do not. But what I do know is that if you bought this stock 3 weeks ago at 120, you just made 50%, right, in 3 weeks. So that's where I think that, hey, man, go out, buy yourself a nice iWatch or a stupid cash cow hat or whatever you want to buy, but treat yourself to profits because they are very, very hard to come by. But and I'm thinking about doing the same thing on Marvell, but we can talk about that when we get back. Ooh, my chance to win a Molson Canadian Yeti cooler. I just got emailed from the Maple Leafs. Ooh.
Yeti coolers
I love
amazing.
Yeti coolers.
They're the
I don't
greatest
think
product.
I'll be winning anything here. All right, what's up, Adara?
You keep an eye here on Apple and Amazon. I have Apple up here, not really reacting to this story. We're seeing reports that both companies are amongst the companies being probed by bipartisan senators. Not sure why they're probing these companies. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way, Amazon, Apple, and apparently other companies facing a bipartisan probe from senators. Now, also, I'm seeing now Wall Street Journal reporting Intel is also approaching Taiwan Semi about investments or manufacturing partnerships. This is the second day in a row. It's actually been less than 24 hours that we've had Intel reportedly approaching a company for any type of deal or investment. Now Intel calling up Taiwan Semiconductor. So keep an eye on Intel and TSM and also on AMZN and AAPL. Back to you.
I don't know. Intel's got that.
It's like Tyrone Biggums, man.
Yeah, they've got that itch for some cash.
Yo, can I hold $1 billion, please? Yo, can I hold a bill? What is going on here?
We were at lunch and we heard that story of one of our friends. Some guy was looking for millions of dollars to buy some of these treasuries.
Treasury plays.
It's like, this is all getting, hold on, I have to enter this contest right here.
No,
What's my birthday?
What's going on? But it's hilarious because it's going up on this, and if they get another one of these investments, it's going to continue to rally. That just put a kibosh on the dip buy, because Intel, before that headline, it was dipping into 30, it was dipping into here, it looked like it anyways, and now you made another leg higher. On that Apple headline, so, right, bipartisan probe into Apple. Apple makes fresh high on the day. I mean, did Amazon go down on that? Okay, well, Amazon kind of went down on that news. Apple sure as heck didn't. Apple's still looking incredibly
Apple
strong.
Doesn't deserve a probe here.
Make tons of money.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I don't know, my 2 cents on this is, everyone complains about how much tax these guys pay. Well, sometimes these fines act as a de facto tax. You get too big, there's not really crazy enforcement of antitrust laws in the U.S. to a certain degree, and I think that's fair with the way technology goes. And You can get into a whole discussion. Like look at Alphabet. By the time you're actually cracking down on them on antitrust, the entire advertising space is going to get blown up anyways by AI. So it's like by the time the machine gets to it, things are changing enough that you probably can only slap a flat on them because they have a strong argument that they're not going to have the same competitive advantage. And I think you make these fines, Apple will pay it, whatever it ends up being, if there ends up being one, and so will Amazon. But Amazon's going down for multiple reasons. One, remember, their cloud number was not, well, I'm on Intel here because I'm watching Intel. Their cloud, last quarter, their cloud growth was the weakest of the big three. And then if you throw another comp on it, Alibaba's cloud growth was also more impressive. That was in the 20s. These guys were the only one of the big three in the teens. I think Azure was like 31%, and then Google was in maybe the mid-20s or so year over year growth, and then Amazon was at like 18%. So I think they're going into a different bucket here and getting punished a little bit more than the Apples of the world. Adara, again?
I just keep an eye here on Netflix. The Athletic reporting that Netflix will be the exclusive home of MLB's, or Major League Baseball's, opening day next season, featuring the Yankees Giants in the prime time. So Netflix hosting I guess having some type of deal here with MLB with regards to their opening day. Back to you.
It's like the amount of services that you have to catch every single game. There was the stat. What was the number?
I think here in Canada that will still be. I think it's still displayed on your local TVs.
Yeah, it's different. It's different everywhere. But I think in the NFL, if you wanted to stream every single NFL game, right, like every game, but you're doing it all by streaming, you would it would cost you $630 in subscriptions to pull it off.
Right.
I read it. I just read an article telling me that. I used DAZN because Canada's considered international, so. Like I get all the games, and there's like no blackouts, no local issues with that. So I think it's been fantastic for me. But it does get to that point where you're just paying for too many streaming services here. But that's a good get. It's a good get to get live sports. Obviously, the big one is going to be the NFL. Like nothing matters as much as the NFL, but the war is on, the battle is on to make sure you get as many properties, and Netflix needs to get their hat in the game. Like
ESPN just got WWE as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly. WWE's huge.
Yeah, well, Netflix has a huge deal with them.
They got one as well.
That's why it's like the content providers is where you win, right? I mean, we could see. I mean, here's TKO, right? They recently merged or bought WWE from the McMahon family, and I don't even know what this stock has been doing, but looks like it wants to. I mean, this is the content, right? I mean, oh wow, okay, wow. Now don't I feel silly? Watch. Oh,
TKO is insane.
Stop going lower.
Right does that to you.
Okay.
For dramatic effect.
So this is January 24. Right here, and the thing is, it's not like WWE is an entity that we'd never heard of or anything like that.
I haven't.
This is just straight fire. Like I've spent so much money buying tickets and all that. I should just bought the stock. Straight up, man. This is TKO. This is it's knocking out the competition right now. That's for sure. This is January, so I think year to date, January right into here, 140 to 195. So it's not like one of those huge runners. I mean, but you take 30% year to date most years, especially, well, I mean, this year there's going to be stocks that have beat that, but watch out for the 200 period. There goes TKO again. That's UFC and WWE, and there might be a couple smaller factions that are involved in there as well. All right, just go back over. It is now power hours. Let's look for some trades. We told you that we already got stopped out at the high of the day there for Ethereum. It is bouncing right now off of VWAP. I actually think this is a trade right now, so I'm close to putting that on. Against this VWAP. I actually am going to do that right now with Ethereum. So, let's just try it right now. We'll try whatever unit or so at this area. So we just put it on. So my thing's scrolling at the bottom. So we have MU, we have the TQs, and we just put on Ethereum. So we're into this right now, ETHA against VWAP. That's 29.80. Look, man, I do this live. Every time I'm in position, I show you guys where I'm putting the outs, what I'm doing, 86. So that level's 80 right there. But we'll take, that's 77. So we'll take a little bit more. And look, I mean, my stop outs aren't always going to be right. Case in point, right here. I stopped out at the high of the day. I almost changed that level, and I think I was talking about it live when I was doing it, but we were also short the TQs and Micron, so I just didn't want the market to completely blow up against us. But that was $30.41 is where my stop was, and if we zoom back out, it's, you know why my stop is there. I told you I'm a very simple man, just trading off support and resistance, and right there, came into play again, and normally I give it a few pennies, but we were getting a little, not overwhelmed, but we just had too many shorts on. And then, needless to say, bye-bye. So this goes back to that discipline that we're talking about, and this is why I'm glad that we have so many of you with us every day. This loss was 25 short, out 41s. That's 16 cents worth of a loss. Right? Look at these losses. This is a great short, you know, in, stopped out. Right? Then we took it again, stopped out. So this stop out right here is 45s or so, out 75. So that kind of sucked to get stopped out for 35 cents or so. But then we got back in once it developed the top. So this short right here, just as an example, 158.65 short. My out would have been right here, probably 159. So 35 cents worth of a stop. Now in the money to $3. So sometimes it'll pay off for you, and sometimes you got to wait for it. And I already said, like, I'm well aware of when I go wrong and whatnot. And when I'm feeling some kind of ways is when I'm wrong. And that means like I just keep on shorting. It's not at my levels. It's blown past my levels, this and that. And I just be stubborn with it. That's that whole, like, be better as a trader and try to be a little more patient and a little more disciplined. So I think I've done a good job of doing that. And now the next key is, and shout out to Adam DeLuce, is you got to have, in order to actually make money, if you're going to trade this way, you have to have the big winners. You can't just stop out every single time, because it's going to be hard enough to put on, even to go 50-50 is hard enough. So the winners have to be, and they don't have to be $3, they could be 50 cents. If your losers are 10 cents and your winners are 50 cents, then you can at least have a 5-to-1 kind of ratio. And I think that's the key to some kind of success. So, but that's what we're doing right now. Marvell, just quickly, and then we'll go throw it back. I gotta get some water anyways. I mean,
oh my God.
You know, unfortunately, we don't get filled at 76 today. But Marvell was a stock, man. This stock is on one, and I should message our buddy. He was in the high school chat that we have talking all about it, so everybody now knows about Marvell. I said Marvell is Jackson Dart, the starter for the Giants, is the new Marvell. Marvell.
Well, hold on a second.
Because this stock's not even at year highs yet, Neil. This this stock has a lot of room to grow.
But you don't actually like Jackson Dart.
No, but does Jackson Dart have upside? Never played an NFL, never started an NFL game. So you got to start somewhere.
Oh, look, man, no, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like,
we drafted Jackson Dart down here.
I know you like Marvell. It's just that the history of. This is a football thing.
Yeah.
The history of old Miss QBs that are not Eli Manning converting into the NFL is not good.
Oh yeah.
It's like really bad. Like it's like just Eli Manning's the only one that actually ended up holding up. So that's my skepticism of Dart. But I wish him all the best.
I don't say that Jackson Dart's going to win anybody a fantasy championship or anything. It's just this is what I equate it to, and that is that we bought Marvell obviously on earning. Well, first of all.
If you said the Jalen Milroe, I'd be happier.
But Jalen Milroe doesn't even have a shot yet. I mean, at least Jackson Dart is here.
But if you're talking about like an upside play, to me, Jalen Milroe's upside is top.
Well, maybe.
I'm nitpicking. It's just I'm not a Dart guy.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But I'm a Marvell guy, and I mean, we've been touting this play honestly. Since down, I mean, you guys know, anybody that's been here has known, and then we did make a little bit of a silly play. Oh, silly Sean. We did make some silly plays there with Marvell getting involved before earnings, which was right there. It dipped down. We did our 3-day rule, and now all of a sudden, you know, Jackson Dart has turned into some sort of a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback here, and we don't even have him start a first game. So there it goes, man. Marvell, we'll see. I think it has a hunch in it, man. So we're waiting for that to come through. That would be a pretty good return in a couple months. So let's wait to see if Marvell can have it for us. It looks like so far, so good. So
I think we got a couple of super chats.
All right, let's do them.
So we'll get to, oh shoot, I can't find the second one.
The super chat's about Jackson Dart? Or?
No, AMD broke trend, so I'm in AMD. I've had a few shots of this one. The best, the 160, but green to red, and then trend break from like the 160 breakout. So the 160, I was short 160, so I like that level. And then when it held 160, trended up, broke trend here, so out above that prior bar, and then we'll look to see if he can get, I don't think it gets to VWAP, that's a little crazy. I thought there were 2 super chats, I'm gonna go to fan funding and try to find it. Yeah, there were 2. CTFIO, LEU thoughts, and safe in the chat. I don't know this I don't know Centrus Energy on the Amex here, so I'm gonna pull it up. I don't really know anything about it. But safe, fun to be here all day, every day. Agree with you, can't full-time day trade for most people. Sidebar, how long do you think AI will drive tech stocks?
Ooh.
Okay, so is the question, how long do you think AI will be the primary driver of the stocks, or how long do we think the AI move will go? Those are 2 different things. I think being the primary driver of tech stocks, that's not going anywhere. But I think it feels like we're in a pullback mode for all of these. Like right now, things have gotten a little, like frothy is kind of the word. And sometimes what'll happen is by the time you get to the rate cuts or like that one cycle or like the pullback in the economy, things have started to find some kind of little issues in the armor there a little bit. So I think we're due for, not every stock will have an actual correction. And when I was talking about Apple, let me get off this LEU for a second. Someone had asked why I thought Apple was due for a bit of a run. Well, because if the AI story ends up being a little bit weaker for a bit, these guys aren't the AI play, and that's been true for a while, so they should get punished the least, in my opinion. So I think some relative strength will just rotate to Apple for a little bit and move away from, Alphabet off the highs, and to a certain extent, you see how NVIDIA can't seem to break through 185, people selling that over and over again. So I think it's the theme that'll matter. I just don't know that we're in the same run until a few things have to break right. Maybe it'll be NVIDIA when it starts going again. I don't know. But as far as it was LEU, Centrus Energy you were asking about. Without even, we were just having a conversation about ringing the register. Without even anything about this fundamentally. This seems like a moment. Like, if it's me, I know people say don't sell at the highs. I get that. I absolutely don't trim at the highs. But when I see a stock that consolidates off exactly $200, that broke away off exactly $100, that's double tapping and giving you a break at $300 right now, yeah, I'm 10 times out of 10 ringing some of the register there and then letting the rest ride, because I always feel much more comfortable doing that. And I'm really boring when it comes to profit takes like that. Like, I'll just find myself a reason. Like, it literally break away at 100 in May. Then consolidation breakout the 50 period at exactly $200, then tops out at the 300. Sure, you want to hold on to something when it's going, but that's an obvious sort of take profit area to make sure you bag something, that's all. And yeah, you've got a good one going on. No questions asked. So AMD, only new position for me there, and Intel might be breaking the trend. It's a little different. Intel might actually be breaking the trend here of the day. Instead of dipping into 33.8, this is the VWAP trend line is breaking as we speak. So into AMD. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to have a trend break in 2 stocks that are in the same space when one of them's up 9%. So I'm not gonna dip by because it's breaking trend, but I'm not gonna get into the short because I'm in the AMD short. But Open Door, that's a different story, right? Open Door is pulling back and now trying to hold this $9 level. So yeah, see if we can hold on to this 9. Seems like it might be off of that high, but if I can get something with some tight risk here, closing at 03 or 04, and then risk it to 98, then that'll make some sense for me on Open Door. And then after that, I'll have a quick look at maybe some of the names you guys are looking at, because it's all the same. I look up, and LEU topped that list. And then Intel, and we've already talked Marvell and Tesla. HIMS is the only one on the list that we haven't talked about today on the stock visualizer. No specific story, but it's always a popular one. I don't know.
Yeah, people like HIMS. I mean, there's like a lot of risk associated with it, right? So it's a pretty dangerous thing to trade HIMS. We could definitely look at that. I just want to give a quick little update here because the market, although I feel like it's going to fall down. Like I said, we're just going to trade off of lines here. So, that looked like a decent spot. So if we can break above here, then we can stop out of our TQQ trade. But for right now, it's not doing that. So we're going to take advantage of it bouncing off of the 200 period moving average and get another piece out. It's $1 in the money. So we're going to do that. The trade that we sort of got carried away, we don't have very many shares in this, but my stop is now 10 cents away. This does go 10 cents in the money for us. It did go into 60s there. So if you're going to risk 10 cents, you should take profit, at least some kind of profit at 10 cents. And that came in there right into the 200 period, and I missed it. So boo for me on that one, which leaves me no choice. Well, we always have a choice. But there we go, taking another 76 fill. So we'll take a 76 fill right now, giving us an average price right now at 73. You can see it there on the chat, on the bottom. My stop out is still the same, 86s. So we're going to take a little level there at VWAP. And this one's not as clean as the trade that was here earlier because there isn't too many levels. But if I zoom in just a little bit right into here, this top is 90, these little bottom wicks right there, 82, 83. So, you can always sort of level it up, but like I said before, you gotta put something out, and if this stops me out at the top again and then falls, that is what it is, and that's gonna happen. So we'll try it right there on Ethereum. Look, it's down 6% today, was down much more than that. Nice little battle back there for ETHA, but we already said like when the bell calls or tolls for Ethereum, it's gonna make a move like this, and tried to tell people up here that this was Tom Lee obviously bumping up the stock, and we knew that, but now here it comes back down. I still don't think Ethereum, and there's going to be people out there that are way more educated on crypto than me, but smart contracts, I still don't really. I know there's stable coin action, and I know there's some negativity around Circle today and whatnot, but I just...
Well, Circle was thinking of something stupid, in my opinion.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, that's if a lot of these things are built with Ethereum as well, on the Ethereum network, maybe there is changes coming to stable coins now. And I would say that there was a lot of talk about the Genius Act and what that meant for a name like Circle, obviously. I mean, we were at lunch today talking about IPOs, and I mean, this was another one. We didn't even mention Circle. We talked about Klarna and Bullish and Gemmy and all those names. Figma was another one recently. StubHub, which we could check it out. But Circle, I don't want to check StubHub. I mean, they took enough money from me anyways. But there goes StubHub right just in fees, buying tickets. But there we go, $60. Circle comes out at 70, goes...
I actually think
it goes all the way to 270.
I think StubHub is going to be a buy at some point. This is because StubHub still hasn't found the bottom since the IPO. And some of the IPOs have, but StubHub is not one of them. But at some point, it's I get it. There's some exit liquidity there for people to make money, and that's part of the reason that you get some of these IPOs. But let's be real. This is actually, it's not going anywhere, and we know experiences are a big deal for people to use disposable income on. So I do think
$17.
Maybe it will. Maybe it's as simple as maybe $10 or something like that. It gets down there and take a shot at it. But yeah, another fresh low today. I'm only saying this because it made another fresh low today. You have had one good day on Stub. You had one good I was about to say you've had one good day on StubHub, but that's not even. It's not even that great of a day. You get this one good day in here, 17, 18. I guess that's a good day. And then the next day, it just resumes its dump fest on StubHub. But I do think there will be a bottom that might be worth something. I'd look at the $10 level there. Now let's go over to Adair again.
Yeah, just be aware, guys. Fed's daily to start speaking in about 7 minutes at 3:30 p.m. We've had a lot of Fed speak today. A lot of it a little bit more dovish than maybe we've heard in recent days. Either way, Fed's daily here to add something to the mix. Fed's daily, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, beginning this talk. Back to you.
Hey, Andre, test my earpiece, man, when you get a second, because I don't hear... Yeah, I know. Okay, so I'm just not hooked up right now. I went to go fill up my water, and sometimes it does disconnect. So I feel like that's definitely what's happening right now. So
we were just talking about experiences. No, I remember this because we use something called Unity for our earpiece, whatever technology, the intercom technology, and it's apparently the thing that gets used at all the big concerts. That was the selling.
Well, that's what we told. That's what we were told by the person.
Well, I don't. That the person who
I feel like they don't use this.
Well, I don't know. I have no reason not to believe that it's true.
I'm about to be rekindled.
But we've had some issues with it.
All right, I'm
back and forth
reconnected now.
All right, so AMD just held 160.5, so it's trying to go, but it's in this consolidated phase. But if you look, both maybe just the ES. Well, anyways, I was going to say both the ES and the NASDAQ were breaking VWAP, but the NASDAQ pulled into VWAP. The S&P futures broke the volume weighted average price. So maybe the same pullback is happening, but it's the NASDAQ bouncing off VWAP. So you break VWAP, there's no reason I don't think AMD follows through. For now, it'll just be a reloaded in front of 61 and look for the continuation a little bit later. We'll have the early look on, well, I mean, I can look at it now, but there's nothing there. We'll have the imbalances coming through later on here, but nothing crazy like CNQ, CV, those don't really make a big deal. Oh, that's the morning one. Why is that still here? Sometimes you'll still see imbalances from the morning. BBA had a sell imbalance in the morning, but SMR has a sell imbalance of 900,000 as an early look. If that gets over 1 million, it could be worth watching on SMR because that's a mover, and you want something that has a big notional imbalance, so the total value of the imbalance is going to be big, but also that relative to the amount of shares done is going to be a big deal. And SMR has only done 17 million shares, so if it comes out 1 million, that's more than, it's like 6% or almost 6% of the day's volume on SMR. So I'll keep that one up. If that goes over 1 mil, might be worth a little bit of a short going into 350. We'll see. Or Alpha says bull is pushing. Well, good. I was just talking.
Weevil's been up huge today.
I was just talking about how it rejected this same price, 14.5, 3 days in a row. So this is what you want to see. Sellers in control. I wanted meant to zoom in, not out. Sellers in control, sellers in control, sellers in control, sellers screwed. And then you can break it out. So we missed the dip buy. I say we, I mean me. I missed the dip buy under the 50-period moving average because I was waiting for 10 to 11 bucks. But the good news is you don't always have to have the low to get some momentum. This could just be a long over the 50 period, going from 15 to 18. That's 20%.
Wow.
And if it goes more than that, 18's this is a big level because when it pulled, the stock was stupid after the SPAC. So these levels are all nonsensical. But when it made its first bounce here, topped out 19, then topped out 18 off the $10 level. So when it gets into the high teens, I think you take profits. So if I got a 15 long, let's say we take a breakout tomorrow, your big target is the 18, 19 area for sure. I like some Webull. I don't think I'll consider buying it until like Friday or Monday with some confirmation, but I like what I see here. Finally looking a little bit stronger on Webull. Just never seems to run. Like the days that we see like Robinhood up or bouncing nicely, you just never seem to have the juice that I want out of it. And now it's doing it with Robinhood being weak. That's not a good day for Robinhood at all.
You were weak. No, Robinhood is, some of these stocks that are big-time players that have had huge moves today, we're taking a little bit of time off. I wish I could tell you that we were thinking short. We were, but not short. This name. Adara, please tell me the story that I missed on Apple, because, if it's
the negative story just now.
That's what's good. If it's the Intel news, that didn't do any.
There's really nothing that you missed there. The only thing is they're trying to get the EU to repeal the DMA or the Digital Markets Act, but that's not going to happen. The EU's already said they're not repealing it, so it's kind of a moot point. I don't have anything new on it either. The last thing I have is senators are trying to probe into this one in Amazon, so nothing that would explain.
Can you test me again?
Apple.
Yeah, that's. So sometimes you just go in there.
That's okay.
It could just be when the air comes out of AI. Apple does. If you're gonna punish Apple for not winning in AI, then when the AI bubble shows some weakness, then who should be relatively strong? You can't have it both ways.
Right.
Technically, I guess you could. It could happen, but I'm sort of speculating because it's been, and even when the probe into Amazon Apple story hit, Amazon ticked down 50 pennies. Apple didn't even make a move at all. Right. If anything, it actually bumped up a little bit. It's always a good sign if you have any negative headline and they buy it back up. But that's when we talked about Coreweave, the opposite for Coreweave today. For Coreweave to get a $6.5 billion deal and then reverse the entire move and go 5% down, to me, is incredibly bearish.
I just want to let you guys know we are getting some complaints, obviously, on the stream about our mics. So they're just blasting this spray paint.
Yeah.
So they're spraying the roof, and as Randy said, it's all just a nightmare right now for us. So we want to, well, it's not, but I just want to appreciate that and just let all of you guys know that that is what's coming through. So the mics are fine. It's just, you know, we are having a little bit of an issue here as we work through Studio 8. So we want to thank everybody for their patience and everything, and just bear with us. It's a matter of days, honestly, until we get to a spot where
you see what's
most of this will. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking most of the loudness maybe, but you know, we're trying to work off peak hours. You know, we're in a building, so there's rules that have to be done, and unfortunately, we can't just start blasting in the middle of the day, so it has to be done at night, and certain projects are
if you've ever lived in a
maybe
condo
little
building,
longer.
you know how it goes when you're doing anything in a condo building.
I'm just trying to add to this. I have to repair, talking about Apple, I have to repair these AirPods. So I think I'm going to hold this down until this starts to blink. There we go. So now we're starting to blink a little bit there, and
Hold it.
I'll add these.
Hold
and then, get that going. Okay, but real quick, Ethereum, it looks like it just wants to get going there. I mean, look, I'm going to make the same mistake again, right? My stop is 86. It's come to 84 a bunch of times, and now it's holding VWAP. So, you know, we'll take the shot here. Look, I hate putting on trades that don't work out, especially when I talk about why I put them on and that I do believe in it, and I do, and I believed in the short here, but you know, you can still get stopped out. So right here, just so everybody can learn, because I can't just sit here and talk about like how tough day trading is and then not try to explain what my methodology is. So this is VWAP. We were down on the day. It made that move, you know. Can never really call a bottom, but there's the take back to the upside, and it just goes right into VWAP, so that's volume weighted average price. And you know, the study about VWAP is that most of the market will be trading either over or under VWAP. So if you're bullish today, you'd like the stock to close above, and if you're bearish, obviously you'd like to close it under, because if your job today as a big hedge fund or a trader, you know, looking to get in and out of a position for Ethereum, you want to say to your client, like, you know, we're long at VWAP, and it closed above or it closed below. So right now we're just trying to dance around with it. We just got to fill there at 75, I guess, just to take away a little bit of pressure on this trade right now. So we got it at 10%. You know, holding the 200 period would be fine by me, but I'd like to get a fill there first. So I'm going to go 65, then I'm going to go 55, and a couple pennies ahead of both of those numbers. So 67, then 57, which is great, because right now, if we're going to get stopped out, it's going to be about a 15-cent hit. So we at least, so you know, getting out here at 64 will give us, I know it's only 10 cents, but it'll give us at least a base. And then if we can get down there, then it's much more like a one-to-one trade. So I'm just going to put a bid. Actually, I'm already bidding 63s. So we could just wait there. So, you know, just to go, I'm following my own rules. Like the 63 is there because when I put it there, it was probably where the 50-period moving average is. So I'll just keep it there for now. 66 is a good little level there for Ethereum. So that's something to talk about. We said we would talk about Marvell. But the thing is this is already up 5%. Marvell yesterday said that they're taking back 10% of their stock in a all-cash share buyback, right? And so they're not using debt or anything to do that. What the? I just saw Marvell's story right here. What is this? Yeah, there you go. Marvell Technology. So this happened at 311. We'll purchase shares in open market on September 25th. So that's today. This is it. So the executive CEO, Matt Murphy, 14,000 shares. Why so little, my guy? At an average price of 77.09. President Data Center Group, they're 3,400 shares. Chris, whoever this is, 6,800 shares. CFO, 3,400 shares. So, you know, I think they must watch Trader TV Live and know, you know, how much we like this stock. But there goes Marvell. And the reason why I like this again, I just think it's a piece of the pie that can grow. And decent PE, 28. You know, their last earnings was not great, and you see no PE right there. So they had a little bit of a bad quarter. We'll see if they can turn it around. Gross margins increasing. I like the stock. I've been liking it for days, so it's nice to see that it's finally starting to pay dirt a little bit there with Marvell. So congratulations to everybody that sort of felt my passion and felt the long in that stock was something that I had, and I'm glad if you guys joined me. If you're in the short, I'm sorry about it, but we're really cooking now on Marvell, and I think I'm getting a little greedy now as well. Like this just went, for me, we're long. First of all, we bought some there, so it's, the average price is still around the 70 marker, but you went from 61 to 85. So you've gone up again, like another 25% in 3 weeks or so here for MRVL. So coming into a level where, hey, if it dropped off of here, would we be surprised? I mean, it's already double touched here, basically once there, the 200 period, then once there again, but now we take it out. So this one, I think, has legs to get a little bit higher right there. But yeah, we're in this right now. We're in 250 in the money on Marvell. We are 95 cents in the money, $1 in the money on the TQs, and we are out of the money 1 cent right now on Ethereum. So all is good as I continue to hold these in my hand and not pair them.
Why, it's not working?
I don't know. I got to figure out. Maybe it did pair already.
I was going to show you, I did get an open and this held that $9 level, and we'll get to that in a quick little second. Remember there was that moment where we had AMD, tight stop, but I wouldn't go tight stop on this every single time. It's just a prior bar out. So we got about 34 cents, 35 cents in the money, and then we stopped it out for 15 pennies. And the better thing about it is, like, this afternoon, let's at least keep it tight. I mean, that one didn't lose, but keep it a little bit tighter to the vest than this morning, where it was without confirmation, sort of piling in a little bit more. We'll get about half of it back this afternoon in AMD, but this is now turning into strength. But Intel did break the trend. Remember, I elected not to take that one? It did break trend and is holding above the prior high. So it's still, like, it's okay. Like, it would have worked out for you, but it didn't fully extend, like, 1% down, which would have been the target. Open door now past 330, so we are, we're getting a little bit close to the imbalances coming out here and the end of the session, obviously. So we bought as it came back through $9, just wanted it to finally hold this 9 area and show some strength. So this was the strength clearly on this candle. Ended up getting 4s, tried 2s, and we'll play it into the high of the day on open. Apparently Grizz is saying SMCI is taking off. Haven't looked at that in a while. Load. There we go. Wow. SMCI. This is a big time V-shape. The issue with SMCI recently is it used to be a really exciting stock, volatility-wise. Now it's just not. At some point, something's going to have to give because this has the capability of really running. And I know it's a polarizing stock like some people will tell you how great a value it is, and then you've got others that are saying like basically it's a little fraudulent, their growth claims. And so it's very tricky. But if this takes to 50 period, I think you want to be involved from a momentum standpoint. I'm not there yet because see what's happening with it? Barcoding can't hold above the 50. So on the swing basis, like I'm not seeing enough strength in it just yet. But on the day trade, you might have something. Anytime you get wipeout bottoms, like the liquidity grab bottom is one of the best long signals. You just have to be able to pull the trigger, somewhere when it consolidates, if you're looking at the stock. Like I'll cop to only looking at Open Door today for the long. I liked Open Door and I liked LAC, and LAC wasn't even that good. What's Lithium Americas doing? Something, not nothing, but not much either.
Right.
Like Lithium Americas hasn't broken, you got more action in the pre-market on LAC than you did intraday. Like if you just traded the highs at 7 a.m. or at 6 a.m. actually when this chart starts, or bought the bottoms down at 7 a.m., you got more action if you did that than the entirety of the session here on LAC. But what that still means is it consolidated all day long on 200 million shares of volume, 20% higher. That's pretty good. That means there's buyers up here all day long willing to hold the stock up. That's not too bad whatsoever. Ooh, Airy Pages, no, SoFi. Don't tell me you're killing on the short in SoFi. Why can't SoFi just break and hold?
We had that dollar long at 29. Is that 29 again?
Can get to 30. No, it's at 28. We can get to 30. We can't hold 30 on SoFi. Yeah, this might be if you haven't rung the register on SoFi,
do it.
You might want to do so.
Yeah, we ran some registers on that. We got a little bit out at 29, but we also got a little bit out at 24. So
that was the before earnings one because it always tanked on good earnings. That's the thing that pissed me off. And then this is the time that it went.
1, 2, 5.
That's how they get you.
7, 8. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just sort of counting up here how many outs we're going to be having. Ethereum, again, this might not be like we waited, and it came into 69 there and bounced again. So I'm just going to put it now at 70, see if we can get out of maybe 15% or so on this play. Hopefully we're able to do that, and we'll get something. I mean, we're only short at 73. I can't believe that this is not moving at all here in the after hours or in the afternoon trade. I don't know why I always say that. I always say after hours for some reason. All right, so Micron again, the same kind of ways. We already took some out. We're going to wait for that one. Let's see if we can find some new trades. So, all right, yeah, Mike. If there's still mic problems, I don't know what to tell you. Right now, people are saying that it's cutting in and out. I don't know. All right, let's go have a quick look at Tesla. They had themselves a day. I just want to find a name that's like basically in this area where we've seen some tops, and because I'm still short, like I'm still thinking the market has a move down today. I think we break this VWAP right there and start to come back in. I mean, this is another great area to short it. We're in the TQQs. I feel bad that we didn't add to it right there, but it's difficult to add to something when you're above VWAP and above the 50-period moving average. So we do have a little bit of work to do to try to find something that might be a little bit more movement than some of these other names. So let's go over to names that are in play, right? So Coreweave right there, good play off the 200 period. Look, there's the 200 period right here, fall down, tries to get back to it, doesn't, tries to get back to it, doesn't, falls down. So Coreweave, maybe a trade at 129, 129.50 to short that. Still a couple plays away from hitting that trade. Okay, Ethereum, now we're bidding 70. Just fill your boy right there so we can at least get out of something here for another win. I've only traded 3 names today, and Ethereum, Micron, and the TQQs, all the names that we had on here, and I can't even get filled. There it is. So we get filled at 70 as it looks like it wants to wipe down a little bit there. We use BATY. Well, there we go. You might be able to see some of the shares I was using right there, but out a little bit there on BATY because it will fill first. So there's a whole bunch of NASDAQs going through right now as well. So one is a gateway that you get paid on. One is one where you do pay. So I get out first. Okay, let's go. So I don't need to worry too much about this. So here we go, man. We're starting it, man. Traders, let's see if this can finally make a move to the downside right now. So here comes this Ethereum. We're short. We're bidding 29.63. I'm going to take advantage of what this recent move is right now. Bid a little bit out on ARCA, see if we get filled there, make the rebates, and there it goes as well. Bang, 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 as this market continues to do well for your boy. Nice move to the downside right here on Ethereum. We got stopped out right there. Let's see if we can put this name back to Greensville and take a short. And if we can get lucky enough to get out at 55, which I'm going to put my next bid right now at, I'm still at 63s, see if we can get those, and then we'll go to 55. This time if it comes to 55, let's get out of a third or whatever. Maybe a little bit less, I just put it there. About 20% if it continues to fall down. Maybe this does want to make the move into the end of the day. So there we go. We're going to wait to see what winds up happening right here. Ethereum just stacked up on the bid. No. I don't know. Get out if you guys want to, but that's what I'm doing. I'm starting to do there. Marvell going high of day, says Aura Alpha there. Jag, no. So you asking Neil and I am still red on the day after fighting Marvell early. Just trying to work this out right now and get back into Greensville. But I can check on the month. It's been, as I said, a pretty good month here. But we're going to wait to see what winds up happening. TQs and Ethereum and Micron all short.
Yeah, I answered Jag. Like there was even some midday. I actually made half of Palantir back, but I did one Tesla trade, and I got wicked out while we were at lunch. And the frustrating thing is it was like the exact right price, but it held VWAP for like all of lunchtime. And by the time we came back, it was already flushed. So there's not much you can do about that. I wanted to get to it wasn't Marvell. We haven't looked at Meta today, and I'll get there in a quick little second, but we just top wicked on AMD. So allow it to run 161, get out, and when it goes to the high of the day and wicks the high of the day, get back in off the high of the day, and then make a separate trade. Open still very slowly grinding. I mean, Open, there's been nothing parabolic out of Open outside of 9:39 to like 9 to 10 o'clock. Everything else has been pretty structured. Like it takes its time going back down, it takes its time going back up, but it's still holding some higher lows. That said, going into the last 5 minutes before imbalances here, going to cover in front of the high of the day. Maybe this breaks out very late and we can get one last little push, but we literally have 5 minutes till the balance, the imbalances coming on through there. And I actually saw that Meta, this is the first time in a while made the top. It's number 4 on the list here. I mean, I don't know, Meta is a boringly amazing stock in a general sense, but not really something that we talk about because not a lot of people are going to be day trading it, and hasn't been the most exciting stock. Let's be real for a second. My thoughts on Meta are, I like Meta, and I have dip bought Meta a few times this year. I'm not buying this at the 50-period moving average because it's way too tight to the top. Like this at the 50-period moving average is like 5% from the high. That's really, like, that's just a little too topish for me. So if it's gonna dip and I want more of it, it's got to be 700. I don't think we get 660. Now that's something in front of the 700 level. This feels like it's on the precipice of a bit of a of a real pullback, not some 5% dip. Like 10, 15%. And if Meta does that, then I'm a buyer. It's just right now, I don't like the 50 period on this one anymore. It was much different in July. It was much different in May when this was at the 50 period. In May, when it was at the 50 period, it was literally 30% from the highs. Now it's like 5% from the highs. And that's a little too tight for me. So I'm a little bit bearish on Meta, but I'm only a dip buyer of the stock this year. Because I felt myself underweight on this stock, I actually haven't sold any Meta at any point. This is just more of a buy and hold play.
Yeah, I basically was forced to sell some Meta, so just for portfolio management, got way too big. I mean,
yeah, which is reasonable.
Yeah, like Sharif and I were. I was pounding the table. I'm glad Sharif hit that. I mean, when that was a PE of 18 at $100, that was a crazy, crazy stock for sure to go ahead and trade. Ethereum right now, trying to go. We're waiting for that one. I wanted to look at, forget about Marvell. I know you guys, we could look at it. I mean, there's a lot of questions in the chat about it still. I know it's breaking out into the high of the day, but it's 3:46 right now. We only have 13 more minutes until the imbalances. So to be completely honest with you, I don't think it's the right time of day to get involved in any new trades. I'm not trying to run from trades at all, but these are all, you guys have been here, and it's one thing, to risk some play money at stocks, but I don't really want to put something on and, it's like, okay, here we go, Sean's thinking short or long, because these numbers in 3 minutes will completely change everything. So I'm just really glad to see the move that Marvell is having, and I am debating taking some out of the portfolio. I mean, we had just got this name long, and it's really ripping up. The target eventually, though, is $100 right there. Andre, I can test to see if I can hear you if you want. No, for some reason I still can't. I'm connected, so I don't know what's going on. We'll have to get news from what's his name? All right,
I think we have to go to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here. We have Fed's Daily speaking right now, saying that, again, the Fed is looking for these low job finding rates and the length of time it takes to find a job. It's just one of many comments that we've heard from the Fed this week, and even just heading into September's meeting, suggesting that the Fed right now is switching more to looking at employment rather than inflation concerns, at least to an extent. I also want to mention Fed's Cook has actually apparently made a filing with the Supreme Court in an attempt to save her job. Now, in that filing, she warned the Supreme Court that there could be, quote, chaos in the market if she is fired. So Fed's Daily speaking and Fed's Cook warning of market chaos should she be let go. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. 90 seconds until the imbalances come through. Just a little housekeeping. I just took a little bit more out. Open's not really running into the high of the day there, so it doesn't seem like it wants to go more than like 9 to 9:10. Unfortunately, and we're still in AMD. We've tightened the stop up a little bit, not going to give it to the high of the day at all. Looks like LAC. I just saw a bunch of people putting LAC in the chat. Oh, you got me. If I see LAC, and then I go over and it's kind of barcoding there. So yeah, LAC doesn't seem to be doing anything. 19% is fantastic. It's just not moving a heck of a lot. So 1 minute to the imbalances. Not expecting anything too crazy today.
We are doing it here on...
really.
Got you, Fabian.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be anything too crazy in the imbalances, but you never know. Early look really just has... It's SMR with a 1 million early look sell, so that's one I'm going to have up on the sidebar. But AMD's starting to come to the downside. I'll leave that one on, but I'm not taking any more of that open at $9.
All right, traders, here we go, man. It's siren alert time. There goes Ethereum. I mean, I've been sitting in this all afternoon. If you're only going to take one trade, It's the only one that I've been in here this afternoon. We did have Ethereum early. We're just sticking with the same plan of action, right? Remember, this was a 73, 75 short, whatever, just printing down to the low side right now. We are now moments away from this imbalance, and I don't think I'm going to get rid of the broker here because we want the actual New York and NASDAQ prints that come through, and they're going to come through in 5 seconds, so we'll just switch that, and here you go. In just a matter of minutes, we'll see what this stock market has in store for us. There it is right now. So now we are now open with these imbalances, and it doesn't seem like anything. A lot of low numbers here. I'm not really, I mean, Intel with a little bit of a bid up 9%. I like that move. There's NVIDIA with a little bit of a bid as well. Amazon with a bid. Amazon, I think I'm getting greedy waiting for that 210. I said we could get there tomorrow. I made that call at 220, 222. It's down $3 or $4 from there. So if we can have another day tomorrow down $3 or $4, I think we'll buy this name. So Amazon still making lows right now on the day, but nice little bump up there on the bid. So that's helping itself out. FCX, we talked about the tragedy there with their mine. Hopefully for families and everybody, that's okay. But there was a crack in one of their, or not a crack, I don't know what it was, but some deaths there, I think in one of their mines in Chile. So we hope that that's been better for them. But FCX continues the downside play. And yeah, Micron and the futures are kind of doing nothing. So we're just going to start to get out of some of these. Watch out for our Ethereum play as it's going lower. And right now, man, it's been a money-making afternoon. So congratulations to anybody that has anything like this. But I'm going to start to get out some more names here. TQs, I'm bidding 77s. Maybe we get those. And then Ethereum, I don't know how low we can go, but this seems to be pretty good. Maybe we just cash it out and buy a lottery ticket on our way home. But that's what's happening right now with Ethereum. There it comes. Nice little move down in lower. I am bidding 57s. Maybe we get that.
Great look. I saw NVIDIA come out as a buy of 1 million shares, so instead of letting this go against me, I just punched out assuming AMD was a buy as well. Well, don't let it run that high. It does the same move as before. It goes like 30, 40 pennies in the money, and then it bounces. AMD was a super strong day. So open, I'll give it a chance to push into the high of the day there. I mean, the high of the day is 920. It just pushed through the 10s finally, so I'll leave this one in. The stop is now a break even, see if you can't get to that 920 level. But nothing stood out on the imbalances, really. It was SMR that was an early look of 9 million. It's not there anymore. Intel's a buy of 1 million shares, but it's done a lot of volume today, so I don't know if that matters. NEO was a buy of 1.1 million. You notice how you don't see Amazon or NVIDIA. Oh, there is NVIDIA, 950. So under 1 million, but 950 on NVIDIA. MSTR, 750,000 sell. I don't think I've ever seen MSTR on the imbalance locator before. So 750,000 sell on MSTR. I'm just curious, does it actually move off imbalances? A little bit. That could be worth watching. It's at VWAP. MSTR down 7%. Go figure. Bitcoin loses 110, and MSTR is down 7 points. That's part of the game. Understand that you're gonna have outsized moves to the downside when the stock fails, or when not the stock. You know what I mean. When you get a bit of a failure in crypto and specifically in Bitcoin, MSTR is going to take it on the chin a little bit more. Not my cup of tea, but if you want the extra leverage in there and that's your play, go for it. The same reason people play options.
I mean, when crypto was at 117, 118, I was thinking that this was going to be a downside move because it didn't make any sense why the NASDAQ kept on going. And then whatever the price was on Fed Day, the minute that didn't go, I feel that was the out. So what's up, Pranet? Yeah, I just got out now. I had like a couple percentage points left on Micron, right, which was just barcoding. So we'll get that out right there for a nice win on Micron. It's just there's no point. We can't hold overnight. We can't hold. I got to go do the recap show. Sometimes I'll sit here and hold a little bit into the close, but I'm not going to do that now because I got to get over there. And then we just got out of our TQQ trade, which was this short here. That was just a very small amount of shares. Realized that I screwed that up, and then bid it out and whatever. So that's good. All right. So right now here goes Ethereum. Nice play to the downside. Right now as well, down 6%. Coming through one more time there for Ethereum. So I got to get up and go back over to the desk, so that should be fine. We do have Costco earnings coming up as well, and Ramin wants us to look at some sort of a chat here right now. I don't know where that chat is, but when I find it, I will look at it.
We have a million chats.
That right now.
Oh, the main chat. I see.
The main chat. Oh, here it is right here. There is a Costco, some sort of a Costco video coming up after the close.
That looks like the dude from
this guy's eating a hot dog, and that's going to be very exciting. I don't know if this is the CEO. I don't know who this is.
That is Jim Senegal. He is the co-founder and former CEO of the company. This is the man that was threatening to kill people if they raised hot dog prices. That's him. I don't know.
So the guy's a lunatic.
So.
All right, so the guy's a maniac.
I mean, obviously,
so
you can be literal about that.
All right, so
Maybe paying too much for hot dogs.
we got out of basically 3/4 of Ethereum for this. So yeah, good trading here to end the day on ETHA. I'm going to stop this out right now. We did have a release, so there we go. We're now out, completely flat of everything. Congratulations, Barry Horowitz right now, patting ourselves on the back. And yeah, good thing we got out of Micron, someone just said. Yeah, I mean, that was just, we're just clearing it out. We didn't have a big position, but it's at VWAP. Remember, the thing about all this is that we're getting influenced right now by these imbalances. So it's like, I don't even know where Micron is, but see, like Apple's a buy, so like a little bit of a shot up there. So it's just, you got to be careful with this. It's not going to trade, you know, support and resistance levels. It's going to trade based on the mechanics of the imbalance locator. So, you know, that's what that is. But yeah, man, and we done good, right? We got out of Ethereum. We did everything as best as we can today, and tomorrow's a new day. So Costco earnings, I think they're the only big company coming.
And they're a big one.
Yeah, some would say that. Yeah, EPS right now 581 is what we're looking for, with revenues of just a small 86 billion. So. Implied move only 3%. Costco won't move.
Printing.
At least we'll be able to see
printing money.
What's going on.
But it can be an opportunity if it does dip. That's for sure. But you know what? If you're looking for opportunities and, hey, you don't want to risk your own money, well, you can trade with someone else's capital, because without as much fear of losing and not moving your stop loss too soon, and on top of that, with Trade the Pool, you can get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits and not just a couple $100 a month. This is a revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. So how it works is you join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of those profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. You'll see Mitch from Trade the Pool here in a couple of weeks for sure. So I think a couple of members of the team as well. So I want to shout out to them, appreciate them for sponsoring this part of the show here. So with about 3 minutes to go, as I said, there wasn't anything too terribly crazy on the locator. You'll see NEO still a buy of 1.1 million shares, so that could be a little something. We covered that open. It's just the last leg, not so good. The early buys were much better on open when you were getting at 840 and you're adding on the way up and all that kind of good stuff and buying it off VWAP. Late in the day, it's just a little bit different. So I'm going to go, just wanted to double check NIO. It's the only remotely significant imbalance, and it's not moving on there. So that million on NEO not really doing much. That said, hey, not a bad day at all for NEO. And we barely even talked about this name. And the EV business is a tough business, but NEO has legitimately been breaking out. Makes some sense. You'd find some resistance here at the 760 range, and he's going to need to push through that. But this has been an absolute tear, so congrats to anyone that liked this one off of the lows. You've certainly picked up a bit of a winner here. But yeah, NEO feeling like it could be a little bit toppish. Only a couple of minutes. Bobby Axelrod, everyone keeps typing in Lithium Americas. Is it moving now? Oh, it's starting to move. Yeah, now it's actually starting to move. Like, not when I was in it. Yesterday it was yesterday I felt this was so much easier. Like, look at the easy dips off the volume weighted average price 3 times. Like, you couldn't have gone wrong. Like what Open Door did today, LAC was doing yesterday, and then today this was just frustrating because every time I try to take it on the upward momentum, like the higher low, make the new higher low, it just wasn't working out for me. So you try to get back a portion of yesterday and not all of everything that you made on it the day before. At least that's my 2 cents. But LAC finally making a little bit of a run. And the story this afternoon, well, one of them has to be Apple. You get this story that there's going to be a probe. Well, there's always a probe on big cap tech names, but on Amazon specifically and Apple continues to go higher like absolutely nothing is happening. And on the other side of it, you have Amazon, which I don't know if it's still going down, but certainly, it's catching a bit, which just continue to go lower. So unfortunately for Amazon, like their troubles kind of continued. And for Apple, the bid just continues to run. And this has been a story since the sell the news. And this is what we sort of talked about. Don't buy on the event. Wait until they do the phone release, let it dip, and then buy the dip. Like Apple just has a tendency to do that. If it falls after a phone release, it's going to move down more than it moves up. So a lot of times that's kind of the play. Is like you like the stock on the phone release, and then you buy the dip on it, and then now you're back at the highs, and we're at all-time highs at 10:47 tomorrow or something like that. Maybe a little bit earlier. But we didn't drop the countdown. The closing bell is going to be brought to you again by Beta Pro by Globex. Shout out to them. 3x leverage, daily ETFs, everybody. So we'll ring it in 2, and how's about right about now? And there it is. The market is closed. Apple, and remember, this morning we we came in to a market that was tanking or looking like it was over 1% down, and now you're going to be NASDAQ a half a point, ES half a point, Apple up almost 2 full percentage points in here today. Palantir, I feel like we didn't really give this one enough justice here this afternoon. Palantir is going to close effectively flat. After being down huge, Palantir is going to be 0.1 to the downside. So the V-shaped recovery was intact. The buy the dip was intact. AMD closes in the green. So that showed a lot of strength. I want to thank everyone for coming on out. It's been an awesome day. I want to give a special shout out to Jeff Mendel, who dropped on through here, took us out to lunch, and always a good time with Jeff. Check out OTC Moon for aftermarket trading. I think that's, it's 24 hours is coming, and now you have the opportunity with OTC Moon and Blue Ocean to be able to trade in the evening when we have news. And the news this evening is going to be Costco earnings, and we're going to have them with the market recap show. We've got Sean, we've got Adara, we've got Costco, and you better not raise the price of those hot dogs. Go get them.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, hot dogs. I was also saying here you can get a sausage. You can get like a Polish sausage, Italian sausage, or a hot dog. Cool. Maybe this is too personal, but it's like my stomach doesn't really react well to those boiled. Those boiled hot dogs, I like them at like a baseball game or something, but those Costco ones, they have decent French fries.
I heard their pizza, my school, shout out to Winnipeg, St. Joseph the Worker Elementary. So
what's up, Winnipeg?
We, for lunches, they would only get us food from Costco. They just get us Costco pizza
nice
for
value.
Hot lunch, once a month or whatever, you donate, and then you get pizza. And so the Costco pizza was fine.
I feel like that Costco pizza is good. They have ice cream and stuff. Anyways, Costco coming out 4.15, so we'll wait for that. 5.81 is the expected EPS with 86 billion in revenue. So, we'll see what number they can come out with. And of course, for the Costco memberships, that's what I want to see. I want to see a continued growth in that space. We never want to see a negative quarter over quarter number from their membership subscriptions, right? So that's what we're going to wait for today. And that's coming out very, very soon. But hey, welcome to the show, everybody. What was a little bit of a rough session again here today, as we do have the NASDAQ and the ES both finishing in the red. But today, it was all about, we have written down here, chip, chess, and tariff tremors. Okay, today we had Intel. Intel right here is courting now Apple. We did get a late day story about TSM as well. Here's Intel on my screen, up 8.8% today. They're jumping up here to $34. It did start off with a nice move higher, and then we got extension in the middle of the day as Intel's looking around, support us, give us some money, and we'll build this foundry, and we can all be friends as they look for more support. Again, Apple, strong American company, they're looking for that. They got $5 billion the other day from NVIDIA. So we'll have to wait to see. Look, NVIDIA gives $100 billion to OpenAI. They give $5 billion to Intel. Which relationship do you think is more important? Intel, nice upside move there today as well. So that's what's going on there. Intel, that's that. Google takes a stake in Cypher today, 5.1% stake in Cypher mining there, backstopping this $1.4 billion for AI data centers. So there goes Google making a similar play. Google downside today, but that's the story. More investments in the space. We like that one. And then commerce section there, probes on robotics and medical devices for Google. So they're getting a little bit of push and pull here. They invest into the space as well as now getting more look here from the FTC and more look from the DOJ. But again, we already had that story, right, Adara, that they lifted the veil there with that decision and allowed Apple and Google to continue their App Store dominance. So for us, I think that's a good thing moving forward as investors into the space. So I feel like there's two winners is fine. You pretty much have an Android smartphone
at least here in North America, or iOS.
Yes.
So you're in one or the other. So I feel like, yeah, those guys are going to have to make a little bit of money. They're going to have to skim some off the top of these apps. So that's that last story right there. And then as we go on, we have this great graphic here, just to give you a little bit of an idea. So Adara, why don't we go over this?
Let's go over this. And again, I want to remind you guys as well, we have lots of Costco infographics to come, and you have to stay after this stream to check out our brand new video on Costco. It will premiere live for you guys, so you get Costco earnings. Then you get a little bit of a chaser with a new live video. So stay on the stream. It'll move you right after the market recap. Definitely check that out. Also here, check out Open Door.
Right.
Main Street taking a 5.9% position in the company. OPEN had a great day yesterday after there's way stronger than expected home sales numbers. So this kind of adding, I would say, icing on the cake here for OPEN. Apple and the EU, we talked about that a little bit, but they're trying to basically get rid of the EU's fairly new Digital Markets Act. The EU has said they're not budging, so unclear if they're going to find a resolution there.
About that Open Door there, 800,000 new home sales. I think that was a big number, right? So we'll have to wait to see.
It's the largest in 3.5 years.
Right, so there you go. So I mean, there's a market here for Open Door for sure, up 10% today. So yeah, the average 413,000. We got 800,000 new home sales today. So yeah, long through $9 today. Seems to have worked, but we still hover around that $9 mark. So for me, for Open Door, we got to see if it does have goods to go to the upside. This is a 5-minute chart. Look how choppy it was there near the end of the day. We have the daily chart down here looking. We are now 10 minutes away from Costco earnings, so we're going to get those to you. But there goes Open Door today, up that 10.5%. I like the story of the new home sales there, Dara. I think that does create a little bit of energy for this stock. But remember, Better Homes was one that Eric Jackson, EMJ Capital, I believe it is, started to sort of, I don't want to say pump, but disclose the stake. I know it probably is, but I don't want to get in trouble by saying that. But they disclosed a stake there. When do you think they started buying? Let me guess, right around here. And then there's the slow grind. And let me guess, when they disclosed it a couple days ago, there's the move up, and here's the pullback in for Better Homes. So they have a lot of work to do to get this stock back to $75, $76. So watch out now. That's down 15%. All right, Adara, what's the next story?
Next up, we have Qualcomm and some new products. This one didn't really move too much. This came out yesterday as well, but they did reveal some X2 Elite laptop chips here with Guardian Security, and then this is going to start shipping next year. So Qualcomm with a new product. Of the chip names that we had on watch today, including Micron, to get ahead of ourselves a little bit, and also, you know, we were looking a little bit at Intel, of course, as well. I don't know if Qualcomm is really on the radar to the same extent.
Yeah.
But I mean, Micron's certainly interesting. They might have a competitor in that DRAM space coming out of China, because we know if these U.S. companies are not allowed to ship to China, China's going to have to find a way to compete with them. And I guess that will be just making their own companies more utile for the purposes they need them for.
Yeah, so we were shorting Micron all day, and we really enjoyed that trade. We can go over that in a couple seconds. But yeah, Qualcomm, I mean, they've had another huge run, right? I mean, sometimes because the volume's not really there some days, and it's not as sort of a sexy of a day trade as other names like a Micron, like an AMD, like an Oracle as of late. But Qualcomm, again, look where we just ran into. Right here on the daily chart again, 176. So Qualcomm, nice move up to get up to there, but runs in right into some resistance up there, 176, and a little bit of a pullback into 170 there for QCOM. So there goes that name. And then Micron, I mean, Adara and I, the last time we saw each other, we were covering this earnings report, and it was a good one, Adara, but Micron's still falling back down there. You know, there's the day they come out with that report, 175. The next day, the next thing we see is 161, and then today there's that story there where YMTC. So this is a supply chain story here. Meanwhile, they're targeting new DRAM coming through, $2.9 billion facility opening up in Wuhan. Isn't that where the bats came from? In Wuhan. So hopefully they're clearing out those bats, and now they are. China. They are potentially going to open up competition against Micron. So for me today, we can just go over here and open up and just put, I got to save my layout over here so I don't have to keep doing this every single day. But we started the day looking short on Micron right into here. It was a good short. We got burned out a couple times before eventually getting it back into our account and hitting this to the downside. Micron again today suffering another 3% move to the downside. Adara, what's the next one?
Next up, CarMax. CarMax was not a great report. We know with Micron we did have a double beat. Great guidance. CarMax did not give us that, unfortunately. We did have actually a double miss here with CarMax. But not only that, sometimes you'll have companies miss, but they'll still actually have a year-over-year increase on revenue. Now, unfortunately, CarMax, Sean, actually had a year-over-year decline in revenue. It dropped by 6%. So KMX driving to the downside today. This was, I think, gapping down around 6% when I was working on the watch list. Ended up being like 20% to the downside at its lows. So KMX out.
Ouch.
This versus Carvana, seems like Carvana, maybe people prefer the car vending machines, Sean.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the story? I wonder if people in the chat can let me know. Why is it KMX? Like, why?
I've always wondered that myself. I'm not
Yeah, I was wondering, like, was CMX gone? And they're just like, we'll just take K. I don't know. I think it could have something a little more creative than that. But anyways, KMX, there has to be a story there. I wonder what it is. But yeah, a nice little miss there. Revenue miss, like 6.5 billion, down 6% year over year, minus 5% on the sales side of it. Cost cutting coming through, $150 million over 18 months in their development there. Not good. Plus you get the sympathy play in the auto sector, just not overly strong right now. This is what CarMax looks like to the downside. Some safer plays, AZO, I believe that's AutoZone. So you can look over here. Again, a $4,000 name, talking about a stock that definitely needs some juice to split. AutoZone has been working out there. I guess more people may be doing their own repairs into cars and whatnot, but that seems to want to work itself out as well. I think the more electric cars out there, the less need for an AutoZone, but don't at me for that. CV, I just think that way. Like, you know, some of these Teslas, they don't even need oil changes or they don't have that many parts. So I could see AutoZone actually that may be going to the downside. And to your call right there about Carvana, this may be heading down to the downside as well. We now have 3 or 4 red days in a row on Carvana, but looky what we see right there. 360 is the 50-period moving average, and this one since April, bless you, Ramin, this one since April goes all the way, hits that 50-period, hits the 50-period, hits it, and guess what? We're hitting it again right now on Carvana. So this is a name that, again, could continue to work out. They've been having a lot of good luck with their sales as they have the best prices for used cars and a lot of overhead that doesn't exist the same way that traditional dealership overhead is a problem. Do we have another story or are we done?
Yeah, we've got 2 more actually. I mean, one of them we talked about a lot yesterday. That would be our good friend LAC. But the one above LAC, Circle, we had a president of the company discussing maybe doing reversible transactions. Now, this president, Sean, also formerly was the chair of the CFTC, so he does have some experience in this field. And again, it is worth noting this could be a bit of a tricky situation because they're also an issuer of stablecoin too, and you know maybe going to get into the reversible transaction space. Now, to be clear, it seems like that's really going to be in situations of fraud and theft, but again, it gets into the discussion of what constitutes fraud, what constitutes theft, and how do you investigate it. But that's the deal with CRCL. I think the market stopped caring about this more or less when we opened. We had a nice little pop.
Yeah.
Interesting story nonetheless.
I have to remind everybody that this, of course, program is brought to you by Global X and Beta Pro. So make sure you do check them out. They're 3-time levered product right there. Go check it out, Global X Beta Pro for Canadian investors. We want to thank you there. But look, here's the show right now. It's a little bit delayed here, so we got Adair still talking. But 600 likes right now, over 4,000 of you watching. So I want to say thank you so much for everybody staying with us. But if you own Costco shares or you short them, if you hit the like button, it's more likely to come out in your favor. So I would definitely hit the like and make sure you do hit the subscribe. Yeah, look, for me on Circle here, as we get ready for Costco coming out, maybe we can actually look at Costco just real quickly. Yeah, let's do that, and we'll talk about Circle in just a couple of seconds because Costco is now moments away from coming through. Look, the play about Costco to me is relatively simple. We're just looking for a beat on that EPS number, and then I want to hear if Adair can find out, and she's going to go through the numbers and listen to the call. That's going to be a little bit later, but we're looking for memberships, if they're going to announce anything like that, and what they see in the retail sector. Is it still strong? Like, are they a little worried? I feel like they'll be honest and let us know what is traffic looking like in the stores. We're going to hear from Costco. But Costco right now on the daily is underneath the 50 period. If we come over here, thanks, Fabian. Underneath the 50 period and underneath the 200 period moving average. Honestly, this does not look like a healthy company right now. Pulled back, it's down into 940, so the high of roughly 1100. So you're down about $150. You're down about 10%. Not quite in bull territory or anything to worry about. But if they miss, the implied move is only around 4%. So we're not expecting a whole heck of a lot. The catalyst that I could see, Adara, what if we get, a split announcement potentially for Costco. No one wants to trade this name at $1,000.
I'm good with them to not split, but
no, but even if they do split 10-1, still puts it to 100. It'll still be very, very spready and able to trade. But I get it. Some traders do like to trade higher price names because of the spread and capturing. Yeah, no, that's all good and nothing wrong with
I've
that.
traded it above 1,000. I'm not even going to sit here and lie, but
Yeah. Well, we just saw AutoZone was 4,400.
That's a little too much for me. But yeah, I have no problem with over 1,000.
Yeah, so here we go, man. Moments away. Adara will interrupt, obviously, when those numbers come out. But if we're going to look at a stock like Walmart and whatnot, they're still above $100 and still holding near some of their highs. I still think both these names work. As opposed to Target, Walmart and Costco both have grocery. Target, not as big. There it is. $5.87 for Costco, $5.87, beating by 1 or 2 pennies right there. Adara's going to look at the numbers. We're going to get those to you immediately. But it looks like Costco right now is heading back up to the upside right now. I don't have it on my Benzinga Pro, so I can't show it to you yet. But are you seeing or hearing anything right now from Costco? Relatively flat on the chart.
Yeah, I'll keep reading through it, but they did have an 8% increase in net sales for the quarter.
We like that.
They rose to $84.4 billion. That's
Here it
net
is.
sales. But their actual sales numbers I do have, Sean. So Q4 earnings of $5.87 per share versus $5.80 expected. Sales $86.156 billion versus $86.115 billion expected. Much like last quarter, they only beat earnings by a single hair.
Very small.
Just a hair.
Yeah, a little bit of a small amount there. So we'll wait to see if there's more news coming up. But I'll keep this on my screen just for now to give you guys a little bit of a look on what the numbers are looking like. So 587 versus 580. So that's a beat, right? 86.156. Like, I can't believe we're talking about 86 billion and it has to go down to the decimal places there. But a slight beat there by like a hair. I think it's like maybe one store. But right there, nice move down. So now we'll wait. Adara will get the numbers. I want to hear, like, is it year over year, quarter over quarter? What do these numbers look like right now? But they do wind up beating right here Costco. Costco shares right now trading down about 1% or so from where we were. Remember, this down 0.13 gives us the whole day's number. So we do close out today around 940 or about 942. So very, very small movement here in Costco. It doesn't seem like it's doing too much. So just slight beat there for Costco. And yeah, not enough of you hit the like button, man. We only have 650 likes. So that's probably why Costco not moving too much. Looks like here, see, now it's getting a little spready, Adara. Probably too much for you as well. 938 by 943. So about $5 there worth of a spread down there into 938. Are we getting any more numbers or that's it?
I do have a little bit more. So comp sales, they did really well last quarter with their comp sales growth. Comp sales, including gas and Forex there, is going to be up 5.7%. So that's a little bit below estimates of a 5.85% increase. Their total company comp sales, though, if you're excluding the FX, the currency changing there, and gasoline, it's actually up 6.4% versus estimates of 6.21%. So if you exclude gas, they did actually have better than expected comp sales growth. If you include gas, worse than expected comp sales growth there for COST. I do not have guidance yet. I'm going to keep looking through the support, but that's really the main thing I'm seeing here. Comp sales kind of shaky. And again, much like last quarter, they beat sales by like a single decimal point, slightly better with regards to EPS. And that's their current CEO, not the hot dog man there, Ron Backers.
Kind of looks like a hot dog man, that guy. So shout out to Costco right there. Yeah, holding for it right now. So it's kind of be, I'll just say it was a stock blitz. You know, we gave you Costco. It came out. Not much happening. Wish we had a little bit of more of a reaction there to Costco, but down about 0.5%. Thanks for the graphic, Adara. Go make sure you do find those. I'm assuming at Trader TV Research.
They're all up there. So, and again, you can also see the hot dog infographic too if you want to learn more about the hot dog.
At TTV Research. Yeah. All right, so we'll close that for now. I did want to go back to Circle because we were going to... all right, just hearing some more news, but it doesn't sound like there's anything going on there. All right, so Circle right now, you know, a good story today for Circle, but again, kind of goes against what we thought about for crypto here. Circle right now today comes out and says that they're looking to explore the reversible blockchain transactions to combat fraud. Now, I don't know exactly what kind of fraud is happening with USDC. That is their biggest coin. We saw Circle come to market with an absolutely great IPO, right? It was great for about a week and a half until it wasn't. You're still well above where we IPO'd at 124, but there goes Circle upside and downside right there. So right now, now, there is only 74 billion USDC coins in circulation right now, as I think Brendan in his former life was like a ninja or something. You see him, he's over there with like a baton, twirling it around. He doesn't hear what I'm saying right now, but he's over there doing.
I'm not sure.
There he is. You see him in the background right there? Look at that. Yeah, there we go, Brendo. There we go. He's got a staff in his hand. Oh. Right there. So that's it. If we don't listen or we don't work enough, that's staff. Coming over here. So shout out to Brendo right there. Okay, he's still waiting. We're waiting for a big delivery coming through. You know, this wall is going to change behind us, and it's going to be great. We're very, very excited about that. All right, 74 billion USDC coins right now in circulation, so that's big for them. Circle's up over 324% year to date after their June IPO. So still a big success story there for Circle. We'll figure out where they're going on that play. Look, last night we had Accenture earnings, right? That was this morning.
Oh, this morning, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about Accenture, and I actually was talking about liking the stock based on sort of where we were here on the daily chart. Down 3%, so not great. I think we can leave this alone until Accenture eventually gets back up there to the upside, but they had an EPS beat of 303.
I have more on Costco.
Okay, we'll go to Costco in a second. They had an earnings per share beat on Accenture of 303. This is this morning, plus bookings of 21.3 billion, both beating, and their FY26 guided above the street, but they're just trying to stabilize right now. They actually opened up about flat on that report and then just drifted down with the day. So I don't think that was a disaster report there for Accenture, but at the same time, not really giving me the feels to go long. So ACN this morning, I know we had the discussion yesterday, looks like the loss of government contract with Doge definitely affecting them, but their guide was still in line, so we'll see if that can get back up. Before I throw over to you for Costco, let me just see what the stock price is doing right now. Adara, flat right here, Costco, but give us some more numbers.
Yeah, people are making a lot of jokes. So it's down a Costco hot dog, it's up a Costco hot dog.
Yeah.
Either way, guys, if you want to learn more about Costco, join us. After this show, we will transition to another stream where you can learn all about Costco, so don't go anywhere. When this market recap ends, stay right strapped in, ready for the next video. It'll be a premiere of a new video. Let's talk here about Costco. As mentioned earlier, they did beat on EPS and revenue up 8% year over year, EPS up 11% year over year. Membership fees, though, guys, 1.72 billion versus estimates of 1.69 billion. That's up 14% year over year. Now, as we mentioned, their total company comp sales, if you include gas, that was a little bit of a miss. We were expecting 5.85%, ended up coming in at 5.7% growth. But if you get rid of gas and Forex, you actually did have a beat there for comp sales growth. Now, their Canada comp sales growth way better than expected, 8.3% versus 6.8%. Expected, and international sales growth a little bit weaker than expected, up 7.2% versus 7.22% expected. Sean, before I go back to you, I want to mention CNXC as well, Concentrix. A lot of people in our chat are asking about this. I've dropped these earnings in the chat a couple times, but I'll say them out loud as well. So CNXC, adjusted EPS 278, missing estimates of 286. Sales, 2.483 billion versus estimates of 2.458 billion. So sales beat, EPS missed. That's going to be the theme of this whole report, Sean, because for Q4, they guided EPS between 285 and 296, well below estimates of 332. Their sales guide for Q4 was in line. They lowered their fiscal 2025 EPS guide, but they raised their sales guide for the year. So in general, they seem to really struggle with EPS, but they're doing quite well with sales.
So yeah, again, these guys specialize in customer engagement and customer management. So I feel like they're almost like a CRM play here. I don't know enough about CNXC, but on the daily, this is not looking great. Remember, as soon as I end this recap show at approximately 4:31, stay tuned for a Costco video that we are very, very excited for. That's the wrong camera, Ramin. There it is. That's supposed to be a thumbs up. That did not look that great. Let's not do that again, but that was Ramin's thumb in front of the camera. So we are going to be dropping that video. Niels did that yesterday, the Costco video, so get ready. We're going to talk all about Costco immediately after the show. So if you are a shareholder, get ready for that one. But the CNXC right into here, I feel like this is, again, CRM's been getting hit, right? And I don't know if this is exactly a comp for them, but Salesforce, they just talking about customer management right now. They have a nice downside drift there into $43. So you guys asked for it. Adara brought it to you. It's CNXC, and it is moving lower. Another stock today that we didn't talk too much about, we did have a little bit of a stinger for it. That was Oklo. Oklo today, again, bad. We started Trump is speaking. Anything worth?
Well, I'm just putting him on right now, so I'll let you guys know. He just started.
Great. He's about to sign the executive order on TikTok.
Well, he's about to sign something, but we never know. They don't.
I just heard it. He's signed it right now on TikTok. He is signing. Are we allowed to show that? Can we just show this?
I don't know.
Put it over here. Just show him signing it. Who cares? I'll pay the bill. Right there. There it is right there. Signing the executive order right there for TikTok. Yeah, that was probably 3 seconds. Good job, Fabian. Get that out of here. I don't want to ding my account even more. Back and forth. Okay, fun times. But there it goes, signing the executive order for TikTok. We can have a quick little check-in to see if that's affecting Oracle or not. What the? Okay, I missed this. I don't know what was going on with Oracle today. Obviously, a nice little downside play there for ORCL. I'm just looking through the notes there. I don't have anything specifically about Oracle, but again, I just think that this was well overstated, this move higher. They were a very good value stock. This stock down near $100, $140 had that PE of 14 or 15, right? Right now, their PE over here on Oracle is, I think it's 30s. Is it 30? Yeah, no, not even, man. It is 45 right there for a forward PE for Oracle and a current PE of 71. That's too high in this environment. So again, I know they have a nice revenue source, but we're already taking that into consideration. Oracle, tomorrow's trade today. Let's go, man. That is a stock blitz right there. I think Oracle short tomorrow. You're breaking back down below this area. Let's see if there's no positive news. I think this is buy the rumor, sell the news. TikTok deal now getting signed in its executive order. This is not a deal. No. This is just that he approves whatever the, the fundamentals are, and the framework is the word I'm looking for, in this TikTok deal. President Trump giving it its stamp of approval. We'll see if Oracle can hold out. Every time Adara chuckles, obviously I know she's listening to President Trump. Okay, so another small little one right here is BlackBerry, and I think he's great entertainment. I mean, honestly, the one thing I got to say about it is he does stick to whatever he says, and it seems like whether or not he talked about Tylenol, he's talking now about Oracle, he's talking about TikTok, and he's getting those deals done. So here we go. He said the TikTok investor will be Larry Ellison. Okay, Adara, you're going to have to break this all down. Larry Ellison, of course, CEO and founder of Oracle. So we already know about that. BlackBerry today, oh boy. This stock, where'd this come from?
I think it's just what we knew. He's just going to be involved in the deal. That's really all Trump said.
Right. Okay. So I think we know about that. The rich get richer, of course. And if you're a friend of any government, seems like it's a nice handout right here happening for Oracle. So, but again, stock down 6%. Not a great day for Oracle. All right, BlackBerry back to profit, right? Thankfully, there's BlackBerry right there. Nice little move up. We talked about this yesterday, sort of forming a sort of a U-based right there. Oh, there's some temporary resistance. There we go. So we're writing down, is that the TikTok news at the bottom there? Oh.
They're going to take questions about TikTok right now, but only about TikTok. They're only going to let them ask about TikTok for a couple of minutes. Okay, so we'll do that. We only have 5 minutes left in the show. All right, right now, what we were talking about here is BlackBerry. So BlackBerry's return to profitability, over 13.3 million adjusted. That's nice, right? Adjusted EPS of 4 cents. So they're turning positive right there. Their forward revenue and EPS guidance was also raised. Their QNX system has strengths in the business. So right there, QNX, their sort of autonomous build there looks to be working out. I'm not sure who their number one clients are or anything like that. I think Amazon and BlackBerry had a little bit of a tie-up there for Zoox, but don't quote me on that. There goes BlackBerry, a nice move there to the upside right now. So anything? Yeah, I mean, so people are saying, hey, Trump, do you have any security concerns about TikTok? He said, well, no, because it's going to be owned by Americans, very sophisticated Americans, very smart Americans. Right. So because it's American-owned, Trump is basically saying that any kind of security concerns that people had with TikTok, which they did have, he's saying those are basically being initiated because of the now U.S. ownership.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Oh, thank you, Trump.
There we go. See, he's also, Donald Trump also signing executive orders and obviously watching us. So thank you, President Trump. Thanks for getting the TikTok deal done, my guy. Now all the kids in the world will be satisfied.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
He was okay. Sorry, but he just said they were like, oh,
That's
is
a good one,
content going to be
Fabian.
mega related? He's like, well, I'd like it to be. If I could make it 100% mega related, I would. So it seems like maybe I don't know what type of content moderation is happening, but that could be on watch. They're asking him about that right now. He seems very open to mega content on TikTok.
All right, guys. We're about to wrap this thing up. Let's just go quickly over to Costco real quick. I do want to make sure that everyone remembers that we do have a video coming out about Costco, what we were expecting, how do you play earnings like this in a name like this, potentially where Costco is going moving forward. Make sure you do join us at 9, at 4:32. So don't go anywhere. It's coming out. It's a really brief one. Roughly $14 billion deal I just heard in my ear for TikTok. Adara's got that as well. So we'll wait to see what the other parts of this deal are. I do think that there's going to be some push against Meta on this. Yeah, so there's Meta to the downside a little bit. Remember, Instagram Shorts, YouTube Shorts as well. I guess they're called Reels on Instagram. YouTube Shorts doesn't seem to be affecting basically either one of these companies. I think it's baked in, right? I think the ingredients are already there that TikTok was going to become a U.S. entity. At least it's not. Remember, ByteDance is still going to hold everything. It's just the data. The data and the algorithm will be here in the United States. That way, they can track it and they don't give all the data over to the Chinese. That's the main purpose of this deal. We've been seeing FXI actually on quite a heater. Now I can't get, there it is, .am. The Chinese names have been hot, right? Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, and all of that. And there's FXI, a nice upside move. All right, Adara, with 1 minute left, let's go.
Yeah, I really quickly want to say, too, one thing that I kind of like here, JD Vance, Vice President of the U.S., is saying, I mean, all jokes about the mega content aside, JD Vance said that the business people involved in this control of TikTok, they're going to make it as a business decision. They're not going to make it political. They don't want this to be politicized by any country. So interesting look there. But we're almost on the show now,
Yeah,
Sean.
it's 4:31. All right, we're going over time a little bit right now, but this is perfectly planned. In just a couple seconds, we're going to wrap this show up. Then we're going to throw you over to the new video. Please stay tuned for that. All right, make this real quick. Your favorite color?
Green.
Green. Gray. I like gray. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We're back tomorrow bright and early at 8:30. Let's roll that video. It's Costco time, baby.
I got too aggressive with that fist bump and...
Yeah.